Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 5 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto and Became the Adventurous Ninja with the Gamer System. Let the tale begin. Chapter 101, Decisions Made. Kinsei's home. A week had passed since Jiraiya's visit. Hiruzen and Kinsei were sipping tea as they discussed how to move forward. The Hokage also expressed his desire to have Daichi leave the village and train under Tsunade Senju. So you want Daichi to travel with her for the next 3 years? The Hokage nodded. Yes. To the public, Daichi will be going with you to the capital so he could learn about your business and its operations. But privately he'll be training in medical ninjutsu under Tsunade. Kinsei thought about it for a minute and found a problem. Your plan has a flaw. You know full well that Danzo has spies all over the country. It won't be long before he gets wind that Daichi isn't with me. And if he suspects something, then things will become much more difficult and dangerous. I've taken that into account. Hiruzen's face remained unchanged. I've already thought of that and I've figured a way around it. Daichi will stay with you at the capital for a couple months, and at that time Tsunade will visit the capital and meet Daichi. A pure coincidence. Daichi will impress her with his talents, and due to his eagerness to learn medical ninjutsu and her unwillingness to let go of such a talented child, she will take him with her and teach him till he becomes ready to graduate. And you, being the good grandfather, lets Daichi go with her for training. Hiruzen took a sip of the herbal tea and continued with a small smirk. Or at least that's the story I'll tell Koharu and Hamura. And it won't be long before this information reaches Danzo. He must be aware of Daichi's talents. So he will believe the story. Hiruzen stopped and took another sip of his tea. Kinsei went through the plan in his mind. This could work. Even if Danzo suspects something, he wouldn't be able to tell what it is. Unless he learns of the investigation. Kinsei sighed and stared at the Hokage. Seeing the still unconvinced face of Kinsei, the Hokage spoke. Daichi will learn much more under Tsunade's tutelage. It will be beneficial for him. Hiruzen said as he looked at his former Umbu captain. Kinsei was a bit apprehensive about the whole thing. But he knew that Daichi would be relatively safe under the slug Sanin's protection. Do you really think she'll agree to teach him? She will. Once she sees the boy's talents, I'm sure she'll take him in. Kinsei leaned back, crossed his arms and looked at his Kage. And what about the academy? Hiruzen already had an answer for that. I'll have an instructor at the academy conduct a private test for Daichi at the end of each year. I'll also have them prepare a special curriculum for Daichi at the beginning of each year. Kinsei narrowed his eyes as he listened. You're going through a lot for a single student in the academy. Why? Hiruzen was silent as he heard the question. Daichi's inborn talent is far beyond normal. And his strength is growing at an exponential rate. I need to make sure he forms some strong ties to the village. And there is also that. He then looked at his friend and replied. I don't want Daichi to waste his time and potential. If I hadn't implemented the age restriction, then Daichi would have graduated from the academy in his first or second year. For someone with his talents, I believe this much is appropriate. Kinsei looked at Hiruzen for a few seconds and then nodded his head. And what about Isen? Kinsei asked. I have a plan. But it will require Tsunade's help. Hiruzen freshened his cup and spoke. Kinsei patiently waited for the Hokage to elaborate. Hiruzen, instead of explaining, took a scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Kinsei. The man took it and examined it. You'll understand once you open it. Kinsei was about to open and send chakra through the scroll, but Hiruzen stopped him. Not now. The contents of that scroll are delicate. You need to meet with Tsunade and hand her the scroll. She'll know what to do. Kinsei looked at the scroll and nodded. When? Around 3 weeks from now. She'll meet you at the Silverstone safe house in the capital. Kinsei's eyes slightly widened. Isn't that? Hiruzen nodded in affirmation. Yes. It was Lord's second safe house. Only myself and Tsunade have access to it. Until now. Hiruzen then handed a small square paper seal to Kinsei. That seal will get you inside. Kinsei nodded and both of them sat down in a comfortable silence for a minute. Hiruzen then finished his tea and got up. I better head back. Hiruzen was about to leave but suddenly stopped. He looked at Kinsei and had a serious expression. Kinsei, when Daichi gets back, I know you'll tell him about the trip to the capital, but under no circumstances can you tell him about your investigations. The less people know the better. There was a sharp edge to the Hokage's tone. Kinsei narrowed his eyes. He stared silently for a while and then slowly nodded. Hiruzen looked at the man for a few more seconds and seemed satisfied. He left the place and headed to his office. Kinsei slowly paced around the house thinking about the meeting that just took place. It would be a few more hours before Daichi returned home from the academy. He sat down on the porch and thought about what he would say to his adopted grandson. Hiruzen is right. I'll keep everything about Danzo to myself for now. But Daichi will need information to make informed decisions. If I feel the need arises, then I'll tell him. Kinsei then thought about how Daichi would react when told that he will be training under a Sanin. A smirk formed on his face. He'll be absolutely floored. No! I'll tell him that he'll have someone teach him medic techniques, but I'll keep Tsunade's name a secret. It'll be a surprise. Kinsei spent his time mediating and exercising. When it was evening, at the usual time he sensed Daichi's presence. Daichi greeted his grandfather and went to his room to freshen up. He returned a while later and Kinsei beckoned him over. Daichi. I need to tell you something. Kinsei began his explanation. He told Daichi that he would be leaving with him to the capital for 3 years and would learn medical ninjutsu under a special trainer and that he was to keep the whole thing a secret. Daichi was surprised at the information. This is a lot to take in. That's what she said. Kinsei chuckled to himself at that. He then got serious and agreed with Daichi. Yes. Take your time to digest the information. I'm sure you'll be ready. Daichi nodded and got up for a walk. He had a lot to process. The next day, the academy classes had ended and Daichi took his bag and was about to leave but was stopped by Naruto and Kiba. Hey, we're gonna play Find the Spy. Come on. You want to be the spy or the ninja? Naruto asked with a wide smile. Daichi had been spending time with his friends and they were happy with the change. But today Daichi had other plans. Not today, guys. Got something to do. Another time. Naruto and Kiba let out a sigh. Fine. But next time you better join us. Daichi left them with an apologetic smile. He walked through the streets of the village with several thoughts running through his mind. His journey took him to the forest where he first met Rin Uchiha. Before long he reached the spot in the forest with the round wooden targets. Daichi was thinking about what his grandfather had said yesterday. He had some concerns. Mainly regarding his quests. If I leave the village and the academy before I become a genin, then will my quest become invalid? Will it be considered a failure? Then again, the old man did say someone would conduct special tests at the end of each year. So technically I'll still be training and be part of the academy roster. Daichi sat down under a tree and thought about the most likely outcome. It's not me quitting. This decision was made by Kinsei and the Hokage. I could reject it, but the chance to travel outside the village and learn medical ninjutsu. It's too good to pass up. The most likely outcome would be that my quest would be modified to suit the situation. At least that's my assumption. But if somehow this quest is marked as a failure because of this decision, then the penalty is death. Daichi frowned as he thought about the consequences of failing the quest path to the strongest. Daichi opened the quest and looked at the description. The system will help the player on his journey to become the world's strongest. Complete a set of tasks to receive system rewards. Failure to complete any task will result in activation of the penalty dungeon. It doesn't specifically say that I have to stay in the academy. As long as I complete the tasks, it looks like I'll be fine. I think. Daichi made his choice. He was going to the capital and train for the next few years. Daichi became excited. I'll finally see what this world has to offer. I wonder what kind of people I'll meet. At that moment another thought struck his mind. I'm sure I'll meet a lot of people, but at the same time I'll miss Naruto and the others. Not to mention Rio. I'll miss her the most. I won't even be able to make it to her birthdays. Can I really trust Aiko with her safety? Daichi went through all the memories he had of the woman. Yes. I can trust her. And right now to everyone Rio is just another ordinary kid. The only proof of her Uchiha bloodline is her Sharingan. And that will only awaken in stressful situations. Something that won't happen anytime soon with how careful Aiko is with the children. And by the time she joins the academy, I'll be a Chunin at the least. I'm sure I'll be strong enough to handle any problems that arise. Daichi let out a breath and relaxed. With his concerns about the quest and Rio faded, Daichi's mind went to his training. I've mastered 2 elements. 3 more remain. I'll train the water chakra nature and increase my Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu arsenal this year. I'll also need to refine and max out as many skills as I can. I'll train the lightning and wind chakra natures in the coming years. I suspect that completing them will take time since I'm going to be training in medical jutsu as well. With a somewhat more solid training plan in mind, Daichi sat there and started meditating. He found that meditation always greatly improves his mood. Even passively his senses were now much more enhanced. Daichi could hear the various life forms scurrying about through the forest. He felt the wind blowing through the forest and the scents of various animals, plants, and flowers. Half an hour went by as he sat there in his meditative trance. At that moment Daichi's senses picked up something. The first thing Daichi noticed was the unique scent. Then he heard footsteps. Daichi was not alone in that forest. The footsteps were getting closer to Daichi's location. Daichi was well accustomed to the person with this scent. I wonder what he's doing here. A few meters away from the mediating Daichi, Sasuke Uchiha stood behind the cover of the trees. He didn't know why he came to the place where he once used to train with his brother. And it was even more of a surprise to find his classmate here. It has been over a year since the massacre and Sasuke had been training even harder than before. But he felt like he hadn't made any progress. In fact, fighting Daichi made him feel like he was getting weaker. Sasuke cursed his weakness in his heart. He walked through the forest near his compound to clear his head and he accidentally found his rival meditating under a tree. Sasuke stood behind the tree without making a sound. He clenched his fist as he looked at Daichi's peaceful face. Suddenly he heard Daichi speak. Are you gonna just stand there or are you gonna say something? Daichi opened his eyes and looked at the number 2 in his class. Chapter 102, Sasuke's Ordeal. Sasuke stared at Daichi with an almost unreadable expression. Almost. Daichi was watching every minute expression that crossed the young Uchiha's face. Daichi saw the effort Sasuke put into concealing his emotions. As he observed, he saw the telltale signs of someone who was furious but trying hard to keep that emotion under wraps. What are you doing here, Daichi? There was an aggression to Sasuke's tone that he couldn't hide. Daichi let out a short breath. To meditate. I had something on my mind. And this was also where I met a friend. Sasuke was surprised by the slight downcast expression Daichi had as he said that. He knew most people didn't come here and those who did would most probably be from the Uchiha clan. Who? He couldn't help but ask. Daichi looked at Sasuke and was contemplating whether or not to tell him. After a few seconds he made a choice. Ren Uchiha. Sasuke's eyes widened. He didn't know that Daichi had befriended someone from his clan. As he stood there not knowing what to say, Daichi got up. I'll take my leave. Good day, Sasuke. Daichi said, turned around and walked a few feet. Stop! Sasuke's voice stopped Daichi in his tracks and he turned around to face the Uchiha. He said nothing and waited for the other to speak. Sasuke gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. "Fight me!" he all but shouted. It was something Daichi half expected. So damn predictable. He's the same. The only difference is I took Naruto's place. Something I have no interest in. Sasuke, you should know the outcome of that fight already. So why? I know you're stronger than me right now. But I want to know just how much stronger you are. Fight me and don't hold back. Daichi looked at Sasuke for a few seconds and replied, "No!" The Uchiha gritted his teeth and quickly tossed several shuriken at Daichi. The action was much quicker than what most from the academy, even in their last year, could achieve. But Daichi saw every move the boy made. He saw Sasuke's hands move to the pouch on his thighs and the launch of shurikens, all with clarity in slow motion. Daichi sighed and took a single kunai and parried all the projectiles with ease. Daichi kept the same nonchalant expression on his face as he looked directly at Sasuke and parried his first attack wave. Daichi looked at the boy. "You really want to get beat up that bad? Let's see you try." Sasuke entered a stance and launched himself at his opponent. Daichi stood with his left hand folded behind his back. He parried the fast and precise strikes with just his right arm. Sasuke launched his strikes targeting different parts of Daichi's body. When Daichi blocked his fists, Sasuke sent a fast kick, which got blocked by Daichi's leg. No matter what tactic was used, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't land a single successful hit, nor could he budge Daichi an inch from where he stood. The one thing Sasuke noticed was that Daichi was only defending himself. Just like the last time they fought, and it only made him more furious. "Fight back! I don't have to do anything you say," Daichi said as he tilted his head and dodged another fist. Sasuke's blood boiled as he heard the cool dismissive tone in Daichi's voice. The young Uchiha was furious. He jumped back a few feet and looked at his enemy. Daichi was in perfect condition. Unlike Sasuke, he wasn't panting or sweating. He looked just as calm as he did when he meditated. Sasuke gritted his teeth. "No. This is not over." He took several kunai and tied ninja wire to them and tossed them at Daichi. Instead of a straight-out attack, the shuriken went around Daichi's body. At that moment Sasuke pulled the wires and the weapons changed paths. They quickly surrounded Daichi and circled him, and the wires tightened. Daichi was trapped, or so it seemed. Daichi knew what was going to happen the moment Sasuke took out the ninja wire. After all, it was the same tactic he used against several enemies in the dungeon. Yet he did nothing and let the wires trap him. Sasuke, seeing Daichi's still calm face, went through several hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The flaming ball shot out of Sasuke's mouth and got bigger and headed for Daichi. Sasuke knew there was a great chance Daichi could escape. He used the fireball jutsu so that Daichi would escape and think he, Sasuke, would let his guard down, thinking the attack hit. Sasuke was counting on Daichi to attack him at that moment so he could launch a surprise counter. At least that was his plan. Daichi saw through Sasuke's childish tactic. He believes that I would make it look like I got hit and then attack him from behind. And his plan is to counter-attack at that time. What an amateur move. Then again, this is normal for someone with no real battle experience. Real ninjas won't fall for such simple tactics. All these thoughts quickly flew through his mind. Daichi decided to do things a bit differently. He secretly took a shuriken from his inventory and coated it with wind chakra. Need to train the wind chakra nature next year. Right now I'm changing my chakra to wind nature based on the different wind jutsus I used. But the result is too crude. Daichi cut apart the wires and got free, but the fireball was right in front of him. Daichi didn't plan on dodging. Instead, he was going to face the attack head-on. He quickly gathered some chakra to his right palm and vertically slashed down at the fireball. The chakra gathered in Daichi's palm was changed to fire nature before he made the move. And due to his change in chakra form and nature training, Daichi's chakra was far stronger than even some of the Jonin. Daichi's fire chakra was more powerful and it clashed with the fireball. The struggle only lasted a second before Sasuke's fireball was split in half, and in a few seconds the flames flew to Daichi's sides and fizzled out. Daichi had a slight smirk as his experiment proved successful. The old man told me that some in the Hyuga clan who are more attuned to chakra than others can read the chakra flow of a jutsu and are capable of dispersing the chakra in the ninjutsu. But he also told me that this can be accomplished by someone who doesn't have the Byakugan. It will be extremely difficult without the special eyes, but if someone has high sensitivity towards chakra, absolute chakra control, and can understand the flow, this feat can be achieved. Looks like I'm in that rare category. Sasuke was shocked to see his attack be reduced to nothing like that. He unknowingly let go of the kunai in his hand and it fell to the ground. His hand had a slight tremble. If it was a Chunin or Jonin who did this, then I would understand. But how did Daichi? He's the same age as me. How is he so much stronger than me? Sasuke's confidence and will was shaken for just a second with that display. When Daichi destroyed those flames, it was as if he reduced the roaring flames of Sasuke's anger, hate, and the will in his heart into a feeble smoldering fire, but at that moment the image of his parents' dead bodies came to his mind along with Itachi's words. My foolish brother. The tremble in Sasuke's hands stopped. If you wish to kill me, curse me. Hate me. The hands became steady and slowly clenched into a fist. Run away and cling to your pitiful life. And then when you have the same eyes as mine. The flames that were about to go out in his heart came roaring back stronger than before. Come find me. The steel and vigor in Sasuke's eyes returned with a vengeance. Daichi noticed the change. It wasn't just Sasuke's expression. For one moment I saw him lose his confidence, but it's back. And it's not just that. His chakra. It's gotten slightly stronger. Daichi, who was much more sensitive to the changes of a person's chakra, noticed this even though Sasuke didn't. Sasuke bent down and picked up the kunai. He then looked at Daichi and spoke. Daichi, no matter how strong you are, I will beat you. You want to know one of the earliest lessons my father had taught me? Daichi was silent. He didn't have the same nonchalant expression as before. He was serious as he looked at the Uchiha. Sasuke looked at Daichi with a steely gaze and spoke. He taught me that no matter how tall a wall stands, there is always a way to knock it down to size. Sasuke threw the kunai much faster than before. Daichi sidestepped and dodged the weapon, but the next second the Uchiha was in front of him. Daichi sent a punch aimed for Sasuke's solar plexus, but he missed. Sasuke disappeared and reappeared behind him and attacked. But Daichi could easily track him and he blocked the kick aimed for the side of his head with one hand and stopped the fist headed for his face with the other. Daichi was shocked at the speed and the force of the punch. He's much faster than before, and not only that, he's applying chakra to enhance his speed and strength. I don't think he's even aware of it. Somehow he's subconsciously channeling his chakra to his arms and legs to make himself stronger. It's not perfect, but this guy. Someone needs at least tree walking level chakra control before even attempting this, but this guy. He's doing it without even realizing it. He's truly incredible. Both of them began exchanging blows at a rate much faster than before. This time Daichi not only defended himself but also fought back. He parried and deflected Sasuke's punches and landed several dozens of his own. Even with Daichi fighting back like this, Sasuke was able to last much longer this time. Daichi sensed Sasuke's chakra fluctuations. What's going on with his chakra? It's rapidly decreasing, but there is something else. It's getting stronger. Is he about to awaken the Sharingan? As Sasuke fought, he felt himself get stronger. I may not be able to beat you today, Daichi, but I will one day. Just you wait. Sasuke fought as hard as he could, but he couldn't injure Daichi, and what's even more, the force of Daichi's blows and the speed and force of his attacks was rapidly draining his stamina. It wasn't long before a punch Daichi sent to his midsection took his breath away and sent him flying several feet back. Sasuke landed on the ground and he lay there looking at the clouds. He didn't look like he was about to get up. A few seconds later he started to chuckle and then it turned to full-blown laughter. Ha ha ha. Daichi was looking at Sasuke as if he was seeing a different person. What the hell? Did I knock his screw loose? At that moment a notification popped up in front of Daichi and he was taken off guard reading it. Reputation increases with Sasuke Uchiha. What the? Daichi was confused as to why the system showed the message of a reputation increase rather than a decrease. Daichi walked near Sasuke and sat down on the ground. Neither of them spoke, but it wasn't an awkward silence. Thank you, Daichi. Daichi almost missed those words due to the low voice with which they were said, but when he registered them his eyes almost popped out of his skull. Are you feeling alright, Sasuke? Oh god! Did my punch do any brain damage? Daichi dramatically yelled and displayed a shocked expression. Shut up! The scowl on Sasuke's face returned. But after a few seconds it lessened. A few seconds later he spoke. All this time, I trained hard, but whenever I fought you, it felt like I didn't make any progress at all. I was afraid that if I couldn't even defeat you then. Sasuke didn't elaborate and fell into silence. Daichi looked at Sasuke with a new perspective. A few moments later Sasuke continued. But now I realize. That's not true at all. I have gotten stronger. It's just that you've also been getting stronger at a much faster rate than me, haven't you? Daichi didn't bother to answer and Sasuke wasn't looking for one. I will defeat you one day, Daichi. And then I'll be one step closer to achieving my ambition. Daichi sat there for a few more seconds, but the Uchiha didn't say anything else. He got up and was ready to leave, but then looked down at the young Uchiha. Good luck with your goal, Sasuke. And if you want to spar with me, I'll be back here at the end of every month. Daichi said the words as he looked into Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke slightly nodded but didn't say anything else. Daichi left the forest and a plan was slowly forming in his mind regarding his Uchiha classmate. Chapter 103 Water Affinity. Daichi was walking home thinking about what had just happened. His chakra had gotten stronger. Uchiha always get stronger the more emotion they feel and the more dangerous the battle. But it still wasn't able to reawaken his Sharingan. I know that he awakened his eyes that night at the massacre. Or at least I think so. Not so sure because of my presence, and since I didn't see it happen I can't be too certain. But if he did, his brain must have buried that memory deep as some sort of protection for his fragile psyche. Daichi thought about what he should do next. I need to be careful. If I fight and help him awaken the Sharingan too early, it could help in the long run or screw things up. Things could go either way. Daichi ran his hand through his hair. Gah! This is so frustrating. The future I know is bad. But it's better than the one I don't. The safety of my life comes first and before everything else. Things have already derailed somewhat. I'm not gonna cause any more ripples in this pond. With a sigh, Daichi made his choice. He then thought about Sasuke's reaction as he lost the fight. This is strange. I never would have expected him to show me respect, of all things. I wonder what changed. He thought about the Sasuke he knew in this life and the one he had seen through a screen in his old one. And after several minutes of comparison, Daichi came to a conclusion. In the show, Sasuke had no one to match him in the academy. He was the best. And Naruto was the last in the class. So when Naruto the dead last started to rapidly catch up to him, he felt that his improvements must have stalled. He was angry and jealous that someone he could easily defeat got to the same level of strength as him. Daichi walked through the streets and was a few minutes away from his home. But here that didn't happen. I took first place and he was always second. He now has someone he could measure himself against. This fight was the most intense one we had till now. And he must have felt his growth in power. And he even started to open up. This Sasuke. He is still a child who's in pain and looking for help and not the giant angry ball of mess that is the Jin Sasuke in the show. I think what he needed the most was to vent his frustrations on someone. At least that's my theory. Or I could be wrong and it could be something else. Daichi thought about his actions and thought about the changes his involvement would bring to Sasuke's mental state. If I could help him, would he turn away from the path of vengeance when he learns the truth? Most likely not. But that doesn't mean I shouldn't try. Right. Can I truly influence him? Well, whatever the case. If I can help him and make him form meaningful relationships with the other future rookies, then this endeavor would be worth it. Daichi reached his home and soon made his way to the backyard. I need to start the next nature chakra. I can't let Sasuke get ahead. Daichi looked at the pond and saw the water rippling about due to the movements of the wind and fishes. I have earth and fire. Water seems like the best choice to master next. He went to the nearby tree and sat down. He picked up a fallen leaf and stared at it as he remembered his conversation with Kinsei regarding the water nature chakra. Flashback. Kinsei drank a cup of tea and spoke. Water is a very versatile element. It depends on the person to bring out the full power of this nature. The second Hokage's prowess with the water abilities was unlike any before and after him. Even now, there's not one that can use water-style jutsus the way the second did. I've seen you take a few books from my study. What have you learned and understood about the water element? Tell me. Daichi thought about everything he learned and he understood several aspects of this nature. Water is the element of change. It's formless and shapeless. But it can also take the shape of anything depending on its surroundings. It can flow gently or it can become as destructive as a tsunami. Daichi replied. Kinsei nodded. Yes, it's true. But that's the most basic thing. I want you to tell me what someone who has absolute control over this element would be capable of. I know you came to a few conclusions and have some theories. Let's hear it. Daichi knew what his old man was asking. He had taken books on water nature and even on Kekkei Jinkai and read through them. More specifically about the ice users from the Yuki clan. Daichi wanted to learn as much as he could about an element so he could come up with various techniques in the future. Daichi looked at his grandfather. Someone trained in the 2 steps of water chakra nature would be able to manipulate 2 main properties of water: viscosity and density, changing the liquid into thick and adhesive or as thin as oil. Kinsei nodded in agreement. Yes. The jutsus like starch syrup binding rope and starch syrup capturing field perfectly match that. Daichi nodded. But there's more. A true master can condense vapor particles and liquids enough to be tangible to the point where they are solid and hardened. And the water molecules have high heat capacity and coolant capabilities. Kinsei thought about that point. He was a smart man and quickly realized Daichi's point. You're talking about using water molecules as a medium for heat exchange, aren't you? Daichi nodded and continued. A true master can decrease the surrounding temperature and can even change water to ice or steam by manipulating it at a molecular level. Kinsei raised an eyebrow at that. He didn't think such a thing was possible without the help of a Kekkei Jinkai ability. And you believe this can be done with just training and no Kekkei Jinkai? Daichi smiled and nodded. I believe so, yes. Kinsei was impressed with the goals Daichi set for himself. If you can do something like that, then you would have gone one step beyond the second. And that would be truly incredible. Flashback end. Daichi placed the leaf in his hand and concentrated. The trick is to let the chakra flow like water. Daichi knew what his chakra was like due to using several water-style jutsus. He focused on that and tried to make the leaf damp with high chakra. Several minutes passed by and he opened his eyes when he heard the sound of the system notification. He opened his palms and looked at the leaf. A small portion of the leaf was slightly wet. A new skill is created with a specific action. Water Leaf Dampening Technique, Active/Passive, LV, 1 Water Chakra Affinity Training Skill obtained through continuously focusing chakra to a leaf and making it wet. A basic technique to help the user increase the strength of their water nature chakra. Note, increasing the level of this skill will increase the level of the skill water affinity. Affects 1% increase in water chakra control. Chakra point cost, 52 second. Yeah. Seems about right. At that moment Kinsei came out of the house. So you've begun training your third element, huh? Yeah. There was something that Daichi wanted to ask Kinsei. Hey. Do you know the training techniques the other villages use to train the chakra natures? Kinsei looked at Daichi questioningly. I doubt the Sand Village has trees or waterfalls to help their ninjas train. And the same goes for the rest of them. So they must have different types of training unique to their villages. Do you know what they are? Kinsei nodded. I do. And you are right. Each village has their own unique type of training methods to master the chakra natures. But I'll tell you about them another time. Daichi slightly pouted but didn't say anything else. He created 2 shadow clones and all 3 of them got to work. Days passed with Daichi training the first step of the water chakra nature. He would spend his mornings with Lee working out and would spend the evenings with Naruto and the others. He would then train once he reached home till midnight and the routine continued. Daichi was able to build a balance between training and spending some time on his hobbies and just playing around. He knew that next year he would have to leave the village, so he was enjoying as much as he could with his friends while he had the chance. A couple weeks had passed and one evening as Daichi was training in the backyard Kinsei came to meet him. I'm headed to the capital. I won't be back for a week or 2. Kinsei said. Daichi was slightly confused at that. I thought you usually go only once a year. Didn't you just get back from the capital a few months ago? Yes. But something has come up that needs my attention. Don't worry about it. Daichi nodded and watched his grandfather leave. Strange. Does this have anything to do with my trip to the capital next year? Daichi was suspicious as to why he had to leave the village to learn medical ninjutsu from someone, and even more that the Hokage was allowing him to stay an academy student even while he's outside the village. One of the reasons he accepted was because he knew the Hokage had a hand in this decision and he was curious as to what that man had planned. I know that Kinsei wouldn't let any harm come to me, and if I oppose this decision then it might ruin my goodwill with the Hokage. Not that I care about that, but I'd rather have someone as influential and powerful as him as an ally than an enemy. Daichi let the matter go for now and got back to his training. Now with the whole place to himself he was free to train without restraints. Daichi started to increase the intensity of the training and got to work. Hokage office. It was night time. Hiruzen was looking over the various mission reports and filing them. As he got down with the last document he let out a breath of slight relief. I need to find a successor. I'm getting too old for this. He took his pipe and filled it with some tobacco and lit. He stood and walked to the window of the room and stared at the night sky. Kinsei left for the capital today. And Jiraiya has informed me that Tsunade has agreed to a meeting. Good. At least that's something. The Hokage then thought about Daichi and one of the main reasons why he decided to go through with having him learn under his student. Tsunade and Jiraiya are the only ones strong enough to take this position. But Jiraiya has his various duties and he won't take the hat. So that leaves Tsunade. But I know no matter what I say she won't take the position and I can't exactly force her. But if she comes of her own will. Hiruzen let out a puff of smoke and thought about the reasoning. Right now her only attachment is the girl Shizune and she travels with her. But if Tsunade forms a similar attachment to Daichi, then she might be more willing to come back. With Daichi's talents he'll be able to pick up everything needed from Tsunade before he becomes a genin. I know Daichi wants to become a ninja. And if he comes back then she might also be willing to return. Or at the very least I'd have a better chance at convincing her to take my place. I was surprised just how much Kinsei changed because of Daichi. I just hope he'll be able to accomplish the same thing with Tsunade. Hiruzen hated the fact that he had to resort to manipulating his students, but he justified his actions with the reasoning that desperate time calls for desperate measures. He also wanted to make sure that Daichi had solid attachments in the village. It's not just Tsunade, but Daichi would also form an attachment with them. Kinsei must have warned Daichi about Danzo and told the boy about our relationship. I'm sure of it. But if Tsunade becomes the Hokage, then Daichi would feel more comfortable and trusting towards the village, or at the very least the Hokage's seat of power. And Kinsei would also trust Tsunade a lot more than he does me. I hate that I have to manipulate them like this, but this is necessary. I see no other way. Hiruzen then thought about the plan he set in motion regarding Issen, and he let out a sigh. I just hope everything goes according to plan. Hiruzen stood there staring at the stars as he thought about several things. A while later he left the tower and headed home. Chapter 104, Follow the Route. Daichi and Lee could be seen doing push-ups next to each other. So you'll be leading at the end of this year? Lee asked as he stretched his arms and pushed himself up from the ground. Yeah. Gramps wanted me to learn about his business in the capital. So I'll be gone for about 3 years. I'll come back by the time my class is ready to graduate. Daichi replied as he exercised alongside the boy. I see. Daichi could hear the hidden sadness in that reply. He didn't know what to say, so for the moment he decided to keep quiet. Suddenly Daichi saw Lee smile a big grin. Yash! When you come back, I'll definitely be a Jinin and we should spar. I can't wait to see how strong you will become after 3 years. Daichi laughed hearing his excited tone. Yeah. That sounds fun. 499. 500. Yash. Lee and Daichi got up from the ground and then walked through the forest. How's your classes? Daichi asked the boy. I'm concentrating on the taijutsu and theoretical classes, as you said. My grades have slightly improved, but it's still not enough. And those classes are sometimes confusing. Lee replied. Daichi thought about that for a moment and had an idea in mind. Everyone learns differently. How about this? When you're trying to learn a difficult subject at home, I want you to put the book down and do 100 handstands or push-ups as you read. I have a feeling that kind of method might work for a training nut like you. I'm not 100% sure it'll help you memorize everything, but it's worth a shot. Lee's eyes widened in excitement as he heard that. Yes. That's a most brilliant idea. Thank you, my friend Daichi. He ran and gave Daichi a tight hug. Gah! Easy there. Daichi pried Lee's hands off him. We need to get ready soon or we'll be late. Yash! Let's race and see who makes it out of the forest first. Lee shouted. Both of them ran as they counted to 3. It was a usual thing, and unsurprisingly it was Daichi who came first. Both of them went their separate ways afterwards. Daichi headed home and freshened himself and got ready. He created 3 shadow clones to train the first step of the water chakra nature and left his home. He arrived in his class a few minutes before the bell and the classes started as usual. He listened diligently and answered whatever questions were asked of him. As he listened to a lecture about a subject he already knew, his mind drifted to his grandfather. I wonder what that old man is doing right now. Near the fire capital. Kinsei was inside a 2-story house he had only heard about and never been to before that day. He looked around and found several rooms with different types of equipment in each room. So this is the safe house created by Second Lord Hokage. Locations-wise, the building isn't in a bad spot. It is not easily found or accessible, and it is hidden and protected by seals that take energy from the surroundings. What kind of a seal does that? Kinsei waited for the arrival of certain people. I wonder. Will she come? Hiruzen sent word that she agreed to a meeting. It seems the only thing I can do is wait. Kinsei looked around the place. Might as well look around. Hiruzen told me he disabled the traps inside the place. Kinsei opened the door to a room and saw several shelves of scrolls and documents. All that information. I'm half tempted to take it all with me. Kinsei suppressed his desires and looked inside another room. This one was like a small laboratory. It didn't have any advanced machine, but there were several glass beakers and jars with various substances inside, all labeled and neatly preserved. As he looked around and waited, Kinsei suddenly sensed the presence of 3 other people. They entered the barrier and opened the door to the safe house. Kinsei saw a fair-skinned woman with brown eyes and straight blonde hair enter first. She wore a green haori and underneath had a gray kimono and matching dark bluish pants. Her most notable features were her sizable cleavage and violet diamond-shaped seal on her forehead. One of the 3 legendary ninjas. Tsunade Senju. Tsunade Senju. She's certainly aged since the last time I saw her. But that transformation technique is impressive. And behind Tsunade was another woman with average height, slender build and jet black hair wearing a black kimono. She was holding a small pinkish-colored pig, and the last one stepping inside was a tall, well-built man with spiky long white hair. The second of the legendary 3. Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Shizune and Jiraiya. It seems all of them are here. Tsunade and Jiraiya immediately recognized the man inside the safe house. The blonde Sanin had a smirk as she looked at Kinsei. And here I thought you retired a long time ago. Not to mention your dislike of Sarutobi-sensei. So why exactly are you here doing this? I'm not here to help Hiruzen. I want to save Isen. And I'm going to create problems for Danzo. So there is a difference. Tsunade smirked and said nothing else. How is the young sapling you've adopted? Jiraiya asked as he stepped forward. He's fine. He started on his 3rd nature training before I left. There is no point in hiding it from him. They will eventually know what Daichi is capable of. Jiraiya was surprised when he heard that. Looks like Sensei was right. Only 9 years old and already training in a 3rd chakra nature. His talent and potential might be immeasurable. They looked around the place. Tsunade looked at the rooms with slight nostalgia. She had only come here a couple times, and it was in the presence of her granduncle and grandmother. Kinsei looked at Tsunade's apprentice. You must be Shizune. Yes. And your Kinsei is Saji, right? I've heard a lot about you. The girl politely replied. The old man nodded and then turned towards the approaching Sanin. I have something Hiruzen gave me. He said you would know what to do. Kinsei took out the scroll and gave it to Tsunade. She took the scroll and opened it. A glass jar twice the size of a human head appeared. Inside it were several of the same flowers. Each flower was 3.5 to 5 centimeters long in diameter. They were violet purple and had greenish yellow spots. Kinsei looked at the flowers and was confused. He didn't know why Hiruzen gave those to him. But he knew it had some significance to the plan. What is that? Kinsei asked. Tsunade examined the glass jar for a few seconds and replied. It's a beautiful-looking flower, isn't it? But it's quite dangerous. Rhododendron ponticum. It has the ability to create toxic chemicals, making it a poisonous plant. The nectar produced from the pollen of this flower can be poisonous. It can cause hypotension as well as bradycardia if consumed in certain quantities. Kinsei slightly tilted his head. Meaning? Tsunade sighed and answered. Meaning it can cause low blood pressure and slows down the heart rate. Kinsei's eyes slightly widened at the implications. How long will the effects last? Tsunade thought about it for a few seconds and replied. If I make a few adjustments and add a couple other ingredients, then about 4 hours. The heartbeat will be slowed down to about 1 or 2 beats per minute. The person will be in a near-death state. Kinsei thought about the plan proposed by the Hokage. 4 hours, huh? That's more than enough time for the whole thing to work. What do you need to make the poison? I need a medical lab. And a week. Kinsei looked around the place. So that's why he told us to meet here. Yes. Uncle Tobarama conducted several experiments here. He was a ninja, but he was also a scientist at heart. Kinsei nodded and completely agreed with that. Academy. The classes for the day were almost over. As Daichi was sitting there completing his works, a new quest box appeared in front of him. Quest created, follow the route. Follow the route Ninja Toma Ase. Find the location of the route base. Time limit, 1.5 hour. Conditions. Must not be caught. Locate the entrance to the root base. Identify Toma Ase's contact. Rewards: 2,500 EXP. Failure. Reputation decreases with Danzo Shimura. Accept. Yes or no? Daichi went over the details of the quest and immediately accepted. This quest doesn't have death or being forced to join the route or anything like that as failure. That means even if Danzo finds out that I followed his spy, he wouldn't be able to do much about it. Must be because of Kinsei and the Hokage. Not that I'm going to let something like that happen. Daichi also noticed something strange. Why is there a time limit on this quest? Does that mean he'll meet his contact in that time limit, or will he personally go to the base? I guess I'll find out. Once the classes were over, Daichi went to the bathroom and quickly created a shadow clone. Once the clone left, he took out his invisibility cloak and put it on. Daichi found his classmate leaving the grounds and followed him to his home. It was some ways from the academy, and once Toma reached his home, Daichi moved to the opposite side of the building. He cautiously entered the building through an open window. He went to a corner of the room and sat while under the protection of the cloak. Daichi saw Toma preparing a report. Must be about me, Naruto and Sasuke. It seems someone will come here and pick up the report. Daichi glanced at what was being written. It was an evaluation of his attitude, class performance, strength, behavior, and friends. He waited, and after some time he saw Toma finish writing his report and sealed them in a small scroll. Toma left the scroll near the window and went to another room. Daichi waited patiently, and after about 15 more minutes he saw a small black cat jump into the room and grab the scroll. It swallowed the scroll and jumped out the window. What the? Daichi didn't waste any more time gawking at what had just happened. He jumped out the window and followed the cat. The black cat took a path through the forest and kept to the shadows. Its movements were silent, and if one wasn't paying attention they would miss it. Daichi followed behind it and took a closer look. He found that it was not a real cat but something else. Is that thing made of ink? Daichi's eyes widened in surprise as he realized the implications. If that thing is made of ink, then that means the one behind this is. Daichi didn't have to wait long for an answer. The cat suddenly jumped up a tree and reached its creator. Daichi saw two people, and he immediately recognized one of them while he had a vague recollection of the other. The first was a child with short black hair and pale skin. He had a small backpack and was painting something in his notebook while the cat jumped and landed near him. That's definitely Sai. And unless I'm mistaken, the other one must be Shin. Daichi got close and listened to their conversation. Well, look at that. It looks like your ink ninjutsu is a success. Now you know you can make creatures that can move on their own instead of inanimate objects. Well done. The boy Daichi knew as Sai smiled. Come on. Let's head back, Shin said, and both of them left. Daichi followed. So Sai is only beginning to learn how to use his ink ninjutsu style. Daichi followed them to the base of a cliff near the forest. Daichi saw Shin making a seal and saw the rock part ways, and both of them went inside. Quest completed. Daichi was debating on whether or not to follow them, but he decided against it when the question completion notification appeared. Rewards: 2,500 EXP. 375 EXP. You have found a hidden location. Added to the minimap. Daichi looked at his holographic map, and it expanded, and it indicated the new location by highlighting it for a few seconds. It looks like this venture wasn't all that bad. I found the location of a root base and got some EXP. Not a bad way to spend an evening at all. Chapter 105, Conquer the Castle. Daichi spent his time training and improving his skills. He refined his techniques and concentrated on increasing his chakra volume. Daichi gained several points and several stats over the course of the last few months. Kinsei had returned home after 3 weeks. Daichi noticed that his grandfather was in a better mood when he returned from the trip. He didn't pay much attention to it and chalked it up to the old man's business doing well. Daichi kept his promise and sparred with Sasuke at the end of every month. Both of them noticed the Uchiha's improvement. Daichi's goal was to subtly influence Sasuke and have him not become a threat to the village or him. It was slow, but over the course of a few months there were some small changes. Several months passed and Daichi mastered the first step of the water nature skill and was halfway through the second step. He and his clones used their chakra and pushed it forward from their palms. The water in front of him stopped off for several seconds before it resumed its fall. Skill Water Waterfall Control Techniques level has risen by 1. Skill Water Affinities level has risen by 1. Daichi dispelled the clones. He felt the immediate fatigue enveloping his body. Level 50. Slow, but it's not a problem. By the time I become a Jin, I'd have all 5 chakra natures mastered. Daichi sat down and meditated. He felt the cool water splashing on his body and he felt refreshed. After an hour of deep meditation, Daichi got up and went back home. He was in a bit of a dilemma. Now that the October exams are over, I have 2 weeks before class starts for the second term. Should I do an instant dungeon or should I try the academy dungeon? In the instant dungeon or key dungeons, the player can stay inside the dungeon for as long as he wants and only a few seconds would pass in the real world. The strength of the enemies would depend on the color of the keys, so one can estimate the strength of the strongest opponent they might face in the dungeon. In a location dungeon, once the dungeon is activated, it will be open for a year and will close after 365 days. There are several restrictions to the dungeon as well. Moreover, the enemy could be weak or unbelievably strong. After weighing the pros and cons and the fact that he would be leaving at the end of March, Daichi decided that starting a location dungeon would be just a waste. He took out the key to the Kikyo Castle dungeon key. This thing used to be black, but now it's red. So my opponents will be 15 to 30 levels higher than me. My strength has grown considerably. I can do this! That night Daichi waited for the clock to reach midnight and he took out the key. He clutched it in his hand and activated it. He felt the familiar sensation and in seconds landed on the stone floor. He looked at the hallway and he was surprised at what he saw. The hallway was much larger than the ones he encountered in the other dungeons, and this had artworks and gold-colored lining throughout the walls. Daichi slowly walked and brushed his fingertips against the exquisite patterns on the wall. Wow! It feels like I'm in some sort of a castle. But then I suppose that's stating the obvious. You have reached the entrance to the dungeon Kikyo Castle. Would you like to enter? Yes or no? Yes! The key rotated and the door opened. He stopped through the door and was surprised. Several meters in front of him stood a large castle and there was nothing else in the surroundings. The title Dungeon Warrior is now active. All your stats are increased by 15% while inside the dungeon. Observe. Kikyo Castle. This castle was created based on the one built in the Leaf Village. There are several ninjas inside that guard the castle from intruders, and there is a king that resides at the top floor. There are 10 floors and each floor has a certain number of guards. Quest created: Conquer the castle. Condition. There are 10 floors inside the castle. Defeat your opponents and climb each floor till you reach the top. Defeat the king residing on the top floor and conquer the castle. Time limit: none. Rewards: 55,000 EXP. Red potion. Failure. Death. Accept, yes or no? Daichi accepted the quest and walked towards the entrance of the castle. But before he entered he had to do something. Daichi opened the Options tab and looked at the gamer's mind on and off button. Without wasting a second he turned it off. Daichi was perfectly calm and was his usual self. Due to facing his fears he was now much more in control of himself. Both mind and body. With unyielding spirit skill I won't have to worry about external mental attacks. And it's not like I'm going to have a mental breakdown here. So I'm good on that front. With this I'll be able to increase my indomitable stat. But should I deliberately let myself get wounded on the chance that it would increase my persistence stat? After thinking about it for a few seconds, Daichi decided against such an idea. If I get myself hurt and then suddenly a new enemy comes, then I'll be in trouble. It's not worth the risk. He looked at the giant door and pushed them open. He slowly walked inside, prepared for an ambush, but he didn't find anyone. Daichi looked around and found no living creatures inside. What the? There isn't anyone here. Then again, this is the ground floor. Daichi then took the stairs and walked up to the first floor. The first floor was vastly different from the ground floor. It was a giant room with a wide space. There were several pillars and decorations on the wall, but nothing else. Wow! This place is big. I wouldn't have thought that looking at this castle from the outside. But I don't see any steps that would lead to the next floor. It was at this moment Daichi's senses alerted him to an attack from behind. Daichi pumped chakra through his legs and jumped. As he easily avoided the slash from a sword, Daichi took out a kunai with a ninja wire attached and sent it towards his attacker. The kunai struck the enemy ninja, and as Daichi was about to unleash a fire jutsu, he sensed movements and attacks coming from 4 different directions. He yanked on the kunai, stuck to the first ninja, and got himself out of the way just in time. I really need to learn to fly, or at least maneuver in mid-air. I'm pretty sure if I get my telekinesis strong enough, I can accomplish that. The first ninja took the kunai buried in his shoulder and tore it out. He disappeared from his spot and joined the other 4. Daichi stood and looked at the 5 enemies in front of him, and a second later he sensed more opponents appearing in his back. The enemy ninjas wore a black outfit and it covered most of their face as well. The only thing notable was the silver light shining from their eyes. Damn! 5 in front and 5 more in the back. It looks like this floor has 10 enemies. Assuming there isn't any more hiding and waiting to ambush me. Daichi was in the middle of 2 teams of dungeon ninjas, and he was extremely cautious. He immediately used Observe on them. All of them are level 58. They each have an health point of a little over 6,000. And their chakra is in the 4,500 range. And it says here their strength lies in taijutsu and swordplay. It doesn't say anything about ninjutsu or jinjutsu. Good. That's good. Daichi used Mana Scout skill to make sure these were the only enemies on this floor. Daichi smiled as he looked at the dungeon ninjas. I'm going to the second floor and you guys won't be enough to stop me. His enemies stood still in silence and watched him. After a few seconds of calm, chaos erupted. The moment Daichi made signs for a shadow clone, the ninjas attacked. Daichi dodged the swings of their weapons and successfully created 3 clones. He took a few daggers and kunais from his inventory and threw them to his clones, while he kept the sword for himself. Daichi's clones were able to deposit items into the inventory, but they were unable to take it out. It was something he found out when he was first testing the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Back to back. Make sure not to get dispelled. Daichi spoke to the 3 clones. Unlike Naruto, I can't use Shadow Clones to overwhelm the enemy. But my clones are far more skilled than him and they wouldn't easily get dispelled. Daichi and the clones formed 2 teams. One of them attacked while the other provided support. During the last several months, Daichi learned several ninjutsu and jinjutsu to his ever-expanding arsenal. Daichi's stats increased due to the Dungeon Warrior title, and he also got a boost due to the Executioner title. It was a title that increased his stats by 7% when fighting enemy ninjas. As Daichi was fighting one opponent, his clone kept anyone attacking at bay. The clone used disorientation jinjutsu, wind style, and fire ninjutsu to blow the other enemies from getting close to Daichi. Daichi easily evaded the sword swings and slashed at his enemy. Several skills were triggered, and within a dozen seconds he finished off his first enemy. Enemy killed. Plus 700 EXP. Plus 105 EXP. Enemies killed, 1 out of 55. 1 down, 9 to go. He turned his attention to the rest and resumed his battle. Daichi and his clone used taijutsu and jinjutsu in tandem to take down their opponents. Enemy killed. Plus 700 EXP. Plus 105 EXP. Enemies killed, 2 out of 55. At that moment he got the notification that his two-man clone team had also finished their first enemy ninja in the dungeon. As Daichi dodged a sword swing and punched the enemy, his clone body flickered and slashed the enemy from behind. Daichi then blocked a sword thrust and sidestepped another from two more enemies. He rushed and easily got through their defenses. He sent a kick that sent one flying while he slashed at the leg of the other enemy and severed it. He went through hand seals and let out a small but concentrated fireball that reduced the enemy to ashes in seconds. Enemy killed. Plus 700 EXP. Plus 105 EXP. Enemies killed, 3 out of 55. Daichi's senses and battle skills had been refined to the point that even opponents several levels higher than him couldn't easily wound him. As the battle continued, the number of opponents on the first floor was decreasing minute by minute. Daichi's clones worked perfectly as a team and covered their backs. They would carefully dodge or deflect attacks that would have them reduced to smoke. But there were still moments when the attacks got through and the clones dispelled. Daichi created a new clone the second he got the memories of the vanished one. Due to his large chakra reserves, this was not a difficult task. It wasn't long before the fight on the first floor became a one-on-one battle between 8 people. The clones primarily used Jinjutsu to distract or disorient the dungeon ninjas. And then they would deliver the finishing strikes. Daichi mainly used taijutsu and swordsmanship to improve and perfect it. Due to learning Advanced Leaf Academy Taijutsu, his hand-to-hand combat skills have also gotten a boost. Daichi parried a punch and sent several strikes to the joints and weak areas of his enemy's body. It slowed down the dungeon ninja, and Daichi quickly slashed and reduced his health points to 0. Enemy killed. Plus 700 EXP. Plus 105 EXP. Enemies killed, 702 of 55. It wasn't long before his clones also finished their enemies. Enemy killed. Plus 700 EXP. Plus 105 EXP. Enemies killed, 10 out of 55. You have leveled up. Daichi looked at the several notifications indicating the level increase of several skills, ninjutsu and jinjutsu. He went over them all and quickly closed the blue system message boxes. At that moment a new notification appeared. You have cleared the first floor. You can now move to the second. A portion of the wall on the far side of the room slid open and revealed white marbled stairs. It looks like I'll have to defeat every enemy on the floor before I can get to the next one. Daichi sat down and started meditating. Once he was back to his full strength, he stood up and started making his way towards his next challenge. Chapter 106, Battle on the 5 Floors. As Daichi walked up the stairs, he checked his status page and skill list. His thoughts drifted to the speed of his progress. Now I'm at level 42. But my level progression has considerably slowed down. Looks like until I become a genin and take missions I won't have many ways to increase my EXP other than dungeons. And this is the last key dungeon I have at the moment. I haven't found any more. Daichi looked ahead and saw that he was almost at the entrance to the next floor. Even though the enemies were almost 20 levels higher than me, I defeated them without any lethal injury to myself. The passive skills are doing a great job. But that alone wouldn't have been it. Their stats must not be that high compared to their level. It's the only explanation I can think of. Daichi reached the top of the stairs and opened the door to the next floor. The room was large, just like the one in the previous floor. Daichi glanced at the mini-map and saw no red dots. My map isn't registering any enemies. Looks like these guys can hide from the mini-map. But it's a good thing I have other ways of finding my opponents. Daichi immediately used Mana Scout. Along with that skill and his exceptional senses, he was able to deduce that there were 9 enemies in the room, all hidden waiting for their chance to strike him. Never give your opponent the chance to dictate the battle. Make the first move, Daichi. Daichi created 3 clones, and the next moment all 4 of them were evading shuriken projectiles. Several shuriken appeared between Daichi's fingers, and he threw them at 4 of the enemies hidden in the shadows of the room. The next second several black shadows moved, and the dungeon ninjas appeared before Daichi. 9 of them in total. and all of them are level 59. And it seems there are swordsmen. Daichi quickly analyzed them and the battle began. Each ninja had 2 swords strapped to them. Daichi took out his sword and clashed with his opponent. This time there was a change in the battle tactic. Daichi would battle alone while his 3 clones would work as a team. Daichi thought about this as a way to improve his coordination so he can fight better alongside his clones when he goes up against stronger ninjas. Sparks flew and the sounds of swords clashing could be heard everywhere. The dungeon ninjas didn't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, but their taijutsu and swordplay was impressive. Daichi was able to narrowly avoid serious lethal injuries to himself, but there were some small cuts on his body. He deflected a strike with his sword and evaded another and punched the dungeon ninja closest to him. Daichi's speed allowed him to get inside their defenses and he unleashed several lethal strikes. In seconds, the first guard ninja of the second floor was destroyed. Enemy killed. Plus 850 EXP. Plus 127.5 EXP. Enemies killed, 11 out of 55. Unlike Daichi, his clones used everything they had. From taijutsu to jinjutsu and ninjutsu. Since one precise blow from the enemy could reduce them to smoke, they were careful. This also helped them increase the level of skills such as body flicker jutsu, telekinesis, chakra enhancement, chakra flow, and more. A clone would restrain the enemy with chakra threads while another deliver finishing blows, or they would use telekinesis to shift the trajectory of the sword swings, helping them evade it easier. Enemy killed. Plus 850 EXP. Plus 127.5 EXP. Enemies killed, 12 out of 55. Daichi and his clones slowly but steadily defeated their opponents and reduced them to smoke. It took time and effort, but after an hour of battle it was over. Daichi had to create new clones a few times, but it was expected. In the end, he was the last one who was left standing on the second floor. Enemy killed. Plus 850 EXP. Plus 127.5 EXP. Enemies killed, 19 out of 55. You have cleared the second floor. You can now move to the third. As the battle came to an end, a wall slid open to reveal the path to the next floor. Daichi closed the notification boxes and sat down on the ground and meditated. As his meditation skill activated, his wounds slowly began to heal. A few hours went by and Daichi had restored his chakra point, health point, and stamina point. All my injuries are gone and I'm back to full health and chakra. Man, this gamer ability is awesome. Only 9.5 years old and I'm stronger than most shunins. Daichi sat there thinking about the battle he went through. In the first floor there were 10 ninjas and here there were 9. So if the pattern holds, then the next floor should have 8 enemies and the one above should have 7. But as the number of opponents decrease, their strength would no doubt increase. Maybe I could use my clones like this for another 2 or 3 floors, but can they hold on for more before they get taken out? Daichi let out a sigh and stood up. One step at a time, Daichi. He climbed the stairs and soon reached the entrance to the next floor. Before entering, he created 4 clones. Make sure not to get dispelled too soon, Daichi told his clones. Daichi changed his battle style and fought alone because in addition to his clones learning to coordinate attacks, he wanted to learn to fight and defend against attacks coming from his blind spots as well. He didn't want to create any negative habits or anything even close to it by even slightly letting his guard down by thinking he would have a clone watching his back. He pushed open the doors and slowly stepped inside the room. His sense of smell, hearing, mana scout, and chakra sensing alerted him to the presence of his enemies. I was right. I could only sense 8 ninjas in this room. And since it's unlikely that they can evade mana scout skill, I'm pretty sure I'm not missing anyone. The fight on the 3rd floor soon began. Daichi and his clones battled the dungeon ninjas, but this battle lasted for much longer than the others. Daichi blocked a punch aimed at his midsection and retaliated with a swift kick. These guys are all level 60. And their stats are much higher when compared to the 1st floor ninjas. There were ninjas using swords, daggers, kunai, shurikens, and some fought using taijutsu. Daichi battled 2 ninjas while the clones took on 6. Daichi had to create new shadow clones more than the last time, but due to his larger chakra reserves he was able to endure it. Enemy killed. Plus 1100 EXP. Plus 165 EXP. Enemies killed, 27 out of 55. You have cleared the 3rd floor. You can now move to the 4th. It took over 3 hours for Daichi to defeat them all, but he was successful in the end. Daichi breathed hard and sat down. This tactic won't work for much longer. Even though the numbers are reducing, the guards are getting stronger and stronger. Daichi meditated, and while his body healed and his stamina and chakra replenished, he thought of ways he could fight more effectively, maximizing the utility of his skills. At that moment, a memory of a certain ninja came to his mind. If I can use that skill like he did, then I would undoubtedly be able to win my battles. Or at the very least not die. When he was ready, Daichi headed to the 4th floor. This time he created only 2 clones. Reaching the entrance he stopped. You two know what to do. Buy me some time and make sure to keep most of the enemies at bay. We'll finish this one by one. Daichi spoke. His clones nodded and all 3 entered the room. The moment they did, several kunai and shuriken were coming their way. Daichi saw the spinning stars and knives coming at him and he slightly smirked. You won't get us like that. He flooded his body with chakra and supercharged his muscles. It was using his chakra the same way he would use the body flicker jutsu, but this was more controlled and precise. Daichi and his clones vanished in an instant and they appeared at the other side of the room. Shursui the teleporter. His use of the body flicker was so great it allowed him to battle multiple, powerful enemies. I'll be borrowing your tactics, Shursui. I'm not proficient in this jutsu yet, so I have to be careful. Daichi immediately sensed his surroundings and found that there were 7 ninjas this time. I was right. The number decreases the more you climb, but the strength will definitely be increasing. Daichi used Observe on 1 ninja that appeared out of the shadows and saw that they were level 62. The fight began with Daichi's clones using Jinjutsu and short-range ninjutsu to distract most of the enemies while Daichi fought the others in hand-to-hand combat. He used chakra to supercharge his cells and muscles and he easily evaded the multiple strikes of his enemies. Daichi used a dagger and landed several critical strikes in seconds on his opponents. The dungeon guards had a hard time landing a successful strike on Daichi due to his new speed. Daichi landed several strikes on a ninja and decapitated the head while dodging a spear aimed at his heart the next second. Due to his powerful senses, Daichi was able to accurately keep track of his surroundings. While the dungeon ninjas fought back, they were unable to completely keep up with Daichi's speed. Before long, the outcome of the battle was decided. Daichi and his clones also used the body flicker technique to increase their speed, and Daichi and his 2 clones were able to defeat the enemies much faster than the last time. Enemy killed. Plus 1300 EXP. Plus 195 EXP. Enemies killed, 34 out of 55. You have cleared the 4th floor. You can now move to the 5th. Daichi checked his EXP status. Level 42, 30,265 out of 46,300. A little over 16,000 more and I'll be able to go up another level. Not to mention the reward EXP once I clear this dungeon. That's another level. Looks like I'll be level 44 or at most 45 by the time I leave here. Daichi had been going without sleep for over 14 hours. His mana was down to a little less than 600 points. While Daichi's health point, chakra point, stamina point can be regenerated through meditation, his mana points can only be restored through sleep. After giving it some thought, he came to a decision. I'll sleep after I'm done with the battles on the next floor. Once Daichi was ready, he created 2 clones and headed upstairs. Daichi reached the 5th battleground and looked around the place. The decorations were more unique and stylish than the other 4 floors. He quickly sensed the guards hidden in the room. 6. I'll have to be careful. Daichi went through several hand seals and fired several small fire bullets at the hidden ninjas near him. The shadows moved and easily evaded the ninjutsu and sent several strikes at Daichi. Thus the battle on the 5th floor began. LV.64, 5th floor guard 5. Health point, 6270, chakra point, 6044. LV.63, 5th floor guard 6. Health point, 6139, chakra points, 6002. LV.64, 5th floor guard 1. Health point, 6322, chakra point, 6166. When Daichi used Observe on them, he found that unlike the floors, these ninjas vary in level, chakra, and health. Their outfits are also different. Some wear armor while some are wearing normal kimonos. And 2 of them don't even have weapons. Mental intrusion detected. Unyielding spirit has neutralized the foreign attack. Daichi's analysis of his enemies was correct. There were ninjas capable of using Jinjutsu on Daichi. But due to Daichi's skills, the mental attacks didn't affect him. I was right. These guys can use more than just taijutsu and swordsmanship. The battle began, and it wasn't just Jinjutsu but ninjutsu as well was used by the floor guardians. Daichi used the earth wall to defend against fire and wind bullets, and the moment he was out of their sight, Daichi used the body flicker jutsu and swiftly moved to their location. Due to his senses, he was able to accurately ascertain their positions and was able to launch attacks from their blind spots. But the dungeon ninjas were capable. They were able to defend against Daichi's attacks, and for a short while it was as if the 2 sides were in a stalemate. Due to the strength and speed of the ninjas, Daichi's clones weren't able to do much damage and they got destroyed by the ninjas quickly. Daichi had to create more to buy himself time. As the battle continued, Daichi used his sword and dagger, and this activated the dual mastery skill and its effects. It was a difficult battle, but he endured and pressed forward. Daichi mainly used guerrilla tactics. He created several stone walls inside the large room obstructing the view. But due to Daichi's senses, he was able to ascertain everyone's position. He and his clones were able to take out 3 and reduce the health of the other 3, but the battle was getting more and more difficult for Daichi. His chakra was rapidly decreasing and he was beginning to feel his muscles strain from the constant use of the body flicker technique. The floor guards fought hard and pressed Daichi to his limits. When Daichi's health lowered to less than 25%, the persistent stat activated. Due to the 16 points in the persistent stat, Daichi got a 16% boost to all his other stats for 3 minutes. And with this increase in strength, he was able to defeat all his opponents and he finally cleared the 5th floor after 4 hours. Enemy killed. Plus 1550 EXP. Plus 232.5 EXP. Enemies killed, 40 out of 55. You have cleared the 5th floor. You can now move to the 6th. Daichi had a ragged breath as he closed the blue system messages. He looked at his progress. Level, 42, 41,565 out of 46,300. Damn! I thought this level would have helped me in reaching 43. Whatever. I need some sleep right now. Daichi let out another tired breath and took out his small mattress from his inventory. He took out some gauze and wrapped them around his wounds. Don't want the bed to get too bloody. That was Daichi's last thought as he went to sleep. Chapter 107, Reaching the 9th floor. You have slept in a bed. Health point, chakra point, stamina point and mana point have been fully restored. Daichi closed the box and let out a small yawn. He stood up and stretched his arms and legs. Daichi clenched his fists and felt the power coursing through his entire body. He put his sleeping bed back in his inventory and looked around the room. Daichi then saw a large open window and went near it. The view outside took him by surprise. The sky was full of dark gray clouds and blocked most of the sunlight. As Daichi looked, he saw nothing but an open field surrounding the castle. A barren land with a majestic castle in the center. That was the structure of this dungeon. Daichi felt the windowsill on his palms and then looked at his hands. He felt several different emotions at once. Disbelief, amazement, excitement, and more. I was supposed to die. But instead I got reincarnated into a fictional world with one of the greatest abilities. And now I'm in a dungeon battling enemies that could kill me, and yet I don't feel scared. Wariness maybe. But not fear. But more than that, I feel excited. Excited about the battles, the opportunities, about this world. Still, sometimes I wonder if this is all just an elaborate dream my mind conjured up to keep me alive. Until I heal from my wounds and wake up to my dull, boring life. Daichi shook his head and sighed. Turning off the gamer's mind always makes me more emotional. Daichi sat near the window and started meditating. He needed to be at his best for the battles in the next few floors. After about an hour, Daichi was in a much better and peaceful state of mind. He opened his eyes and stood. He was ready for battle. The next floor would have 5 enemies. But they would be much stronger. I doubt my clones would be able to distract them for long, much less beat them. Still, I have to try. Speed is my greatest advantage against power. There is also the option of using stat points. But I don't want to do that unless I absolutely have to. He created 4 clones and they made their way to the next floor. As Daichi entered the 6th floor of the castle, he felt the presence of 5 powerful ninjas. His ears alerted him to the shurikens coming at his back. Daichi and his clones split up. Due to Daichi training every day and pushing himself, his stat points increased steadily. It was a slow but steady progress. Thus he was far stronger than someone of the same level. The hidden ninjas appeared and the battle immediately began. Daichi and his clones extensively used the body flicker jutsu, and due to the effects of several skills their speed was unmatched. 3 of them are level 64 and 2 are 65. Daichi analyzed his opponents and quickly attacked the one that showed the highest health and chakra. The clones used ninjutsu and jinjutsu and attacked their opponents from a distance while Daichi was in close combat with his foe. The clones used the body flicker jutsu to dodge attacks or keep their enemies in check while Daichi attacked and finished them off one by one. Daichi slashed down vertically and sliced off an arm and jumped back to dodge the wild sword swing from his enemy. His hands blurred through several seals and he fired several small volleys of fast but powerful fire bullets. Enemy killed. Plus 1700 EXP. Plus 255 EXP. Enemies killed, 43 out of 55. You have leveled up. Yes. About time. Thanks to the level up, Daichi's stamina was restored to almost 70%. At that moment another notification alerted him to the enemy coming from behind. Mental intrusion detected. Unyielding spirit has neutralized the foreign attack. Daichi turned around and parried the short blade that was about to stab him. He then used telekinesis to shift the enemy's attack path and sent several fierce sword slashes. With each battle Daichi was learning to fight different types of opponents and his experience grew faster than anyone could comprehend. Before long the battle on the 6th floor came to an end. Enemy killed. Plus 1700 EXP. Plus 255 EXP. Enemies killed, 45 out of our 55. You have cleared the 6th floor. You can now move to the 7th. Daichi meditated and once he fully recovered Daichi went to the 7th floor. The 4 enemies were of level 65 and 66. Due to their speed and strength it took Daichi considerably longer to defeat his enemies. He was wounded several times and his health even dropped to less than 10%. It was only due to his multiple passive skills that increased his speed and the damage reduction skills that reduced the damage he took that he was able to hold on. Enemy killed. Plus 1850 EXP. Plus 277.5 EXP. Enemies killed, 49 out of 55. You have cleared the 7th floor. You can now move to the 8th. Even though he won the fight, his health, chakra, stamina and mana points were in the low double digits. Daichi bandaged his cuts and took out his bed. He fell asleep in seconds. You have slept in a bed. Health point, chakra point, stamina point, and mana point have been fully restored. Daichi's eyes opened and he slowly got up from the bed. Oh man. If I didn't have the gamer's body, I don't think I could have lasted long fighting like this. Daichi thought about the power of the ninjas he just faced, and after giving it some thought he decided to add 10 points each in his strength and agility stats. I don't like using points so early, but if I don't, I might not make it out alive from the next 3 floors. With the stat points distributed, Daichi made his way to the 8th floor. He made 4 clones and walked up to the next floor. When he opened the door he saw 3 ninjas in heavy armor waiting for him at the opposite end of the room. They weren't hidden like the ninjas in the previous floors. Daichi used Observe on them. It looks like they have a title. The 3 Guardian Knights. And their levels are all 68. Their health is 7,000 and chakra is 6,700. And it looks like each of them specializes in one of the ninja arts. The 3 knights wore distinctive armor. Green, blue and red. The information on Daichi's observation showed that the green-armored ninja was a taijutsu specialist, while the blue was a ninjutsu and red a genjutsu master. I'll finish the red one first. Then the green one and save the blue for last. Genjutsu won't have any effect on me or my clones, but I should finish him first. Then the taijutsu master while my clones were down the ninjutsu specialist. Daichi created the plan in mere moments after going through the information, and the battle began. Mental intrusion detected. Unyielding spirit has neutralized the foreign attack. Direct genjutsu attacks against Daichi were ineffective, and Daichi didn't give the red ninja a chance to figure him out. With the increase in speed and combined with the body flicker jutsu, he was able to get behind his enemy in an instant. Daichi thrust his sword, but the red ninja used substitution and escaped the attack. Daichi immediately sensed his enemy's new location and used a balanced disruption genjutsu. While the enemy was able to quickly negate the effect and escape, Daichi was already on him. Using sword and dagger, Daichi activated the dual mastery skill, and with speed boost he sent several strikes in quick succession. At that moment a wall suddenly sprang up behind him, protecting him from a fireball. I need to finish this guy quickly. The genjutsu ninja blocked a few strikes, but several got past his defenses and reduced his health. Mental intrusion detected. Unyielding spirit has neutralized the foreign attack. Daichi smirked as he saw the system message. Genjutsu won't help you against me. While the red ninja was a master of the genjutsu arts, his skills in the taijutsu and ninjutsu were only just a little above ordinary. Thus Daichi was able to quickly finish off his first enemy on the 8th floor and moved on to the taijutsu master. 3 of Daichi's clones concentrated on keeping the blue knight busy, while the last one helped Daichi in restraining or distracting his green-armored enemy. The clone used telekinesis, genjutsu and chakra strings to reduce the enemy's fighting capabilities. But even then it was a difficult battle. Damn! Even with my clone getting in his way, he's still pushing me to my limits. If I hadn't increased my stats, I'd probably be dead right now. I need an opening. Just one chance to turn the tides. Daichi evaded the fist to his head and sent one to his enemy's shoulder. It took some time, but it was the opportunity Daichi needed to win. The strike took the opponent off balance, and Daichi capitalized on it. His clone restrained the knight with shuriken wire, while Daichi went through hand seals and coated his arms with rocks, increasing his attack power. Daichi's fists were like a blur as he rammed into the restrained and struggling enemy. The fast attacks were precise and aimed at specific parts of the body to keep the Green Knight from fighting back. Once Daichi reduced the health to a little over 300, he jumped back, and at that moment his clone sent a fire dragon jutsu that engulfed the knight. Daichi joined his clone and used the earth dragon bomb jutsu, and the combined attacks finished the second knight. At that moment he received memories of his 2 clones fighting the blue ninja. And it gave him a surprise. He can use shadow clones? Daichi and his remaining clone turned to face the blue knights. There were 3 of them. Earth-style mud wall. Daichi's clone created a stone wall defense, while Daichi created 2 new clones. Daichi used mud river jutsu to destabilize the floor near the knights. Daichi and his clones attacked with everything they had, but the knights were able to defend themselves. Daichi rushed to one of the enemies and began fighting in hand-to-hand combat. Realizing that the one he's fighting was the real one, Daichi's clones used Jinjutsu to distract and chakra strings to slow down his movements. Daichi didn't let him use any ninjutsu attacks, and after several powerful strikes, the battle soon came to an end. The moment Daichi defeated the real one, the clones also disappeared. Enemy killed. Plus 2000 EXP. Plus 300 EXP. Enemies killed, 52 out of 55. You have cleared the 8th floor. You can now move to the 9th. While Daichi didn't receive any life-threatening wounds, his chakra and stamina and mana was almost completely drained. Daichi was breathing hard. The mental and physical fatigue he accumulated throughout the fight left him completely exhausted. Daichi lay down on the ground and took several long gulps of air. Even with the stat increase, it took everything I had to win. If I fight without adding some more points, I'll definitely lose on the next floor. This was the conclusion Daichi came to after thoroughly analyzing the strength of all the fighters he faced till now. Daichi took his bed and quickly fell asleep. When he woke up, he added another 10 points to strength and agility stats. Daichi used a total of 40 points to increase his speed and strength, but he felt that it was necessary. Daichi created 3 clones and headed to the 9th floor. He was about to push the doors open when they opened on their own. What the? That hasn't happened before. Daichi looked at the 2 armored ninjas standing in the middle of the vast empty floor. One was wearing a black armor while the other had a snow-white one. From head to toe they were covered in protective steel. Their most noticeable feature was the blue flaming ember burning from their eyes. Observe. 69, General White. Health point, 7500, Chakra point, 7000. One of the twin generals that protects the 9th floor. Prefers speed over power. 69, General Black. Health point, 7500, Chakra point, 7000. One of the twin generals that protects the 9th floor. Prefers power over speed. This is going to be tricky. Chapter 108, 4th Dungeon completed. Daichi looked at the 2 imposing enemies guarding the 9th floor of the castle. It doesn't matter how much power one has, if you can't hit your opponent, it's no use. So I'll go for the one who's the speed type first. I need to distract the black one while I deal with the white general. All these thoughts passed through Daichi's mind in a second. After quick careful thinking, he decided to fight the white armored general first. Daichi tensed, and the moment he made the first seal to create the shadow clone, a sword was coming straight for his head. Daichi's eyes widened, and from his perspective everything slowed down. He saw the sharp gleaming edges of the sword about to bisect him in half. If I don't dodge it, I'll die. Daichi flooded his body with chakra and used the sprint skill in combination with his body flicker. The white general brought his sword down and cut through Daichi. But the next instant the cut Daichi vanished like a mirage. Daichi was on the other side of the room. His heart was pounding in his chest. Sweat was dripping down his forehead as he looked at the white armored ninja. Fuck! Holy fuck! If I had been even a moment late, I'd be dead. I haven't felt like this since my battle in the 1st and 2nd dungeons. At that moment Daichi's senses alerted him to another enemy coming near him. Daichi jumped to the side and evaded the fist. The spot Daichi stood on cracked and slightly caved. Daichi skidded a few feet back and looked at the second enemy. If the other one's speed is anything to go by, then this guy's power must also be insanely high. Daichi kept both his enemies in his field of view. I need to decrease the white ninja's mobility. I have an idea, but I can't do it alone. And I can't fight both of them at the same time. I need to create a few shadow clones. Daichi slightly narrowed his eyes and discreetly took several smoke bombs from his inventory. The moment he dropped them on the floor, he saw the white speedster ninja coming for him. Daichi was ready for him this time. He evaded the sword strikes, and at that moment the smoke bomb went off around them. Daichi retreated and created 4 shadow clones. You guys know what to do. Daichi spoke as he kept his senses on his enemies. Yup. Leave it to us. The clones replied and disappeared. The smoke was blown away and the white general rushed towards Daichi. The boy took a dagger and a short sword and readied himself. Both of them began their fast-paced battle. Even though the enemy had a higher level, due to Daichi's many passive skills he was able to match the general's speed. Both Daichi and the armored ninja evaded strikes from the other and tried to cut their opponent. Daichi was completely focused on the ninja in front of him. He trusted his clones to keep the black armored ninja busy and to enact the plan. Daichi looked at the blue embers burning in the enemy's eye holes. It feels like I'm fighting death itself. What a frightening presence. Daichi evaded the sword swings and parried the next couple that came after. Half-dozen strikes were sent each second. Each swing and sword strike the pair unleashed was precise and deadly. It also was a precursor to the next strike and so on. A chain combination attacks. But if a strike is sent that the enemy can get through completely or leaves the person exposed, it would be the end. Both of us are mostly dodging the attacks, but sooner or later one of us will make a mistake and the other will capitalize on it. The one who makes the first wrong move gets destroyed. A precise, deadly, fierce, and fast battle. This was Daichi's fight with the white general. On the other side of the room several small explosions could be heard. The clones were keeping the other general occupied. Daichi had something else up his sleeve. He was slowly leading the enemy to the middle of the room. As the fight continued, suddenly for a second the white general seemed as if his limbs were petrified and he struggled. Daichi smiled as he saw the general restrained by numerous chakra threads. Daichi used his speed and vanished from the enemy's view. The general coated his sword with chakra and cut through the strings. At that moment he sensed an attack coming from behind. The general quickly turned around and parried the sword strike. And sent a fierce counter. The white general twisted Daichi's sword away from his body and rushed at him. Once he got close, the general stabbed his sword through Daichi's chest all the way to the back. Daichi looked shocked and dropped his sword, but the next instant he exploded in a sticky substance and completely covered the general. The general struggled to get free, but the adhesive properties were too strong. The real Daichi rose out of the ground a few meters away from him. He went through several hand seals and fired several earth dragon bombs at the retrained ninja. The clone joined Daichi and started using fire-style jutsu. The plan worked. 3 clones distracted the other general while the 4th created a sticky syrup clone and then waited for an opportunity. The moment it restricted the general's movements, I rushed to his blind spot and substituted with the clone. And when the clone was destroyed, the syrup completely covered him, immobilizing him. Both Daichi and the clone unleashed powerful ninjutsu, and before long a notification appeared. Enemy killed. Plus 2,300 EXP. Plus 345 EXP. Enemies killed, 53 out of 55. Time to finish the other one. Daichi didn't waste any more time and joined the other fight that was going on. Due to the enemy's strength, the clones had to fight from a distance. They used jinjutsu and ninjutsu but were unable to do serious damage to the black armored ninja. Daichi put the sword and dagger back in his inventory and equipped his knuckle dusters. He rushed at the ninja and attacked the joints and weak spots of the enemy. Man, this guy is powerful. Even with my strong blows his health is only getting reduced a bit. Daichi increased his speed and attacked from several directions while the clones tried to keep the general tied up. The black armored ninja stomped the floor and sent a shockwave, but Daichi successfully evaded. You think you can get me with my own trick? This was something Daichi tried when he fought several enemies in the previous dungeons. The battle lasted a while, but due to his speed Daichi was slowly able to chip away at the general's health points, and at last he reduced the ninja to smoke. Enemy killed. Plus 2,300 EXP. Plus 345 EXP. Enemies killed, 54 out of 55. Daichi's knuckles were bleeding and he was breathing hard as his stamina and chakra were almost depleted. It took everything I had to take him down. His legs shook and Daichi dropped to his knees. Daichi took several large gulps of air. His body was sore all over. He took his bed and went to sleep. You have slept in a bed. Health point, chakra point, stamina point, and mana point have been fully restored. Daichi opened his eyes and let out a small yawn. He slowly got up from his bed and looked at the several notifications piled up. Daichi went through each blue system message and his smile widened. Wow! That's a lot of skill and stat increase. Daichi closed all the boxes. At that moment a thought entered his mind. I've killed 54 ninjas in this dungeon and yet my plunderer skill hasn't been activated once. It seems the skill acquisition rate is even rarer than I thought. He then looked at the passage that opened when the fight ended. The last one. The boss of this dungeon. Daichi took a deep breath and then slowly let it out. He created 2 clones and then started climbing the stairs. They were surprised when they reached the top. There was no door blocking the entrance to the last floor. Daichi stepped inside and looked at the majestic interior. The room was decorated in gems, rubies, gold, and diamonds. The floor was made of white marble. At the opposite end of the room was a throne. And an imposing figure wearing a red and black colored armor was residing in the throne. 2 red glowing eyes looked directly at Daichi. The king had a black cloak and a red long mohawk on his head. Daichi didn't look away from the gaze. Observe. 70, King Egrian. Health point, 8,000, chakra points, 8,000. The strongest ninja of the dungeon and the ruler of the Kikyo castle. Proficient in combat and capable of using all 3 forms of ninja arts. He wants to kill the intruder that barged into his domain. You have sensed killing intent. At that moment Daichi sensed a pressure descending on his body as if trying to make him submit. Daichi raised his chakra to show his defiance. The king stood from his throne and slowly descended the steps. His black cloak smoothly flowing behind him and his mohawk gently waving in the air. Daichi narrowed his eyes and looked at the ruler coming down the steps. He could sense that there was someone different about this enemy. This guy is different from the others. His presence itself is imposing and formidable. One wrong move and my journey till now would be for nothing. Daichi readied himself. The moment the king touched the marbled floor he disappeared. Fast. But due to his powerful senses Daichi was able to follow the movement. He swiftly leaned back and avoided a lethal slash. 69 health point. The next instant a thin line of cut appeared in Daichi's chest. I thought I avoided that attack. So how did he get me? Daichi looked at the sword and saw a faint blue chakra hue coating it. This bastard. He used chakra to increase the range of his attack but kept it minimized so I couldn't pick up on it. Daichi didn't waste any more time. He took his sword and dagger and rushed towards his final enemy. The clash between the king of the castle and the gamer ninja began. Daichi's clones used genjutsu, telekinesis, and attacks from the blind spots to limit the king's movements. Daichi coated his dagger with fire chakra and slashed downwards aiming at his enemy's legs. The king quickly escaped and shot several fire bullets at Daichi. Daichi used body flicker and evaded to the side. Daichi looked at his enemy and came up with a plan. I need to limit his movements. He looked at the clones and they immediately understood what Daichi wanted. Daichi engaged the king while his clones got to work. The 2 clones went through several hand seals and placed them on the ground as Daichi fought the enemy. The entire floor suddenly ruptured. Daichi and the king leaped away as the floor got destroyed. Now with this wrecked floor he won't be able to move as fast as he did. Due to the light step skill Daichi was able to adapt to the terrain quickly and he used this to his advantage. Daichi's clone sent a fireball which was overpowered by a water wall jutsu by the enemy. King Egrian sent several quick flying sword slashes from where he stood. One of the clones dodged but the other got dispelled. This guy is no joke. He quickly gets out of genjutsu and he's able to fight me and my clones without much problem. I can see now why this guy is the king of this place. Daichi created 2 new clones and ran at the enemy. Both the king and Daichi engaged in a fierce battle. Both were evenly matched in strength and speed, but due to Daichi's clones he had the upper hand. As the battle continued both of them slowly chipped away at the other's health. During the fight, Daichi deliberately left an opening for the king to strike, and when just before Igrian struck Daichi, he substituted with a syrup clone. The strong adhesive covered the king from head to toe. Now's my chance. As Daichi moved in for the kill, he suddenly felt uneasy. He immediately substituted himself with a shadow clone. The next second, a long sword pierced right through him. Daichi looked at the king that emerged from the ground, and the one coated in sticky syrup vanished in a puff of smoke. This guy. He used the same strategy as mine. He lured me into a false sense of security to finish me off. That was too close. If it weren't for my senses, I'd be a goner. Daichi and his two clones surrounded the king. Daichi used the swift skill to increase his speed, and the battle resumed. I just need another shot. Daichi parried and slashed at the enemy's strikes. He made sure the king's attention was on him. At that moment, several chakra threads and ninja wire immobilized the king. Before he could escape, lightning flew through the wires, paralyzing him. Daichi jumped back and went through several seals. This will drain most of my chakra, but I have no other choice. Since he's not a shadow clone, I have to go all out. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The water dragons emerged and swallowed the king. With the water pressure and lightning coursing through, King Igrian was petrified. His health slowly depleted. The chakra of Daichi and his clones were also quickly being drained. It was a matter of what would give out first. Daichi's chakra or the king's health. Daichi concentrated and compressed the water dragons around his enemy to increase the pressure several folds. If he survives this, then I won't have any choice but to use my stat points. Come on. Come on. At last the battle came to an end. Daichi was the first to have his chakra be depleted. He fell to his knees and took several breaths of air. Daichi looked at the standing king. Damn it. Just as Daichi was about to increase his chakra points, something happened to the king. The king stood still even after the lightning water dragon disappeared. It was only several seconds later that the king slowly took a step forward. But that step was his last. He fell down and was reduced to smoke. The compressed water dragon completely crushed every portion of his armor and drained away the king's heath. Enemy killed. Plus 3000 EXP. Plus 450 EXP. Enemies killed, 55 out of 55. You have defeated King Igrian. Reward: Night Gaze Armor Blueprint, 1 out of 1. Quest: Conquer the Castle completed. Rewards: 55,000 EXP. Red Potion. You have leveled up. You have successfully defeated every enemy in this dungeon. You have been granted access to the return key. Daichi was on his hands and knees taking large gulps of air as he heard the blue system messages pop up. He didn't care about any of them at the moment. Due to the level up, his stamina was half restored. Daichi took another breath of deep air and took out his comfy small bed. Time to get some shut-eye. He went to sleep, completing the Kikyo Castle dungeon. Chapter 109, Hypotheticals. Daichi woke up from his sleep after a few hours. After he opened his eyes, he just lay there on his bed and thought about the battles he went through. Daichi raised his fists and clenched them. He accurately felt the powerful force he could exert from just his fist alone. A small smile appeared on his face. My time, my pain, my training, they are not in vain. Each day I'm getting a step closer to my goal. Daichi then saw the piled-up notifications in front of him. He started going through them one by one. His eyes landed on the reward for defeating the last boss of the dungeon. Night Gaze Armor, Blueprint, 1 out of 1. An armor blueprint? Is it for the one he was wearing during our battle? Daichi took out the pages of blueprints from his inventory. Each page had details on how to create the armor and what materials were needed. Observe. Night Gaze Armor, Blueprint, 1 coot of 1, rare item, rank C. A blueprint for a rare rank C armor. This armor was created for King Igrian. Due to the black design of the armor, it was given the name Night Gaze Armor. This armor increases defense of the wearer by 25%. It reduces ninjutsu damage by 8% if the jutsu is B rank or above. If it's below, the ninjutsu damage reduction increases to 35%. This armor increases strength by 5% and agility by 3%. Physical attack damages are reduced by 15% or more depending on the force of the attack. Note, to create this armor a master blacksmith is needed. Wow! It's not bad armor. And it's a percentage increase in strength and agility. Still, this is only a rare rank C item? Then is it possible that there are better armors out there? Whatever the case, all I have is a blueprint right now. I need a blacksmith to create it. And based on the description, not an ordinary one. Daichi then looked at the other new item that was in his inventory. It was a small round bottle the size of an adult's palm. In it was red liquid. Red potion. System, please tell me this is what I think it is. Observe. Red potion, unique item, rank B. A potion created by the system to help the player. This potion was created using rare medicinal ingredients from around the world. Due to the powerful effects of the potion, it is a unique rank B item. Once the player consumes the potion, it will instantly heal all wounds, restore health, chakra, stamina, and mana to 100%. If anyone other than the player consumes the potion, it will take up to 24 hours for the wounds to be healed and be restored to 100%. Note, negative status other than wounds, chakra point, health point, stamina point, and mana points exhaustion will not be removed. Yes! I can't believe I got my hands on a healing potion. And an instant healing one at that. And if an emergency arises, I can give this to someone in need. Not that that's going to happen. Daichi was happy with the items and rewards he got for completing this dungeon. I've leveled up. Time to check out my stats. Status. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer. Class, student. Age, 9. Title, capable child, explorer, prodigy, beast slayer, dungeon warrior, executioner. Level, 43, 37,890 out of 50,625. Health point, 9555. Chakra point, 13088. Stamina point, 9858. Mana point, 5065. Primary stats. Strength, 144. Vitality, 135. Dexterity, 118. Agility, 148. Intelligence, 125. Chakra, 192. Wisdom, 128. Special stats. Sense, 94. Stamina, 139. Indomitable, 17. Charisma, 43. Persistence, 19. Dignity, locked. Luck, locked. Stat points, 580. Ryo, 710,531. Daichi was happy with the stat increase. Wow! My chakra is now in the Jonin League. By the time I graduate, I'll only need to fear people of S rank or Kage level. Daichi looked at the chakra stat. 192 South close to 200. Just a few more. Should I add the points now? No. I'll train and see if I can't increase it in the next 2 months. Can't use points before absolutely necessary. As Daichi went through everything, he noticed that several of his skills have also leveled up. Mainly his sprint, sword mastery, dual wielding mastery, and body flicker jutsu skills have gone up by several levels. After going through everything, Daichi got up from his bed, put it back in his inventory, and slowly descended the castle floors. Daichi looked at the battle scars on each floor. He remembered the enemies he fought, and he was filled with gratitude. Thank you for helping me get stronger. He soon reached the ground floor and left the castle. Daichi used the return key and in moments returned to his bedroom. December. Academy. Daichi was in the back with his head resting on his palm as he barely listened. God, this is so boring. Wish I could do something exciting. Irika was almost finished with his lecture. The class was about the nature of a shinobi. Some say the true nature of a person is revealed when he is about to die. I personally believe this to be true. And it's not just the shinobi. I believe our true heart will be revealed the moment we learn about our death. You really think so, sensei? A student asked. Irika nodded. Yes. If we learn that we have only a few moments here in this world, then most of us would want to spend our time with our loved ones. No way. I don't buy it. Irika sighed. How about this? If the world were to come to an end tomorrow, who would you like to spend your time with? The moment Daichi heard this question, a memory came to his mind. He immediately straightened in his seat. This question. No way. This scene. It's from. At that moment Naruto spoke up. Oh, give me a break. That's not gonna happen. Irika let out a small exasperated breath. It's a hypothetical, Naruto. Just imagine if the moon suddenly began to fall and we were going to die tomorrow, who would you like to spend time with? At this moment an idea sparked in Daichi's mind. He remembered memories of looking up what would happen if the moon were to fall in his previous life. A devious idea came to Daichi's mind and an equally devious smile came to his face. This class is so boring. Time to spice things up. Shikamaru, who was sitting near Daichi, saw the smug smile on his friend's face. He instantly recognized that expression. That's the same smile Naruto has when he's up to no good. What are you planning, Daichi? Daichi raised his hand, getting Irika's attention. Yes, Daichi. What is it? Sensei, your question is actually more interesting than you think. Daichi replied. Irika raised an eyebrow at that. What makes you say that, Daichi? The whole class turned to Daichi. Seeing that he had everyone's attention, Daichi began his explanation. The Earth's gravity pulls everything to the ground, so why isn't the moon already falling towards us? Irika didn't have an answer for that. Daichi continued. It's because of its sideways motion. The moon's orbit. And to change that orbit would require enormous force and power. Yes, Daichi. And as I've said to Naruto, this is a hypothetical question. Daichi nodded. Right. And your question is what would happen if the moon falls to Earth tomorrow? The answer to that is, no. The moon won't fall on us in a single day. If by some reason the moon starts falling towards Earth, it will take over a year to reach the Earth. Now Irika was intrigued. Alright, what would happen then, if it takes a year? Irika unknowingly took the bait Daichi laid out. Time to traumatize them. Daichi hid his smirk and answered. Well, for the first few days nobody would notice a thing. But then as the moon gets closer, the ocean tide gets higher and lower depending on the position of the moon. After about a month, islands and coastal areas would be underwater. Now by the end of month 2, the world's coastal areas and nearby places would be completely flooded. The sea water would flood in and contaminate the clean groundwater with salt water. This continues for a couple more months and the intensity of the sea waves increases. By the 5th month, the whole world would be underwater, including this village and the Hokage mountain. But this is only the warm-up. In about 5 months, the gravitational pull of the moon will cause volcanoes to erupt and also start massive earthquakes. The volcanoes will spit out smoke thick enough to block the sun. This will cause acid rain and snow all over the world. Now after about 8 months, the surface of the moon will be near the Earth and it'll start cracking. The whole world will experience meteor showers that destroy everything. And if anyone does survive, they go hungry soon because of no sustainable ecosystem. And in the last month, the moon will get completely destroyed due to the Earth's gravity and it'll rain all over the world, killing us all. Daichi finished his long-winded explanation and he was met with complete silence and wide eyes. Some students were looking slightly green. Even the usually stoic Sasuke was looking uncomfortable. Irika opened and closed his mouth several times before finally saying something. Thank you, Daichi, for that graphic explanation. And for giving everyone nightmares. Irika muttered under his breath. Please sit. I want to see my mom right now. The voice of the girl could be heard by everyone in the quiet room. Why don't we move to a different topic? Irika said tiredly. Daichi sat down in his seat and a wide grin was on his face. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Daichi looked towards the voice and saw Shikamaru's narrowed eyes. Daichi put on the most innocent smile he could and replied. I have no idea what you mean. Shikamaru was incredulous as he looked at Daichi. This guy. He shook his head and then looked ahead. Sasuke crossed his arms and blocked the punch aimed at his chest. The force push made him grunt and pushed him back several feet. Sasuke shook his arms and felt them slightly tremble. He looked at Daichi and narrowed his eyes. You've gotten stronger again, haven't you? It was more of a statement than a question. Daichi smirked. You're not the only one training hard. The spar between the two continued for several more minutes before Sasuke fell down completely exhausted, signaling the end of the fight. He was breathing hard and covered in bruises. Daichi walked near him and sat down. Your speed and strength have certainly increased. Daichi gave his assessment. But it feels like I'm standing still. And I still haven't awakened my Sharingan. Sasuke said with a clenched fist. Give it time. Nothing can be accomplished in a single day. The Uchiha merely grunted and became quiet. Both of them sat like that for a few minutes before Daichi spoke. I'll be leaving the village for a few years at the end of March. What? Sasuke turned to Daichi in surprise. Gramps wants me to learn about his business operations in the capital. I'll be leaving after taking the finals this year. What about the academy? Gramps told me an instructor would meet me at the end of every year to assess me and test my curriculum knowledge. I'll be back here in time for the Genin exams. Sasuke was slightly angry that he was going to lose his sparring partner, but more than that he was also reminded of the fact that he was now alone in the world with no family other than a traitorous brother. After a short while both of them went their separate ways. Daichi was looking forward to the day he could leave the village. Chapter 110, 4th Year End. Daichi and 7 shadow clones stood on the stone bridge. All of them were still, and the only noise that could be heard was the sound of the raging waterfall. The next second all of them thrust their palm as one and expelled their chakra. The water falling in front of them was quickly stopped, and it stayed that way. Skill waterfall control techniques level has risen by 1. Congratulations. You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. 500 EXP. 75 EXP. Daichi opened the skill list and checked the results. Waterfall control technique, active or passive, LV, max and advanced water chakra affinity training skill obtained through continuously focusing the chakra to control the flow of water. An advanced technique to help the user increase the control and strength of their water nature chakra. Note, increasing the level of this skill will increase the level of the skill water affinity. Effects: 200% increase in water chakra control. 300% increase in power of water chakra nature. Chakra point cost, 18 second. It's the same ratio as my fire affinity. Still, not bad. 3 natures down, 2 to go. January 29th. Happy birthday, Rio. Aiko held Rio in her arms as the small child blew on the 2 candles on her birthday cake. The matron and the children were having a small celebration and Daichi was hanging in the back of the crowd. He had a smile on his face as he watched the small child try to blow out the candles. It was Rio's 2nd birthday and Daichi made sure to not miss it since he'll be away from the village for the next few years. Daichi made sure to bring candies for everyone and a gift for the child. By the time the celebrations were over, the sun was already setting. Jozu took the child from Aiko and took little Rio to her room while Daichi and Aiko headed to her office. She seems happy. Daichi spoke. Yes. Despite being an orphan, she's happy here. But then again, she's only 2 years old. Aiko spoke as she sat down behind her desk. Why don't you spend more time with her? Aiko asked Daichi. Daichi shook his head. It's not the right time. Aiko didn't pressure the boy. She knew this was new territory for him as well. When the time comes, she'll be happy to learn who you are. Daichi nodded and both of them entered a comfortable silence. Aiko had a smile as she looked at the boy in front of her. She knew Daichi had a good heart. She was happy that Ryo had someone like him looking out for her. There was another matter Daichi needed to discuss with the matron. I'll be leaving the village with Gramps at the end of March. Aiko was surprised when she heard that. Why? What about your studies at the academy? Gramps wants me to learn about his business operations in the capital, and I'll have an instructor assess me at the end of each year. I'll be back by graduation time. Daichi replied. I see. You're going to miss her, aren't you? Aiko asked, knowing the answer. Daichi merely nodded. He then took out a scroll and handed it to the matron. This is from Gramps. It's for Ryo's expenses and for the orphanage. Aiko nodded, took the scroll and placed it inside her desk. Both of them talked about various things, and after some time Daichi left the place. He reached his home and saw Kinsei on the porch waiting for him. How is Ryo? Happy considering her circumstances. Kinsei nodded. I gave Miss Aiko some of the money Rin trusted me with, and I've added some of mine to the pile as well. Told her it was all from you. Daichi told him as he sat down on the porch. Now no one would be able to use lack of money as leverage against her. The old man shook his head in agreement. It would be an extreme situation, but always be prepared. I know. Daichi finished Kinsei's sentence. Both of them watched the sun disappear and then went inside the house. March. The final exams at the academy concluded. Daichi and the future rookies minus Sasuke were hanging out in their usual place. Oh man, I didn't do too well on the tests this time. My mom's not gonna be happy. Kiba spoke while Akamaru, who was on top of his head, whined. Yeah. The tests Irika-sensei prepared were somewhat more difficult than I expected. Shikamaru gave his thoughts as he lay down looking at the clouds. Ino, who was next to Daichi, was smiling. No matter how tough it was, I'm sure you got everything right, didn't you, Daichi? Daichi had an awkward smile as he agreed with her. Except for Sasuke and Lee, he hadn't told anyone else in the academy about his long trip. He decided that leaving without saying anything would leave a bad taste in his mouth, so he made his decision. I told Sasuke yesterday. It's time I told them too. Hey guys. I need to tell you something. The group focused on Daichi. Daichi took a breath and let it out. I'll be leading the village for a few years. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. What? When? Ino asked him. Tomorrow at dawn. What? Ino and Naruto shouted. Why didn't you say anything? I thought we were friends. Yeah, what gives, man? Naruto and Kiba got in Daichi's face and shouted at him. Daichi calmly placed his hands on Kiba and Naruto's shoulders and made them sit. We are friends. And I didn't tell you because I didn't want you guys to make a big deal out of this. At that moment Akamaru jumped into Daichi's lap and started licking his hand. When will you be back? Ino asked. Daichi could hear the sadness in her voice even though she tried to mask it with curiosity. I'll be back by graduation. Daichi replied as he rubbed Akamaru's belly. Where exactly are you going? Choji asked as he put down his chips. The capital. Gramps has some business there. He figured I should learn about its ins and outs. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes as he looked at Daichi. A sudden trip. Not suspicious at all. Still, I'm gonna miss the guy. Not that I'll ever admit it to anyone. There's no way you're learning of this trip just now. I can't believe you didn't tell us sooner. Naruto crossed his arms, pouted and looked away from Daichi. Daichi chuckled awkwardly. He's a lot smarter than people give him credit for. I'm sorry I didn't tell you guys sooner. Look! As an apology I'll take you all to Yakiniku Barbecue. How about that? My treat. Daichi offered as he smiled at everyone. Some of them were looking forward while others were still miffed. Looking at their faces, Daichi spoke again. Look! We can sit here and you guys can be angry at me, or we can have a great dinner and enjoy ourselves. Come on, what do you say? Unable to say no, all of them got and headed to the restaurant. Daichi got them a private fancy booth and gave the waiters several orders. This booth needs to be reserved a few days in advance. You planned this, didn't you? You knew we would say yes. Shikamaru, who sat near him, said in a low voice. I'm gonna miss you too, Shikamaru. Daichi replied with a small laugh. Daichi managed to make sure the group was in a good mood. The 9 students spent the time reminiscing about their adventures together. The food arrived before long and everyone was having fun. They also talked about the academy and how Daichi's departure will affect the class. Now with you gone, that jerk Sasuke will be at the top. Naruto said as he stuffed a slice of beef into his mouth. Hey! Sasuke isn't a jerk. And don't speak with your mouth full. Sakura lightly admonished him. Sorry, Saku. Naruto started coughing and he frantically pounded his chest. After a couple seconds he was able to safely swallow the food. Here, Naruto. Hinata held a glass and gave it to the blonde. Naruto gulped down the glass of water as quickly as he could. Oh! Thanks, Hinata. Everyone laughed at Naruto's antics and it was a fun night for them. There was even a small fight between Choji and Kiba for the last piece of the beef. In the end, Choji was victorious. Daichi looked at everyone and then spoke. I am gonna miss you guys. The future rookies looked at Daichi and smiled. Ino, who was sitting nearby, hugged Daichi. We're gonna miss you too. The small party winded down and after a short while everyone exited the restaurant. Daichi bid his farewell and soon left. Hinata had a guard from the branch family keeping an eye on her since she left the academy, so she would safely return home. Shikamaru and Choji left with Ino and Shino. Kiba and Naruto escorted Sakura to her home. There was one more person Daichi had to see. I've been so busy training that I haven't seen Lee in over 2 weeks. Right now I'm sure he'll be at the usual training spot. Daichi had bought takeout for him and Lee. He figured the guy would be training like crazy and would be hungry. When Daichi reached the place he saw something unusual. Lee was punching into the thick wooden stumps much harder than usual, but that was not what Daichi focused on. Tears were falling down Lee's face as he continued with his punches. Daichi could see the anguish on his friend's face. He could also see the torn skin and the bleeding knuckles. Lee, stop! That's enough. Daichi said as he rushed in and held Lee's hand, stopping him. Daichi. Lee looked at his one and only friend. He then shook his head. Let go. I need to train. You're not training. Not like this. And I'm not letting go until you tell me what's wrong. Daichi firmly held Lee's hand and spoke. You wouldn't understand, Daichi. Try me. Lee gritted his teeth and then let out his frustrations. You're a genius, Daichi. The best in your class. Everything comes so easy for you. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu. You're the best at everything. So you wouldn't understand. What don't I understand? That IT doesn't come as easy for the rest of us. Lee shouted as his tears kept falling. Daichi was quiet as he looked at his friend. He's usually so upbeat, letting nothing get him down. But now, something's happened. And I have a feeling it happened at the academy. What's wrong? I'm not leaving here until you tell me what's bothering you. Daichi's gentle voice gave Lee a small comfort. Lee gritted his teeth, looked down and was quiet for a few moments. Then he spoke in a low voice. I couldn't beat anyone in my class in taijutsu. He looked up at Daichi. I tried so hard. I trained every day, but I still couldn't beat anyone in my class in taijutsu today. I only barely passed with my written scores, but I'm the dead last in my class. Daichi's gaze softened. Lee. You can't beat yourself over that. You can get stronger if you dash. It's not just that. The tears stopped, but Lee was downtrodden as he recalled his experience at the academy. Niji said I would never graduate from the academy, let alone be a ninja. And after being beaten by everyone in the taijutsu spar. How can I believe otherwise? All my pain, effort, and training. It's all for nothing. Lee choked up as he remembered the mocking faces of his classmates. Daichi was angry hearing that. That Niji. Right. He's an asshole right now. Daichi let go of Lee's hand. He looked at his friend and saw that his self-confidence was broken due to what had happened. And it made Daichi furious. He's wrong, Daichi said to Lee. Lee looked up and saw the angry expression on Daichi's face. Daichi. Niji is wrong. He's a fool. And you are too if you believe him. Lee's eyes widened as he heard those words. Daichi continued. No one is born without talent. The only question is whether or not a person can identify their talent and bring it out. Lee! If you believe in yourself, give it everything you have, then even if everyone tells you, you can't do it, even if the whole world is against you, you have to stand your ground. Plant yourself like a tree and tell them they're wrong. Lee's eyes widened as he heard those words. Daichi placed his hands on Lee's shoulders and looked him in the eye with as much seriousness as he could. You'll face adversities, challenges that will bring you to your knees. You'll feel pressure. But you can't stay on your knees forever. Be strong and stand up. Endeavor and believe in yourself. Because I do. Tears began falling once more from Lee's eyes. But this time Daichi knew they were not tears of sadness. Reputation massively increases with Rock Lee. Reputation increases with Might Guy. When Daichi saw the second notification, he was surprised. But at the moment he didn't care about the hidden Jonin. Oh Daichi. Lee hugged Daichi and cried. Thank you. He whispered to his friend. Daichi comforted his friend and a short while later both of them were sitting down under a tree. So you're leaving tomorrow? Lee asked in a small voice. Lee was happy that he found such a good friend and sad that he wouldn't be able to see him for several years. Yeah. Here. I thought we could have a meal together. Daichi took out the dishes. Both of them ate their meal in a comfortable silence. After a while Daichi got up. It's getting really late. And I need to pack a few things. Lee nodded hearing him. He then looked at Daichi and spoke with a confident voice. I won't ever give up. I'm going to train as hard as I can. When you come back, I will be a ninja. Lee gave a wide smile. Daichi laughed in delight when he heard that. I look forward to sparring with the future taijutsu master when I come back. Daichi left, giving Lee the strength and motivation he needed. Nobody realized it then, but these two would one day become the strongest tag team duo in the world. Taking on an enemy no one else could. Chapter 111, Leaving the Leaf Village. Daichi was in his bed after packing the necessary items for his journey. He asked for a few books and scrolls in Kinsei's library and the old man provided them without hesitation. The different scrolls contained information on several fields of the ninja arts. This is gonna be my last night in the Leaf Village for a while. I didn't expect things to go this route. Whatever the case, I have to be ready to face all obstacles that get in my way. Gramps said he had a medic who will train me. I wonder who it could be. Time flew by as Daichi laid on his bed thinking about the future. At midnight the rewards for the long-running quest appeared. Ongoing quest Path to the Strongest. 4th year tasks successfully completed. Distributing the special reward for clearing a dungeon. Distributing new skill for successfully improving at least 6 skills to LV max. Special reward. A-grade item blueprint, 2 out of 3. Stealth passive or active, LV.1. This skill increases your ability to move undetected. It also gives you the ability to perform actions unobserved or undetected. This skill helps with pickpocketing, sneaking around and lockpicking. Damage dealt to targets also increases when stealth is active. Holding breath increases the effects by a small margin. Note, this skill is divided into 5 grades. Current grade, average. Effects. Removes footstep sounds. Plus 2% chance of successfully lockpicking doors, safes, and containers faster. Plus 2% chance of pickpocketing an unsuspecting target. A skilled pickpocketer is less likely to be caught and more likely to loot valuables from the target. Plus 1% chance of successfully moving unseen and unheard. Highly skilled sneak can even hide in plain sight. Daichi's eyes slightly widened as he saw the new skill. A stealth skill. Definitely one I needed. I've been trying to get this skill for a while now. I can't always rely on my cloak. Daichi read the effects of the skill and came to a conclusion. I need to level this up fast. Right now it's not all that good, but once it reaches a high level I'll be able to get in and out of anywhere. And it looks like lockpicking and pickpocketing are attached to this skill. Nice. Daichi then looked at the special reward. I still have no idea what it could be. But it seems only one more piece is needed. Since it's an A-grade item, it should be on the same level as Atamagai's cloak. Time to get some shut-eye. Tomorrow is a new chapter in my life. Daichi went to sleep with a small smile on his face. The next day he woke up bright and early. He completed his morning rituals and workouts within a couple hours. He was then getting ready to leave. Once he got dressed, he put on his backpack after double-checking everything. Daichi felt a slight sadness as he looked at his room. It was his space ever since he came to this world. It was unknown why, but Daichi always felt safe here. He let out a short breath and headed downstairs. As he walked down the steps, he could hear his grandfather talking to someone. Daichi couldn't recognize the second voice and was curious as to who it was. I wonder who he's talking to. Based on where the sounds were coming from, Daichi deduced that Kinsei and the mystery person were on the front porch. Daichi reached the porch and was completely surprised. His eyes widened as he looked at the second figure. Is that a? It was a large white tiger. It was as tall as Kinsei and had snow-white fur with black stripes. It was wearing a black body jacket that covered most of its body and had steel armor plates that completely covered its tail. So this is the boy, huh? A deep gruff voice came from the tiger as it looked at the small boy. Kinsei looked at the stunned Daichi and smirked. Good to know I can still surprise him. Daichi, this is Raiga, my summoning partner. Daichi quickly gained his composure. Hello. Nice to meet you. Daichi slightly bowed his head and greeted the summon. Come closer, boy. The tiger Raiga spoke. To Daichi it sounded more like a command. He looks like he'll make a delicious snack. Daichi saw the tiger lick its long sharp teeth. It was the first time Daichi saw a tiger in person. Ever! So he was a little nervous when the carnivorous animal was looking at him like he was its dinner. Despite his apprehension, Daichi stepped closer and stood near the giant white feline. The tiger slowly came near Daichi and lowered its head to Daichi's stomach. Daichi watched the tiger sniff a few times and then it raised its head and took a couple steps back to look at him. Strong. For a small cub. Raiga spoke. Thank you. Daichi spoke, not knowing what else to say. So what do you say, Raiga? Is he qualified? Kinsei asked, looking at his summoning partner and then to Daichi. The tiger was quiet for several seconds as it looked into Daichi's eyes. Daichi, not one to shy away from a challenge, stared right back into the eyes of the large jungle cat. After a few more seconds it spoke. He has potential. But he will need to be tested. Kinsei let out a sigh. I understand. I will speak with the elders. If they agree, then he can take the trial. But only after he becomes a ninja. Raiga looked at Kinsei and said. Kinsei nodded and agreed. Fair enough. Thank you for your time, Raiga. Of course, old friend. The tiger then looked back at Daichi. I hope you won't disappoint when the time comes. With those words, the summoned animal vanished in a smoke. Daichi blinked a few times and looked at his old man. I knew you had a summoning contract, but I didn't know it was a tiger contract. I didn't advertise it and you didn't exactly ask me for the details. Kinsei shrugged. It was at that moment that Daichi remembered something. Come to think of it, his nickname is the Calamity Tiger. Huh. So that's why. Daichi then focused on his grandfather. So you want me to sign a contract with the tiger summons? Due to the conversation between Kinsei and Raiga, it didn't take a genius to figure that out. Yes. If you're interested. Daichi's eyes widened. Yes. I'd like that. Oh wow! This opens so many possibilities. The old man smiled looking at the boy. It's not going to be easy. There will be a trial to see if you are qualified to be their summoner. And it's not something you need to worry about until you become a Genin. Daichi nodded. Oh, and before I forget. Tiger summons are very territorial. They won't like it if their summoner signs another contract. So if you come across any other summoning contracts, don't sign them. Kinsei told Daichi. Daichi was confused at that. But I haven't signed the contract yet. And what makes you think I'll come across a summoning contract? Those things aren't exactly easy to come by. True. Getting a summoning contract is rare. But you're going on a long trip. Anything could happen. And trust me when I say this. The tiger summon will be more suited to you. Kinsei emphasized the last part. Daichi looked at the old man and agreed. All right. I'll wait until I'm Genin and then take the trail. Good. Kinsei smiled. After Tsunade takes him as a student, I have no doubt she'll be impressed with his potential. And there is a possibility she'll offer him a chance to sign with the slug summons. They have excellent healing capabilities, but they are not suited for Daichi. The Tiger Clan is the best for someone like him. This was Kinsei's reasoning for introducing Daichi to his summoning partner. Did you get everything you needed? Kinsei asked his grandson. Yeah. I'm ready. Both of them left their home. They closed the gate and Kinsei reactivated the barrier. At that moment Daichi received new notifications. Ongoing quest, take care of the garden failed. Reputation decreases with Kinsei Isagi. Penalty invalid. Daichi looked at the notification that popped up. Huh. I almost forgot about this quest. This task would only be marked completed after 6 years. There was still 1 more year left. But since I won't be here for the next few years, it looks like the system has considered this quest a failure. But due to outside interference, it seems the failure part of this quest won't affect me. Good to know. Both of them headed for the gates of the village. After reporting their departure, they left the village. Their journey was to the capital. Both of them enjoyed the view and Daichi asked his grandfather about the locations in the capital. A direct road led to the fire capital. And it only took half a day to reach the place. There were several guards in armor at the entrance gates. Kinsei and Daichi showed them their documents and soon entered the place. Wow! Daichi was amazed as he looked ahead. The capital was more bustling with people than the Leaf Village. Daichi saw many shops with colorful designs. New location, mini-map updated. At that moment Daichi received a new quest. Quest created, explore the fire capital. Explore and find out more about the fire capital. Find the different buildings and places in the capital, 0 out of 7. Time limit, 7 days. Rewards. 1000 EXP. Complete quest in 3 days. Bonus reward. Failure. Rep slightly decreases with Kinsei Isagi. Accept, yes or no. I knew it. I had a feeling this quest was going to appear. Daichi accepted the quest without hesitation. Kinsei had a small house in the capital, comfortable for 2 people. They entered the small home. You have found Kinsei's residence. Quest progression, 1 out of 7. Daichi looked at the blue box. This will be easier than I thought. You can take that room during your stay here, Kinsei said, pointing to a room at the other end of the house. Same time, Leaf Village. Hiruzen was looking over the reports and stamping several documents. But his mind was elsewhere. Kinsei and Daichi left early this morning, so they must have reached the capital by now. How will things go from here, I wonder? Based on Jiraiya's reply, Tsunade wasn't exactly happy that I'm making her take another student. She'll most likely test him and see if he's capable. I have no doubt that Daichi will find a way to pass. But will she be a good teacher to him? I guess time will tell. Hiruzen took a break from important files and documents and took the report that Irika had dropped off a few hours ago. Hiruzen quickly went through the scores of every student in Daichi's class. He noted the ones with potential. His eyes then landed on the reports of Sasuke Uchiha. Daichi will retain the top spot for the 4th year as well. But now that he's gone, Sasuke will take that place. And just as Daichi is far ahead of Sasuke, Sasuke is far ahead of everyone in his class. But now he has no one to compete against. Will this stagnate his growth? Hiruzen knew he had to wait to see the answer to that question. His mind then drifted to his 2 former students. Based on Jiraiya's reports, he and Tsunade should be at the capital right now. I hope everything goes alright. Chapter 112, Fire Capital. Daichi unpacked his bag and freshened up. He took a look around the small house and saw that there were only the most necessary items present. The old man sure lives a Spartan life. After taking a look around, Daichi decided it was time to take a trip through the capital. A few minutes later, Kinsei came to him. Daichi, I'm heading to meet a colleague of mine. Would you be alright here, or would you like to explore the capital? I'm gonna go sightseeing. Take in the view. Daichi replied with a smile. Kinsei nodded. If you're going to be late, make sure to eat something. I'm sure you can find a restaurant. The boy nodded and they both went their separate ways. Daichi and Kinsei left the Leaf Village that morning and now it was already evening. The sun was slowly coming down. Daichi walked through the streets of the fire capital. The road itself was made with clean, clear-cut stones. The whole street was bustling with people. Merchants from all over the world have some businesses here. All the stores were well maintained and they had colorful designs. Observe. Hoziki Street. One of the biggest and busiest streets in the fire capital. A part of the Hoziki Street is dedicated to classic tea houses, many of which houses mesmerizing geisha performances. Several small restaurants, clothing stores, other shops, and the shrine at the end make up Hoziki Street. You have found Hoziki Street. Quest progression, 2 out of 7. The business here is booming. Whoever could set up shop here would be able to make a lot of money. As Daichi walked, he saw a few ninjas wearing the Leaf Village uniform roaming the capital as well. Not that surprising. There are many missions that require the Leaf Ninjas to come here. As Daichi walked through the streets, he used his observe skill on several people. He didn't find anyone that stood out or were interesting. I need to see if I can find some dungeons here. I'm sure this place has got to have at least a few. Daichi kept walking and didn't bother to buy anything. Currently, he wanted to explore the place and was more interested in completing the exploration quest first. As he kept walking, he soon exited the crowded, noisy street and came near a calm, serene garden. The garden had a large pond with crystal clear water. Daichi could see several beautiful fishes swimming in the large pond. Daichi could also see a couple small houses that naturally blended with the large garden. You have found Kanazawa Garden. Quest progression, 3 out of 7. Observe. Kanazawa Garden. This garden was created on the orders of the wife of the first fire daimyo. This garden is also known as the Garden of 6 Aspects. These 6 aspects, which were considered vital to create this garden, are subtlety of design, coolness, scenic view, respect and wisdom, spaciousness, and finally serenity. This garden features ponds, natural landscape features such as hills and streams, and structures such as pavilions and tea houses. You have witnessed a work created by several master craftsmen. +1 wisdom. Daichi was surprised at the new notification and stat increase. Wow! That's unexpected. Wait! So that means if I see works that were made by masters of other fields, does that mean I can increase my other stats as well? Will I be able to increase my strength or agility stat by witnessing great battles? No way to find out right now, I guess. This is definitely an unexpected surprise. But not unwelcome. With a smile, Daichi slowly roamed the garden. The craftsmen were able to create a garden that truly fulfilled its purpose. The place made Daichi feel relaxed and comfortable. It was so peaceful that Daichi wanted to enjoy the feeling more. He found a tree and sat down under its shade. He closed his eyes and meditated. When Daichi opened his eyes again, he realized the sun was about to disappear over the horizon. I didn't even feel the time flying. I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time. As Daichi got up, his stomach grumbled, letting him know that it was time to eat. He walked through the streets and soon found a large restaurant. The restaurant had a red fiery bird resembling a phoenix decorated on its front. The large signboard read Red Phoenix Restaurant. Daichi looked at the whole thing. The design and aesthetic quality of the place was impressive. But the name, it's kind of on the nose. Whatever. Observe. Red Phoenix Restaurant. A traditional sake house restaurant created 61 years ago located at the heart of the fire capital. The owner of the restaurant is Fujimoto Kizo. This restaurant boasts excellent flavorful dishes made with the finest ingredients. The dishes made by the chefs of this restaurant are even able to impress the daimyo. This restaurant has over 100 unique cuisines. The restaurant is divided into 4 floors. Commoners are only allowed on the ground floor. Ninjas affiliated with the Leaf Village are allowed on the first floor. Officials, diplomats, and important dignitaries are seated on the second floor. The third floor is reserved for only the daimyos, kages, and other equally ranked or important personnel. The higher the floor, the more expensive and tastier the dishes. Wow! That's impressive. After reading the description, Daichi was looking forward to their dishes. You have found Red Phoenix Restaurant. Quest progression, 4 out of 7. Daichi stepped inside and found the place packed. He patiently waited, and after a while he was escorted to a table. Daichi ordered the dish roasted duck and some accompanying dishes to go along with it. As he waited for the food, he took a look around the place. Even though only commoners and ordinary people ate on this floor, it was quite clean and well kept. There were people standing by in a corner who efficiently cleaned the tables after each diner. Daichi thought about the structure of the restaurant and he figured out the goal of the owner. The owner is smart. There's another meaning in creating different floors and separating the customers. Each floor represents someone's rank, financial standing, or political power. This is the fire capital, and the people here are mostly politicians. They would want to keep their image and prestige, so they would definitely opt to go to the higher floor, which would no doubt bring more revenue to the restaurant. Eating on the higher floors would also make them feel more important than the rest, giving them a certain satisfaction. And if someone from a good background or high standing who usually eats on the higher floor ever goes to the lower floors, then it would present an image of a decrease in wealth or political status. So people who eat on the higher floors would definitely not try to go down. The owner is certainly cunning to come up with this idea. Daichi patiently waited for his food, and after a short while it arrived. The dish was a small roasted duck that had an excellent fragrance, and it looked quite delicious. There were several other complimentary dishes accompanying it as well. Daichi, not wanting to waste time, took his chopsticks and took a bite out of the dish. Oh wow! This is delicious! Daichi was pleasantly surprised at the flavors of the food. With Daichi's extremely sharp senses, he could clearly pick out the different flavors blended in the dish. This dish is almost as good as those expensive ones in Shi's restaurant. If this is the quality of dishes on the first floor, then I wonder how good the ones on the higher floors would be. He enjoyed the dishes and after some time left the restaurant with a smile. It was getting late and Daichi soon reached Kinsei's residence. Due to having absolute recall skill, Daichi was able to memorize the paths without any difficulty. As he entered, he saw Kinsei on the nearby desk writing something on a scroll. Kinsei finished writing and closed the scroll. "How's your first trip through the capital?" Daichi smiled as he sat down on the nearby chair. "It's incredible. I especially like the Kanazawa Garden and the Red Phoenix restaurant. The garden has a mystical and calming effect on a person's psyche. Or at least that's what most people say. What do you think?" It certainly was an incredible sight. And yeah, I think there is some truth to it. Kinsei smiled and nodded. That garden was one of the favorite places of his late wife Fumiyo. So, not that I mind a short break from my training, but when do we meet this medic trainer? Daichi asked, and Kinsei could sense the hidden curiosity and impatience. "Soon. In a day or two maybe," Kinsei replied. "You're not gonna tell me who it is, are you?" The old man had a smug smirk. "Why ask questions you already know the answer to, Daichi?" Daichi sighed at Kinsei's antics. Kinsei couldn't help but laugh seeing Daichi's face. Daichi slightly pouted and spoke. "Good night, Gramps. I'm gonna head to my room. Since I'll be free tomorrow as well, I'm gonna check out the capital some more." "Sure," replied the old man, and both of them retired to their rooms. You have found Fujima Castle. Quest progression, 5 out of 7. Fujima Castle. Also known as the Emerald Castle due to the green-colored stones used in constructing the castle. It was created 103 years ago. The daimyo of that era built this castle as a gift for an unknown great warrior who came and saved them from a calamity. It is regarded as one of the 3 most elegant and visually spectacular castles in the Fire Capital. The great warrior has imprinted his presence on the castle long ago. Visiting the castle will grant you a one-time stat increase. +2 STR, +2 AGI, +2 STM, +2 int. Daichi woke up early in the morning and walked around the capital. The first place he went to was the majestic green-colored castle at the northern part of the city. Daichi was shocked as he read the information. A permanent increase in stats just by visiting the place? Wow! Never seen anything like that before. Even the Hokage Tower didn't show anything like that. Who the hell was this great warrior? You have witnessed a work created by several master craftsmen. +1 wisdom. You have found a key dungeon. Retrieving the key to the dungeon. The key to this dungeon has been placed in the inventory. Fujima Castle Dungeon Key. Restricted. With this key the player can enter the dungeon in the Fujima Castle. This key can transport the player to its corresponding dungeon from anywhere. This key is restricted and the player cannot use the key until he is above level 60. A level restriction? I never saw that on any of the other keys. The other keys indicated that they were higher than my level, but I could access them whenever I wanted. But this... Daichi looked at the giant majestic castle. That castle is no ordinary one. I'm sure. It holds some great secrets. Should I check it out now? No! It might have traps. I need to be ready. It's not going anywhere. Once I level up and become a ninja, I'll be back here. That time, I'll pay you a visit. Daichi also paid a visit to the Imperial Palace, the home of the current daimyo. He could not enter due to the guards and could only look from the streets. You have found the Imperial Palace. Quest progression, 6 out of 7. You have found a key dungeon. +1 wisdom. Daichi looked at the black key he got from the Imperial Palace. This doesn't show any restrictions. If I use this key, the opponents I face will be 30 levels higher than my current level. At least. But it doesn't show that it can't be used. So why the difference in key with the Emerald Castle? Daichi decided that he would find the answer one day. He walked around the city for a while. He had a lot on his mind. When I visited the Kikyo castle it didn't show any increase in wisdom stat, but here I've already encountered 3. What's the difference between these places? Or is the Kikyo castle nothing compared to these in terms of craftsmanship? Well, compared to the castles here, the Kikyo castle is indeed lacking. Anyone can see that. But is that all there is to it? Daichi decided not to ponder on these questions and moved on. As he walked he saw a large building in one of the corners of the street. He went near the place. Hiroi's smithy. A renowned smithy belonging to the master blacksmith Hiroi. He inherited the smithy from his father 7 years ago. There are over 24 blacksmiths working in the smithy at all times. Armors for the daimyo's guards are made from this smithy. Several strong weapons were made from this smithy that is currently all over the world. Wow! A blacksmith shop. Just what I needed. Daichi thought about the blueprints he had for the Night Gaze armor. Daichi became somewhat excited at the thought of going to the smithy and showing him the blueprints. No. If I go there and show him the armor blueprints he might get suspicious. I'm just a child after all. I should go when I have a good reputation or a strong backing to make sure the guy doesn't swindle me in any way. I'll show it after I meet the guy and have a better understanding about him. You have found Hiroi's smithy. Quest progression, 7 out of 7. Quest Explore the Fire Capital completed. Rewards: 1000 EXP. 150 EXP. Bonus reward: 2000 EXP. 300 EXP. A bonus of only 2000 plus EXP. Guess I should have expected that. This was a simple quest after all. Daichi opened his status page and looked at the experience points needed to reach the next level. Around 10,000 points to reach level 44. That'll be easy with the next dungeon. Daichi spent the entire day exploring the capital. By 3 in the afternoon Daichi came to the Kanazawa garden to relax. He could see some people on their own enjoying the calming atmosphere of the garden. Daichi sat down under a tree away from everyone and meditated. He always felt peace and tranquility when meditating. Hours passed by and Daichi only opened his eyes when the sun went down. He stood up and stretched himself. Red Phoenix Restaurant, here I come. I wonder what I should order today. Daichi was captivated by the dishes and couldn't wait to taste more. He reached the restaurant and like yesterday a young beautiful waitress greeted him at the door. After waiting a while Daichi was escorted to a table near the back. Daichi didn't pay attention to the other customers as his mind was occupied with what he was going to have tonight. As he sat down thinking about what dish to order he heard the sound of a woman and a waitress arguing in the booth behind him. Miss, we won't serve you any more alcohol today. Please leave. The sound of the waiter was low so only the people in that booth and Daichi heard it. Then he heard the voice of another woman arguing with the waitress. I'm not properly drunk yet. So another bottle now. The sound of a sake cup being emptied and roughly slammed on the table was heard. No. You already drank so much, Mississippi. And you have a dead here. The waitress argued. Daichi was planning to ignore the commotion behind him but at that moment he heard a name that shocked him. Lady Tsunade. Please. Enough. You've already had too much to drink. And we're out of money again. That was going to be Daichi's first meeting with one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Chapter 113, Meeting the Sanin. Daichi sat there in his booth not sure what to do. He decided to listen to the ongoings behind him and then take action. Bah! You worry too much, Shizune. That pervert will take care of the bill. Where is he anyway? Tsunade Senju said in a slightly slurred voice. Lord Jiraiya isn't here. He said he had to do some extremely important research and left a while ago. I'm sure it's something important and urgent. Shizune said, oblivious to the true nature of the man known as Jiraiya. Tsunade snorted when she heard that. Important research my ass. That idiot is probably at one of the bathhouses. At this time Daichi's eyes widened as he heard the exchange between the two. Jiraiya is here too. And based on the context he accompanied these two here. Or maybe it's the other way around. Regardless. Two of the Sanins are together here. Did this happen in the series? Or is this a butterfly effect from my interference? Daichi heard the waitress denying Tsunade's service. After thinking for a few more seconds, he decided to step in. I don't know why she's here or what's going on, but I need to make a solid impression. Forming a relationship with her would be beneficial in the long run. Daichi turned his head to the waitress behind him. Excuse me, miss. His voice attracted the attention of the three. How much does the lady owe the restaurant? I'll pay for her, Daichi said with a smile. Tsunade looked at the boy who barged into their conversation. He had black eyes and shoulder-length light brown hair and a broad chin. Tsunade looked him over and she estimated that the child was around 10 or 11 years old. She slightly narrowed her eyes but didn't say anything. Shizun was surprised and was about to reject the boy's offer, but the waitress of the restaurant beat her to it. She was polite even to someone as young as Daichi. Please, sir. There's no need. The lady was just leaving. As Daichi heard this, he turned to look at Tsunade. Both the academy prodigy and the legendary Sanin looked at each other for a couple seconds. Neither said a word. Daichi turned to the waitress and had a polite smile as he spoke. I came here for some delicious food and to enjoy it in peace. But if this continues, that's not going to happen. He then looked back at Tsunade and continued. And she doesn't look like she has any intention of leaving here anytime soon. He turned back to the restaurant staff. So I'm doing this for me, not her. So I'll ask again. How much does she owe? At that moment Shizun spoke. It's sweet, but there's no need. We're just leaving. Isn't that right, Lady Tsunade? Shizun thought the boy was the son of a wealthy official in the capital, and if he pays and the news of this incident spreads, her master's reputation may take a nosedive. She wanted to avoid any potential problems for her master. But said master had other plans. Nope. He said he's going to pay. And he doesn't look like he has any problems. So calm down. Enjoy the food and drinks, Tsunade said in a nonchalant manner. Lady Tsunade. Shizun was dismayed. Daichi slightly laughed. He looked at the waitress. You heard the lady. How much? Daichi could see the struggle of the staff and used mana puppetry on her. And he got his answer. 97,439 ryo. The waitress replied with a smile. Hearing the amount, Daichi put his hand in his pocket and took a thick stack of bills from his inventory. He gave the amount to the waitress with a cool smile on his face. Shizun and the waitress were surprised at the stack of bills. The slug Sanin's apprentice began to look at the boy with caution. Why is a child carrying around that much money? The restaurant staff quickly regained her composure and took the money. Daichi had a charming smile on his face. That's 100,000. And keep the change. Oh! And I'd like to place an order. He winked at the cute waitress. Due to the increase in charisma stat, his ability to charm people, especially women, was increasing. The waitress had a small pink shade of hue on her cheeks. Proof that she was falling for the boy's charms. At that moment Daichi got up from his small booth and invited himself over to where Tsunade and Shizun sat. Since I'm paying for your booze, it's only fair that I join you. Daichi sat down without any intention of taking no for an answer. He sat near Shizun, and across from him was the best medic ninja currently alive. Listen kid, if you want to pay, that's on you. But I didn't invite you over, Tsunade said, looking at the boy. Daichi smiled. No, you didn't. He then turned to the waitress as if there was nothing wrong. I'd like to place my order if that's all right, he said. Tsunade and Shizun were surprised at the boldness the child displayed. Oh, of course. The waitress took out a small notepad and a pen. The roasted duck I had yesterday was delicious, but I think I'll have something else today. I'm looking forward to the wafa pan fried lamb chops and maybe something to go along with it. Surprise me. And your most expensive sake bottle for the lady. Daichi politely gestured to Tsunade sitting in front of him. He then turned to Shizune sitting beside him. What would you like to have, miss? Shizune was surprised. She didn't expect things to go this way. She was still a little apprehensive about the whole thing. I'm fine. Are you sure? It's on me. Daichi kept his charming smile on his face. But it wasn't able to change Shizune's mind. I'm sure, she replied. Daichi turned back to the waitress. That will be all. Thank you. The girl slightly bowed and left. Daichi turned his attention back to the female Sanin. His smile never left his face. Tsunade looked at the grinning child in front of her. He was watching her with rapt attention. Unknown to her, Daichi was using his skill observe on her, but it didn't have any success. Tsunade decided to bring the boy down a peg. Don't you know it's not polite to stare? Daichi replied without any nervousness. It's hard when I'm in the company of beautiful women. Ah. Have you fallen for my charms? Sorry, kid. But I'm not into little boys. Tsunade said, taking a swig that emptied the bottle she had. Daichi kept smiling as he listened. All right. You want to play like that? Game on. Time to troll. Daichi smirked, hearing her. Oh, thank God for that. You're beautiful. There's no question about that. But I'm not into old grannies either. Reputation slightly decreased with Tsunade Senju. Tsunade had a twitch above her eye. She looked at the smirking child and knew he was looking for a reaction. Shizune was shocked at what the child said. She looked at her master and saw the signs of anger. Oh! Lady Tsunade is mad. I better calm things down. At that moment she noticed the child turning his attention to her. Wow, you're gorgeous. Do you know CPR? Daichi had a charming smile as he looked at the girl next to him. Shizune was surprised and gave a short answer. Yes. Good. Because you just took my breath away. Daichi slowly took Shizune's right hand and gave it a small kiss. It's a pleasure to be in the presence of such an elegant and beautiful lady. Reputation slightly increased with Shizune Kato. Reputation slightly decreased with Tsunade Senju. Oh my! Shizune was shocked. A small pink shade was formed on her cheeks. People usually ignored her while her master was present. So this felt kind of nice to her. Tsunade was gobsmacked at the audacity of the child who was blatantly flirting with her apprentice. You brat. Don't you have any shame flirting with a woman almost thrice your age? Daichi looked at Tsunade for a few seconds before replying. Nope. You're a naughty child, aren't you? When the occasion calls for it. Yes. But if it's any consolation. Daichi smirked and turned towards Shizune. I'd be happy to let you spank me. The poor apprentice's eyes widened. What? Looking at her flustered reaction, Daichi burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. After a few seconds he calmed down. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. I was just teasing you. Daichi, having had his fun, then looked at Tsunade and properly introduced himself. This time he kept a polite face. I was just having some fun. Please bear it no mind. My name is Daichi Hekima. It is an honor to meet you, Lady Tsunade, and you too, Miss Shizune. Reputation returned to neutral with Tsunade Senju. Tsunade looked at the change in the boy's manner and was surprised to see a serious and dignified expression. It's impressive you recognize me. Even more impressive, you recognize my assistant. A child born in the capital knowing my name and face is a coincidence. But I doubt that's the case when it comes to my apprentice. Information about her is easily available, but that wasn't the case for her student. Based on the observations Tsunade made, she concluded that the child was not from the capital. Daichi nodded in agreement. You're right. I'm not from the capital. I'm from the Leaf Village. I came here for a business trip with my gramps. I always try to learn more about the strongest ninjas of our time. Your name along with your former teammates came up in my study. During my research I found out that you have an apprentice. Shizen Kato. Daichi finished his explanation and looked at the apprentice. Tsunade nodded and was somewhat satisfied with that answer. It's nice to meet you, Daichi. Shizen spoke with a smile. At that moment the dishes Daichi ordered came and Tsunade got her hands on some more alcohol. She didn't say anything else and started drinking again. Daichi looked at the glazing lamb chops in front of him. The smell and the visual aesthetics captured Daichi's attention. But he didn't ignore the person sitting on his side. Would you like to join me, Miss Shizen? No. Thank you. Maybe another time. She replied smiling. Oh! Is there going to be another time? Daichi asked with a grin and winked at her. Shizen giggled at the child's antics. Maybe when you're older. Daichi shrugged and slowly ate his food. He made small conversations with Shizen while Tsunade didn't look like she was interested. Some time went by and Daichi's plate only had a few small bites left. So you've completed your 4th year in the academy, huh? Unless I'm mistaken, the classes for the new year start in April, right? Yeah. But I don't have to worry about that. I won't be going back for the next couple years. Why is that? Shizen asked in slight confusion. It's nothing. I'm sorry, but I can't say. Daichi knew his medic training was to be kept a secret until the appropriate time. But now looking at the person in front of him, Daichi knew he would be disappointed with the person Kensei assigned to him. She's the best medic in the world. The things I could learn from her. Daichi let out a small sad sigh. What's wrong? Shizen asked him. Daichi thought about what he should say. If I can get Tsunade to be my teacher. If there is any chance. Shouldn't I take it? Daichi decided to tell them the real reason he was here. Even if I do tell, who are they gonna blab to? Daichi spoke. The truth is I'm interested in learning medical jutsu. Tsunade and Shizen's eyes slightly widened as they heard this. But they quickly schooled their faces. Daichi, who was looking down at his food, failed to see their reaction. I told my Gramps about it a couple years ago and now he's managed to arrange someone to train me. He didn't tell me who, just that I would meet him or her tomorrow. So that's why I'm here. To get lessons in medical ninjutsu, but meeting you two here. Daichi looked up from his food. I know I'm going to be a bit disappointed tomorrow. I'm certain they wouldn't be as good as you two. Tsunade narrowed her eyes as she looked at Daichi. She glanced at Shizen and her apprentice knew what the look meant. Keep quiet. Without giving any of her intentions away, Tsunade asked Daichi a question. Who is your grandfather? Daichi replied without much hesitation. Kensei Asagi. Chapter 114, The Test. Hearing the name, Tsunade's eyes slightly narrowed but other than that there was no change in her expression. She remembered the conversation she had with the man several months ago. Tsunade had told him that she would only meet the boy and only after assessing him would she even consider taking him under her. She made sure to emphasize that she was only doing this as a favor to her old sensei. Kensei agreed and said that he would keep her identity secret. He wanted to surprise the kid. So this is the boy, huh? It seems Kensei really didn't tell him about me. Well, I'm not going to spoil the fun. Tsunade looked at the child who was finishing his plate. At first he came off as rude, but he surprisingly has a respectful personality. Still, I need to see if he's as good as Sensei makes him out to be. Tsunade took another swig from her bottle. Kensei, huh? You're his grandson? Daichi looked up at that. You know him? We've met. The medic Sanin didn't elaborate any further and continued her drinking. Daichi had a thoughtful face. In hindsight I should have guessed that. Kensei is from the 3rd Hokage's generation. And he was strong and formidable enough to have a nickname. So it stands to reason that she knows him. Daichi looked at the woman who was currently more concentrated on her alcohol than anything else. Is it possible? A thought appeared in Daichi's mind, but he dismissed it, thinking it was absurd. Daichi looked out the nearby window and saw that it was getting late. I better head back. And I don't want to overstay my welcome. Daichi got ready to leave. It's getting really dark out. I should get back home. Again, it was an honor to meet you, Lady Tsunade. Miss Shizune. Daichi nodded to the two of them. Tsunade didn't even bother looking at him and just gave a small wave of her hand indicating her dismissal, while Shizune was more courteous. Good night, Daichi. Get home safe. Daichi left the restaurant after paying the bill for the table. So that's the child Kinsei and Lord Jiraiya were talking about, huh? Shizune spoke after Daichi left. It seemed so. Tsunade looked at the exit and then turned to her apprentice. Did you notice? Shizune's face turned serious. Yes. His footsteps. It didn't make any sounds. And his presence. It was similar to those who conceal their chakras. I wouldn't have even noticed him if he hadn't spoken. Shizune was there during the meeting with Kinsei. She was surprised that the Hokage was making her teacher take on another student. Tsunade nodded with her student. She knew a capable ninja when she saw one. From just this one interaction she knew Daichi was more than he seemed. A smirk slowly formed in her face. Looks like this trip will be more interesting than I thought. Daichi walked through the illuminated streets of the capital. The lights coming from the fancy lanterns gave off a festive atmosphere. My observe didn't show anything on Tsunade, but I was able to get some information on her apprentice. Based on her stats, I'd say Shizune is currently in the middle of the Jonin spectrum. A student of a Sanin and a talented medic ninja that very few can match. Daichi thought about the entire interaction, and there were many things he was now unsure about. He walked home with several thoughts running through his mind. It's just a coincidence that she and Jiraiya are here. Isn't it? Daichi couldn't get rid of the feeling that he was missing something. He soon reached his home and greeted his grandfather, who was enjoying the calm atmosphere in the small backyard. How was your second day at the capital? Kinsei asked him. Very interesting. More than I thought, actually. Daichi replied. Oh? Kinsei raised an eyebrow at that. Daichi decided to tell his grandfather about Tsunade's visit. He wanted to know if the presence of two Sanin here was just a coincidence or not. I met Lady Tsunade and her apprentice. Daichi looked at Kinsei for a reaction, but he didn't get one. Kinsei kept an impassive face, but he knew that a non-answer was also an answer. Looking at the boy's expression, he sighed. Kinsei decided to tell the boy about his soon-to-be teacher. Daichi saw Kinsei let out a small breath and his eyes widened. No way. Is it possible that she's the one who's going to train me? Daichi didn't want to jump to any conclusions and decided to hear it from Kinsei's mouth. I think you've dragged the suspense on for too long. Will you tell me who's coming to train me? Daichi asked him. I wanted to keep this a surprise, but as you may have already guessed, it's the woman you've met. Tsunade Senju. The most proficient medic ninja in the world. Daichi's eyes widened. But I thought she wasn't interested in taking any students, and she's not currently an active ninja. Did I change something, or am I wrong? What you said is true. And normally she wouldn't have agreed to take another student under her wing, but this was a special order from Hiruzen. She's doing this as a favor to him. I also told her that she would be doing me a favor as well by teaching you. Kinsei replied. Daichi was surprised. I understand, Kinsei. But the Hokage ordered her to as well? So that's why she's here. And the fact that Jiraiya is here as well. Gears started turning in Daichi's head faster, and he deduced several things. Kinsei must have told the Hokage about my training plans, and since he knows my talents, the Hokage must have decided to send me to the best medic out there. He must have made contact with Tsunade through Jiraiya. That also means Jiraiya knows about me and is at least aware of my talents. Daichi crossed his arms and thought about the whole thing. When I saw her in the restaurant, For a split second I thought that maybe she was the one Kinsei had arranged to teach me. But I dismissed that thought immediately. Currently she's someone who doesn't like responsibilities and hates the position of Hokage. Someone who's haunted by the memories of her loved ones and stuck in the past. I thought for sure that she would never agree to being a mentor for anyone. So I concluded that her being here now was just a coincidence. Looks like I was wrong. Did she change, or is there something else going on? Did she really agree to train me in medical ninjutsu? Daichi asked with anticipation. Kinsei slightly winced. Well, technically all she said was that she would give you a shot. So there is a great chance she could reject you. I see. Daichi nodded. That makes more sense. Based on what I understand from the series, she still has some respect for her former sensei and is probably meeting me out of obligation. She has a strong temperament and this is the best deal Kinsei could make with her. Kinsei got up from his chair. We're going to meet her tomorrow. At that moment she'll decide if she wants to be your teacher or not. Daichi nodded. I'll be ready for whatever she throws at me. Kinsei looked at the confident child and his worries lessened. Whatever tests she puts him through, I'm sure he will get past them. It was morning and Kinsei and Daichi were in front of an apartment. Kinsei knocked on the door and waited for a few seconds. The door opened and Shizun appeared. Good morning, Kinsei. Hello, Daichi. She greeted the two and led them inside. As Daichi stepped inside, a voice spoke, addressing him. So you're the kid Sensei talked about, huh? You don't look like much. Daichi looked in the direction the voice came from and saw that it was Jiraiya. He was sitting on the balcony at the other end near the open window. Daichi looked at the other Sanin sitting in the corner of the room and the small pig near her. He's just a little brat. What exactly did you expect? Tsunade gave her thoughts. Daichi, that's Lord Jiraiya and you've already met Lady Tsunade. Kinsei gave a simple introduction. Jiraiya looked affronted with that introduction. Hey, that's not how you introduce someone as great as me. He jumped and landed in the middle of the room, right in front of Daichi. A smoke suddenly appeared covering his entire body. When it cleared, it showed that Jiraiya had summoned a human-sized toad and was standing atop its head in a strange pose. Listen well, young one, wherever I go men gaze at me with admiration and respect and women all over the world fall for my charms. I am none other than the holy sage of MT Maiboku. Jiraiya. The man stood on one leg with his hands extended and shook his head in an exaggerated fashion. Daichi looked at the man with wide eyes and his mouth was slightly open. He was excited to meet the legendary warrior and it showed on his face. Oh wow! This is really happening. Jiraiya looked at Daichi for a reaction and saw the awe and admiration in Daichi's eyes. He thought he had impressed the kid. Yes. Be at awe in my presence. Ha ha ha. Tsunade looked at her teammate and then towards Daichi and couldn't help but let out a tired sigh. Don't tell me that kid fell for that. I thought he was smart. Daichi immediately bowed and introduced himself. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Jiraiya. My name is Daichi Hekima. Jiraiya laughed merrily. Proper respect from the young ones is rare these days. I'll let you have some signed copies of my books. Please don't. Kinsei interrupted him and gave Jiraiya the stink eye. He was one of the few that resisted the temptations of the book Make-Out Tactics. You don't look surprised to see us. So your grandfather told you why I'm here? Tsunade got up and asked Daichi. Daichi nodded his head. I mentioned our meeting and he told me that you would be my teacher. That remains to be seen, little boy. Jiraiya stepped back and dismissed his summon. Tsunade looked at Daichi and came to a decision. Sensei knows what I've been through. So what would prompt him to suddenly make this decision? I have to find out. Raise your hands and gather some chakra in your palms. Keep the chakra flow steady until I tell you otherwise. And stop suppressing your chakra. Tsunade said to the boy. Daichi obeyed without asking any questions. He had been using the chakra suppression skill and had been steadily leveling it up. Since it's come to this, I won't hold back. I need to make sure she will take me as a student. Daichi raised his hands with his palms facing upwards. He concentrated his chakra on his palms and stopped the suppression skill. Everyone in the room felt the large chakra flowing through the boy. The adults in the room were shocked when they sensed his chakra volume, but they kept a neutral face. Shizun was shocked as she looked at the kid. This child. His chakra reserves, it feels even larger than mine. And to suppress it to such a degree. His control is no doubt beyond average. Kinsei looked at his grandson beside him, and even though he expected it, he was still surprised. His growth rate is incredible. Jiraiya had a lifetime of practice in maintaining a poker face. He had heard about the boy's capabilities, but seeing it felt entirely different. This kid isn't from any clan, and he isn't holding a tailed beast. So for him to produce this much chakra at his age, only Jonin-level ninjas and above have this much reserves. Looks like Sensei wasn't kidding about this kid's strength. Tsunade kept a calm face but was now intrigued about the child's capabilities. Time to see what you're made of. Daichi's test to become a medic ninja under Tsunade had begun. Chapter 115, The Bet with Tsunade. As Daichi focused his chakra, he saw Tsunade bringing her hands over on top of his palms. She held her hands just a few inches above Daichi's, and a second later it started glowing green. Daichi looked at the green chakra, and at that moment he received a system notification. Unharmful foreign chakra detected. Daichi saw the message and came to a conclusion. So Tsunade is using her chakra on me? But it doesn't seem to be medical jutsu. My guess is she's most probably checking my chakra level and control. And it seems my body won't reject even ordinary chakras that aren't harmful to me, just like medical ninjutsu chakras. Daichi dismissed the blue box and focused on his current task. He kept the chakra flow steady and was in complete control. Tsunade kept a neutral face as she injected a bit of her chakra into Daichi. Her goal was to understand the boy's chakra levels and his current control over his chakra. At first she kept a neutral face, but after a short while her expression changed. Tsunade frowned and narrowed her eyes. The green glow between her palms got bigger and she looked far more serious than before. Kinsei, Jiraiya and Shizun sensed the change in her. They all kept quiet and didn't say anything to interrupt the medic Nin. Jiraiya crossed his arms and looked at his former teammate. Looks like she found something interesting about him. It must be something big. I can't remember the last time she looked so focused. Shizun held the pet pig Tauntaun and looked at her mentor. She knew what her master was doing right now but was confused about something. It's been over a minute since Lady Tsunade started. She should have an accurate assessment of his chakra volume and control by now. So why isn't she stopping? The occupants aside from the Senju patiently waited for her to finish. After several minutes the green glowing chakra faded and Tsunade took a step back from Daichi. She looked at Daichi with an astonished and bewildered face. She opened her mouth a couple times as if to say something but no words came out. Reputation increases with Tsunade Senju. Daichi had a guess as to what impressed her about him. Looks like all that chakra control training paid off. Seeing that the test was done, Daichi cut off the chakra flow to his palms and put his hands down. After a few more seconds Tsunade took a deep breath and regained her poker face. Your chakra control is adequate. And you have excellent reserves considering your age. And the fact that you can keep a steady flow of chakra for several minutes tells me just how well you're trained. You certainly have the capabilities to become a medic ninja. Shizun was shocked at that assessment and Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. He knew what his teammate was most proud of was her precise chakra control and medical skills. Adequate control. That's high praise from her. For her to admit that much means this child's control is beyond good. Then again he mastered the Rasengan in a week. So I suppose I should have expected this much. Daichi's face had a smile as he heard her. Yes. Looks like things are gonna be easier than I thought. Just as this thought ran through his mind Tsunade burst his bubble. But that doesn't mean I'll take you on as a student. Wait, what? Why? Daichi was sure his control skills had impressed her, so he was confused about her refusal. Listen, brat. I don't have to explain myself to you. Just because sensei said so doesn't mean I'll do it. I'm sure you can find another medic back at the village who will be more than happy to teach you. Tsunade spoke in a hard tone. She knew he couldn't go back to the village for the time being. Jiraiya had filled her in on the ongoings of the village and her sensei's secret investigations. She was just saying it to see Daichi's response. Daichi was not someone who gave up that easily. But you're the best medic in the world. I could learn far more from you than anyone else. Tsunade smirked at that. You do know how to flatter a girl. But sadly that won't work on me. Still. Tsunade paused and looked at the boy, and after a few seconds continued. Considering your above-average chakra control skills, I'll give you a chance. If you can complete the next task, I might take you as my student. Daichi nodded. All right. What do I have to do? Tsunade smirked and looked at her apprentice. Shizune, bring it here. Yes. Of course. Shizune left the room and after several seconds quickly came back with a scroll. Tsunade took the sealed scroll and held it in front of Daichi. She put it down and released the seal. A smoke suddenly appeared, and when it cleared, Daichi saw over 24 books atop the scroll. All of them several inches thick. There are 24 books here. These textbooks contain the necessary information a competent medic needs. These were all written by me, for those looking to become more than an ordinary medic ninja. I'll give you 2 months to learn all the information in these books. Tsunade had a devious smirk on her face as she said this. Daichi's eyes widened as he heard the insane timeframe given by the woman. He looked at the titles of some of those books. Medicine, toxicology, biology, biochemistry, physiology, battle medics, pharmacology, microbiology, animal anatomy, human anatomy, rules for medic ninjas on the field, surgery, poisons, herbs, chakra techniques and their effects on the human bodies, medical equipment's managements, medical forensics, and more. Oh man! That's a lot of books. Shizune, who was standing nearby, was also shocked. The amount of information contained in those books. It would take a normal person years to learn and memorize all that. It would take someone motivated and highly intelligent at least 9 to 12 months. But she's only giving him 2 months to understand all that? There's no way that's possible. So she really doesn't want him as a student after all. Kinsei, who was standing behind Daichi, also came to the same conclusion. He was upset that she wasn't even giving Daichi a fair shot. Tsunade. That's not fair. The blonde woman scowled. I said I'd give him a chance. Never said I'd be fair. That's... Kinsei was about to argue, but Daichi slightly raised his hand, stopping him. The boy took off his glasses and looked directly into the woman's eyes. A playful smile appeared on his face. I heard you like to gamble. Would you like to make a bet with me? Daichi smiled and spoke in a polite tone. Oh? What kind of bet? Tsunade was intrigued. If I learn all the information contained in all these books in 7 days, will you take me as a student? That question shocked everyone. The moment Tsunade heard that, her smile vanished and she narrowed her eyes. Reputation massively decreases with Tsunade Senju. Daichi ignored the blue system box. Tsunade looked at the smiling boy in front of her and became slightly angry. Che! I didn't know you were so arrogant. I'm not going to teach someone who's just going to take this as a joke. Daichi shook his head. I never said I took this as a joke. I can assure you I'm dead serious. And besides, you didn't answer my question. Do you want to make that bet with me? The lady smirked. First rule of trying to get someone to make a gamble. You need to have something the other person wants. If you want me to take the bet, you need to have something I want. And it doesn't seem like you do. Daichi slightly laughed. I wouldn't be too sure of that. He took a small scroll from his sleeve and placed it on the ground. He pressed his palm and injected some chakra. The next second the contents of the scroll became visible to everyone. From the scroll several stacks of money appeared. The adults in the room were astonished. Daichi stood up and looked at Tsunade. That's 500,000 ryo. My savings from the last 5 years. Still think I don't have anything you want? Reputation increased with Kinsei Isagi. Reputation increased with Shizunkado. Reputation increased with Jiraiya. Reputation slightly increased with Tsunade Senju. Tsunade looked at the confident smirk on Daichi's face and wanted to refuse the boy, but her gambling addict side took over. She smirked and spoke. Well. Things just got interesting. So if you can't memorize everything in all those books in 7 days, all this money is mine and you stop bothering me. Daichi nodded. Ha! Easiest money I ever made. Tsunade laughed and wondered which gambling den she should go to once she wins. When I win. Daichi spoke up at that moment, interrupting Tsunade's daydreams. You accept me as your student and teach me everything about medical ninjutsu you know. Give me your word that you will hold your end of the deal. The smile on Tsunade's face disappeared as she saw the seriousness in Daichi's eyes. She was quiet for several seconds and then nodded. You have a deal. Daichi smirked and sealed the money scroll and the book scroll and took them with him. He smirked as he looked at the female Sanin. I'll be back in a week. Make sure not to skip town. Now, Lady Tsunade, if you'll excuse me, I have a lot of reading to do. Miss Shizune, Lord Jiraiya. Daichi slightly bowed, bid his farewell and left with Kinsei following him. Daichi headed back to Kinsei's house with the old man following him. Daichi had a simple yet efficient plan in mind. And the 7-day challenge he proposed wasn't something done out of impulse. Daichi looked at the quest that was created when Tsunade said she would refuse to be his teacher. Quest created. Win the bet. Make a bet with Tsunade Senju and win. Study and memorize all 24 books within 7 days from now. Conditions. Memorize all the books. Complete the task within 7 days or less. Rewards. 2,500 EXP. Reputation massively increases with Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya, Shizunkado, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Kinsei Isagi. Odds of becoming Tsunade Senju's apprentice increases massively. Completing 1/2 of the conditions required to open the special stat Lukta. Failure. Will never become Tsunade's student. Reputation decreases with Jiraiya, Tsunade Senju, and Shizunkado, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Completing 1/2 of the conditions required to open special stat Lukta. As Daichi looked through all the details of the quest, the failure part confused him for a moment. Even if I fail the quest, I still complete half the conditions needed to open the luck stat? Daichi thought about it for a few seconds and he came to a conclusion. He now had an idea as to what was required to open the special stat luck. Tsunade has some kind of a strange relationship with luck. When she wins at something, it indicates a terrible omen. And when she loses, everything is fine. A strange relationship with luck that's beyond reason or understanding. This must be why the system chose her. I think I understand now. To open the luck stat, I need to make 2 bets with Tsunade. One that I win and one that I lose. That's the logical conclusion I can reach from this. A large grin appeared on Daichi's face. I'm going to win this bet. Then I'll have plenty of time to make another one with her where I can lose. The two of them quickly reached their home in the capital. Kinsei hadn't spoken since Daichi made the bet. He knew his grandson's tenacity and intelligence. He believed Daichi could do the impossible. Still, he couldn't help but be slightly anxious. Looks like you have a tough 7 days ahead of you. Kinsei spoke. Daichi looked at his grandfather, smirked and shook his head. No. Not really. Watching Kinsei's confusion, Daichi made a single hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kinsei's eyes widened as he understood Daichi's plan, and a wide grin that matched his grandson's appeared on his old face. Chapter 116, The New Apprentice, Daichi Hakama. A few minutes ago. Tsunade's apartment. The last Senju watched the child seal the money and books back into the scroll. I'll be back in a week. Make sure not to skip town. Now, Lady Tsunade, if you'll excuse me, I have a lot of reading to do. Miss Shizune, Lord Jiraiya. With those words, Tsunade watched Daichi and Kinsei leave the room. As she quietly stood there, Jiraiya spoke up. He's really talented, you know. And he's right. He could learn a lot from you. You said it yourself, his chakra control is excellent. At those words, Tsunade turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya noted that she had an unusually serious expression which was unlike her these days. What's wrong? Seeing her master's face, Shizune couldn't help but ask. Tsunade didn't utter any words for several seconds. She was still trying to digest the information she learned after examining the boy's chakra network. After a while she answered. His chakra network and his control. It's perfect, Tsunade said in a low voice. While Jiraiya only looked on in confusion to that statement, Shizune's eyes widened because she knew what her master was talking about. What? Lady Tsunade, that can't be. The young apprentice almost shouted. Are you saying I made a mistake? Tsunade slightly narrowed her eyes. Of course not. But something like that. It should be impossible, right? Tsunade sighed and answered her apprentice. Yes. It should be impossible. But I've checked. Thoroughly. His chakra control is precise. Absolutely perfect. At this point Jiraiya interrupted them. Yeah. For those of us not well versed in medical ninjutsu. Do you mind explaining? What exactly are you guys talking about? Tsunade looked at her former teammate and began to explain the situation. When someone uses chakra for anything, they unknowingly waste a lot of it. So to reduce this wastage and to use chakra more efficiently, we came up with chakra control exercises. These exercises help one improve their control over the chakra their body expends. Jiraiya agreed with that. Right. Techniques like tree walking and water walking and such. Yes. The tree walking and water walking are just those for the standard ninjas. For medics there are even more difficult control refining techniques that they need to master. Shizune spoke. Tsunade nodded and continued. Now these techniques help increase a shinobi's chakra control and bring it to their absolute highest level as possible. But there will still be some small amount of chakra wastage. It's not something that we can overcome. Jiraiya frowned at that. Isn't your chakra control perfect? You're the best medic in the world. Some of the techniques you use can't be accomplished if you don't have perfect control. Right? Tsunade shook her head in disagreement. My chakra control is only near perfect. Seeing Jiraiya tilt his head in confusion, Tsunade elaborated. How do I put this? Over the course of the last decade, Shizune has mastered all the control techniques she could and brought her chakra control to the highest level she could achieve. If I had to put it in mathematical terms, I'd say that her control over her chakra is over 90%. For reference, an ordinary ninja who learned tree walking and water walking would only have about 75 to 85% control. Wait! I thought by learning those techniques we would reduce wasting chakra completely. Tsunade replied. No! We only limit the wastage and only learn to use it more efficiently. There is a great difference in the amount of chakra wastage between someone who hasn't learned the techniques and someone who has. But even after we learn those techniques, there is still a small bit of chakra leakage. With more control training, this problem can only be reduced. And those being born in certain clans also have an advantage, and their bloodline can help with minimizing the chakra loss. You can say that while Shizune's control is over 90%, mine is about 95%. An advantage of being born in the Senju clan. But still, it's impossible to completely control our chakra without wasting even the tiniest bit. At least that's what I thought till now. Jiraiya crossed his arms and kept quiet. Unlike what he liked to portray, he wasn't an idiot. He was starting to see where Tsunade was going with this. So you're saying that child? Yes. He has 100% control over his chakra. I couldn't detect a single speck of his chakra leaking. He had absolute control over his energy the whole time. The astonishment in Tsunade's voice couldn't be hidden. Still, it's only just a small difference. Is it that hard to increase your control to 100%? The Toad Sage asked his friend. The female Sanin sighed and answered. The difference between each of those last 5% is like heaven and earth. It's not something that can be done with training. She took a deep breath and let it out. That child. His chakra control. It's even superior to mine. In fact, I don't think there is or has been anyone alive who has such absolute mastery over their energy. Jiraiya and Shizen's eyes widened at that statement. Lord Jiraiya, is he part of some clan? Shizen turned to the Toad Sage and inquired. Not that we know of. He was an orphan. They found him buried underneath some rubble during the rescue operations after the Nine Tails attack. Jiraiya replied after recalling the details he read in Daichi's file. The answer is in his genetics. Something like this can't be achieved with training. He must have some kind of a special mutation or gene that helps with his chakra control. I'm also sure this is also the cause for his abnormally large chakra reserves. Although this is just a theory, I believe this is the most likely answer. Tsunade spoke up after a few seconds. Hearing that Jiraiya thought about the things the boy was capable of. So that's how he learned the Rasengan and other nature transformation techniques so quickly. Still, just because he has a natural advantage doesn't make his achievements any less impressive. Even with his advantage, I'm sure that without a great amount of hard work he couldn't have learned those things so quickly. If he's so impressive, then why did you initially reject him? Why give him that insanely short time in the first place? The Toad Sage asked Tsunade. The slug Sanin sighed and replied. I just wanted to see how he'd react. I wanted to see if he would give up or take up the challenge and at least try and learn as much as possible before the deadline. Truth is, I'd be impressed if he was able to learn 4 or 5 books at most within that time. Jiraiya smirked at that. Well, that didn't work out the way you wanted, did it? Tsunade replied with confidence. He's an arrogant brat if he thinks he can learn all of that information in 1 week. I'm not going to teach a brat with a big head and overconfidence just because of a lucky break he was born with. He might have been able to master chakra control techniques easily, but that was due to his inborn special ability. Learning the mountain of information on those books, on the other hand, that's an entirely different thing. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Do you really believe he wouldn't be able to do it? Yes. Since he arrogantly made the bet to memorize all 24 books, I won't be satisfied even if he learns 23 books by the end of the week. And he won't even be able to do that. It's an impossible task. At that moment Jiraiya thought about the conversation he had with his sensei almost a year ago. But that can't be. Did he really master the Rasengan to that degree? Hiruzen nodded. I saw it myself. And he claimed he did it in 1 week. I have no reason to doubt him. Jiraiya was speechless when he heard that. But, that's impossible. Well, he did it. That boy did the impossible. Looking at his sensei's serious face, Jiraiya knew the Leaf Village now had another immeasurable talent growing inside its walls. A week from now I'll be 500,000 real richer. Hey Shizune. Should we go to the upper floors of that fancy restaurant? Or maybe. I wonder if I can find a good gambling den here? Tsunade's voice brought Jiraiya out of his thoughts. He looked at his former teammate already making plans as if she won. Tsunade. A fair warning. I wouldn't count on your victory just yet. Jiraiya had a smile on his face as he said those words. Tsunade was surprised. Oh really? You really think he can do it? The toad Sanin shrugged. Anything is possible. You should wait and see the results for yourself. With those words he turned around and headed outside. Now if you ladies will excuse me, I'm off to find some inspiration for my new book. Having said those words he jumped off the balcony and disappeared. Lord Jiraiya seems to believe in that boy. Do you really think he is capable of such a task? Shizun asked her master. The slug Sanin waved her hand as if it wasn't any big deal. Bha. That idiot is wrong. There's nothing for me to worry about. With those words Tsunade left the place and Shizun followed. She entered a local watering hole and drank to her heart's content. A couple days slowly passed. It was very early in the morning and Tsunade was walking around the quiet streets. As she turned a corner she saw Daichi jogging. He was coming towards her from the opposite direction. Morning, Lady Tsunade. It's a great time for a walk, isn't it? Daichi had a polite smile as he conversed with her. The female Sanin looked at the kid in surprise. She expected him to be stressed out and buried in his books trying to learn as much as possible. Not running around looking like he had no cares in the world. Shouldn't you be studying? Tsunade asked the kid. Daichi's smile grew at that question. Oh, I am. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be ready when the time comes. Good day, Lady Tsunade. With those words Daichi took off again. Has he already given up and this is just a bravado? Whatever. If he wants to lose on purpose, that's not my problem. Tsunade didn't think much of it and resumed her morning walk. The next few days during her morning walk Tsunade saw him jogging and then exercising near an abandoned field. She was surprised as to what trick he had up his sleeve that made him so confident in his victory. Days passed and it was the 6th night. Tsunade was in a small bar quietly drinking her sake. Tomorrow is the day. Would he really be able to do it? Doubt was slowly forming in her mind. She quickly finished her drink and headed home. She had to prepare for tomorrow. Tsunade quickly reached her home and took a pen and several sheets of paper. At that moment her apprentice walked in. Lady Tsunade. You're early. What are you doing? The young apprentice asked. Preparing a questionnaire for the brat. I'm going to put the most difficult and complicated questions in those books. She smirked and started her task. Shizun winced at that. Don't you think maybe you're going a bit too far, my lady? Tsunade stopped and looked at her student for a second before replying. Nope. And she went right back to her work. Oink! Oink! The pet pig tauntaun in Shizun's hand said. Shizun turned around and replied in a low voice to her pet. Yes. I also think she's only doing this for the money. You say something, Shizun? Tsunade had a small tick mark on her forehead as she looked at her student from the corner of her eyes. Of course not, my lady. Oink oink! With that the poor student of the slug Sanin got out of the house with her cute pig as quickly as she could. The day of judgment was here. All the parties had gathered in Tsunade's apartment. To the adults, Daichi looked nervous and looked as if he was trying to hide that fact. Tsunade's confidence grew as she saw that. So you've memorized everything in all those books? The slug Sanin asked. Why yup. All that. Why yes. I learned it. Daichi answered. His answer created frowns on Shizun, Kinsei, and Jiraiya's faces but made Tsunade a lot happier. More confident in her victory, she proceeded with her plan. I'll be the judge of that. Tsunade took out several pages of paper and handed it to Daichi. There are 300 questions on those pages that cover the contents of the 24 books I gave you. That's a lot of questions. Daichi mumbled as he bewilderingly looked at the pages in front of him. Yes. You have exactly 5 hours to complete the test. Starting now. Wait, what? Daichi looked shocked but then scrambled to the nearby table and chair and started writing the answers to the questions in front of him. Oh, and one more thing. If you get even a single question wrong or if you fail to answer any one, you fail the test and I win." The smug tone in Tsunade's voice couldn't be masked. Daichi looked like he was in panic and was quickly writing down the answers. Jiraiya winced at the conditions of the test. "Yeesh. That's some harsh conditions, Tsuna. Maybe we should give the kid some space so he can write those answers in peace." "Not a chance. I'm staying right here." Tsunade sat down on a nearby chair and focused on Daichi. Shizen sighed as she looked at the kid and then at her master who was watching said kid like a hawk. A test with difficult questions and a very limited time to answer the questions. He only has 1 minute to answer each question. If he misses one or gets one question wrong he loses, and more than that. He is no doubt feeling the pressure of being watched by so many eyes. Lady Tsunade placed the chair in the middle of the room so Daichi would feel the pressure from those present. He has to recall the information and write it in such harsh conditions. I would never be able to do it if I was in his place. If he had something like the Sharingan then it wouldn't have been a problem for him, but the outcome is already decided. He'll fail. Jiraiya was curious as to the outcome so he decided to stay put. He and Kinsei were quiet and sat down. Shizen also took a seat near her master. Time quickly flew by and everyone had their eyes on Daichi. He was writing non-stop at an excellent pace. 4 hours and over 40 minutes had gone by. Suddenly Daichi put his pencil down and stood up with the pile of sheets in his hands. "I'm done!" Everyone was surprised at that exclamation. "Already? Daichi, do you need to look over your answers? You still have some time left." Kinsei asked his grandson in concern. "No need. I'm done." Daichi had a smug smile on his face. He handed the papers to Tsunade and sat back in his chair. Everyone was curious as to the results. Tsunade started going through his answers one by one. She had a smug look on her face at the beginning, but as she graded the answers the smile slowly vanished. Around 40 minutes went by and Tsunade finished her evaluation. She looked at the papers with a stunned expression. She then looked at Daichi and asked, "How? How did you do it?" The question shocked the adults in the room as they could already guess the results of the test. "How did I do what?" "You're gonna have to be more specific." Daichi said it in such a fake tone that small veins started popping up on Tsunade's forehead when she heard it. "You little brat. You got all the questions right. How did you do it?" Daichi shrugged and answered. "Like I said. I memorized and understood everything in those books these last few days. I'm asking how." At that Daichi's smile widened. "I have the ability to recall all my memories with perfect clarity. And I mean all my memories. And I also abuse the hell out of Shadow Clone Jutsu." The adults, Kinsei included, were surprised that Daichi had such an ability. Kinsei looked at his grandson. "This is the first time I'm hearing that. It feels like every day he's displaying new abilities. I made good on my end. I memorized the whole thing and I aced your test. Guess this means I'm your apprentice now, huh?" Daichi spoke with a small laugh. Tsunade's eyes widened in realization. "You tricked me." Those words came out before she could stop them. "I didn't trick you. I just didn't mention that I had the capability to win the bet. Come on. Did you really think I would make a bet as important as that without having confidence that I could absolutely win? Did you really think I'm such an idiot? Then why did you look so nervous at the beginning?" Jiraiya asked Daichi. "If I didn't and I came here all confident looking, then she might have pulled out another trick that would have made things even more difficult for me than it already was. I needed her to let her guard down." Daichi replied. "And you didn't feel the need to share any of this with me because..." It was Kinsei who asked that question. "The best way to fool your enemies is to first fool your allies. You taught me that. Remember." Daichi was smiling as his plan worked. Kinsei's genuine reaction to Daichi's nervous act at the beginning made Tsunade drop her guard. Reputation increased with Jiraiya, Shizen Kato, and Kinsei Isagi. Reputation massively increased with Tsunade Senju. You little brat. I'm seriously pissed off right now. Tsunade said one thing, but her face showed a different emotion. Daichi looked her in the eyes. If you're angry, then why are you smiling? Yes. Despite saying she was furious, Tsunade had a wide grin on her face as she looked at the child. So what do you say, Lady Tsunade? Do I have the honor of becoming your second student? Daichi slightly bowed and was polite as he asked this question. Tsunade reined in her emotions and looked at the boy. She thought about his perfect chakra control, his absolute memory recall, and his cunningness. She also remembered the things Jiraiya and Kinsei said about the boy. After several seconds of silence, she spoke. A deal is a deal. From now on, call me Tsunade-sensei. Daichi raised his head and gave a wide smile. Yes, Tsunade-sensei. The slug Sanin walked forward and placed her hand softly on Daichi's head. But before we begin, there's one thing I need to do. What's that? Daichi asked with great curiosity. Tsunade gave a sickly sweet smile that sent shivers up Daichi's spine. You have sense killing intent. This warning notification did not help Daichi at all. Jiraiya and Shizen instantly recognized that smile. Only one thought went through their minds. Oh! Don't ever hustle me again. With that, she flicked her finger on Daichi's forehead, sending him flying out of the building. Oh my god! Daichi! Kinsei yelled and ran after his flying grandson. Shizune! Tsunade shouted. Yes, my lady. Go and heal that brat if he's injured. Tsunade said and went to her room, and Shizen took off as well. Was that really necessary? Jiraiya asked his friend. Yes. Tsunade gave a single-word reply and started on her first drink of the day. Jiraiya slightly grimaced and looked at the holes in the walls left by the flying Daichi. Yeesh! Tsunade, you haven't changed one bit. I hope you're prepared, kid. Chapter 117, 5th Year and Medic Training. A few days had passed since Daichi took the test and successfully became Tsunade's newest apprentice. She told Daichi that his training would begin only after he received his academy assignments for the current year. Yesterday, a Chunin from the village brought Daichi a scroll containing the curriculum and assignments he needed to complete for the 5th year. It was specifically designed just for Daichi by Irika on the Hokage's orders. Daichi went through everything in the scroll that night and found that it wasn't all that difficult for him to complete it. After making a mental training plan for the year, he went to sleep. April 1st. Daichi woke up early in the morning. The long-running quest was updated. Ongoing quest path to the strongest updated. Let's see what I have to do this year. Tasks to complete this year have been updated. Training clothes in your inventory have been modified. Wear them when completing the daily quests. Conditions: frowny face. Complete 500 push-ups daily. Complete 500 squats daily. Complete 500 punches daily. Run 30 kilometers daily. Complete at least one dungeon before the end of March next year. Train under Tsunade Senju and learn over 15 different medical ninjutsu techniques. Learn advanced chakra control techniques. Complete academic assignments before the final exam of this curriculum. So the conditions were modified according to the situation, huh? Learning 15 different medical ninjutsu, advanced chakra control, academy assignments. I've got a lot to do. Rather than be intimidated by the sheer amount of goals he needed to complete, Daichi was excited. His desire to improve himself was greater than one could understand. After reading the conditions needed to clear the quest this year, he looked over the rewards. Rewards. Status recovery, daily. Random reward, weekly. Plus 3 stat points, weekly. Plus 3000 EXP clearing a dungeon. Reward for clearing additional dungeons. New skill for successfully completing all tasks. The daily and weekly rewards are the same. But the reward for dungeon clearing is now different. Instead of skill or title, it's EXP for the first dungeon I raid. New skill, huh? Please don't let it be anything like the last one. Failure. -5 stat points. Penalty dungeon. Death. Accept, yes or no. Daichi accepted the quest without hesitation and looked at the training gear in his inventory. Weighted training clothes, rare item, rank C. Consists of 2 leg warmers to be worn below the knee and 2 arm sleeves to be worn below the elbow. Each weighing exactly 10 kilograms. Consists of 1 undershirt and 1 trouser to be worn under the clothes. Each weighing exactly 30 kilograms. Wow! 100 kilos. The system is starting to increase the weights by a large margin. Still, it's nothing I can't handle. Daichi began his morning workouts. 100 kilos may seem like a small amount when working out, but it's a different story when I'm wearing these weighted clothes all the time. Daichi diligently completed each of his daily exercises and was done within an hour. He freshened up and went to meet his new teacher Tsunade Senju. Daichi arrived at the slug Sanin's apartment and was greeted by Shizune. He entered and saw Lady Tsunade looking out at the balcony wistfully. Noticing his arrival, she became serious and came near him. Before we begin, I need to know a few things from you. Tsunade spoke with an authoritative tone. Daichi stood straight and looked at her. What do you want to know? Show me the Rasengan. Jiraiya said you mastered the jutsu, and based on my observations on your chakra control and the strength of your coils, I'm inclined to agree with him. But still, I want a demonstration. Daichi nodded and brought his right hand up. In an instant a round ball of spinning chakra gathered and was rotating on Daichi's palm. Tsunade looked at the jutsu for several seconds. That's enough. It seems you have the change in chakra form down. How far have you come along in change in chakra nature training? I've completed the 2 steps of earth, fire, and water nature. Daichi replied. Shizune, who was standing behind Daichi, was astounded. He's only 10 years old and yet he already mastered 3 elements? His talent is incredible. Tsunade looked at the kid and was surprised as well, but she kept a calm face. Jiraiya wasn't kidding about his talents. This kid could be on the same level or even greater than the late 4th. Let me guess. You plan to master the remaining 2 as well? Tsunade asked Daichi, but it was phrased more as a statement than a question. Daichi nodded in agreement. I was thinking of completing lightning nature this year and wind nature by the end of next. The female Sanin frowned as she looked at the boy. Do you really think you can learn medical ninjutsu while also completing your academy assignments and master lightning chakra nature? Yes. Daichi replied without hesitation. The resolute reply stunned the woman. Then she thought about his accomplishments so far and decided to move forward. You plan on becoming a frontline fighter, don't you? Yeah. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and looked at the boy. There are 3 rules I taught Shizune before I started her training. If you're going to be a medic ninja trained under me, then you'll have to obey those rules. Daichi narrowed his eyes but said nothing. He knew what she was about to say. Rule 1. A medic ninja must never give up on treatment until their patient's dying breath. Rule 2. A medic ninja must never go to the front lines. Rule 3. A medic ninja should always be the last of their platoon to die. Tsunade paused to see the kid's reaction to her words, but Daichi was as still as a statue. If you want to learn medical ninjutsu from me, you'll have to forget about fighting on the front lines. Tsunade was saying these words to test Daichi. She wanted to see his reaction. After a few seconds, Daichi spoke with a slight cold tone. You seem to have misunderstood something, Lady Tsunade. I'm a ninja first and will be a medic second. I have no intention of staying away from the front lines. Then you won't be learning from me. Tsunade crossed her arms and spoke. Did you stay away? Daichi asked. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Did you stay away from the battlefield, knowing that your presence there could change the outcome? Tsunade was quiet for a few seconds but then sighed slightly and replied. No. I went to war side by side with my teammates. Daichi nodded. Then you understand. Besides, isn't there one more rule? Tsunade looked at the child in front of her and smirked. Yes. Rule 4. A medic ninja who masters the ninja art of mitotic regeneration, the 100 healings, may ignore the first 3 rules. Daichi smirked as he looked at his teacher. I want to learn medical ninjutsu under you. All your techniques and skills. I want to learn them all. But I will also be fighting in the thick of the battle at all times. Tsunade tilted her head to the side and spoke. It seems there is only one solution for that problem. Yeah. I'm going to learn the mitotic regeneration 100 healing technique before I become a Genin. Daichi was absolutely confident that he could achieve this. Shizun was shocked at the declaration, but Tsunade merely snorted. Do you really think you can do it in just a few years? It's a special forbidden jutsu created by me. The level of difficulty of mastering that is not something to be taken lightly. Daichi smiled as he looked at the woman in front of him. Are you still underestimating me, Lady Tsunade? The smirk on her face vanished as she looked at Daichi's confident face. Can he really do it? Can he learn that jutsu in just a few years? She sighed. I guess we'll find out, won't we? Let's see if you can pull off your magic trick one more time. Want to make that a bet? Daichi asked with a devilish smile. A tick mark formed on Tsunade's head as she heard the boy's cocky tone. Do you want me to send you flying again? Daichi immediately straightened and bowed. No, Tsunade-sensei. I'll be good. The horror of what he experienced that day won't be forgotten for a long time. Ha! That's more like it. Now come on. There's no point in delaying it any longer. We'll begin your training today. Tsunade said and walked with Daichi and Shizun following her. The trio plus Shizun's pet pig were walking down the streets of the capital. Where are we going? Daichi asked the woman. You'll see when we get there. Tsunade didn't elaborate anymore and kept walking with the other 2 following her. Before long she reached the destination. The trio was in front of the Fire Capital's hospital. Tsunade quickly led them inside. There she met an older man wearing a white doctor's coat. He was tall, had tan skin and a white beard and mustache, and was wearing round glasses. Lady Tsunade. You're here. The man spoke. Thank you for indulging me, Karuizawa. I appreciate it. Daichi was surprised at how polite Tsunade was when speaking to the man. The man waved his hand as if it was no big deal. Think nothing of it. This is the least I could do for all the help you've done over the years. The man, now identified as Karuizawa, looked over to Shizun. Oh, Shizun. You've grown up so much. I hear you're an excellent medic, just like your teacher here. Shizun slightly bowed and answered. Thank you, Karuizawa-senpai. The man then looked towards Daichi. He rubbed his chin as he looked at the boy. So this is the kid, huh? He's a bit young, isn't he? Do you think he's ready? He asked, turning his attention to Tsunade. Trust me, he's capable. Don't let his age fool you. Karuizawa nodded. Well, if he has your seal of approval, then I approve. What's your name, young man? Daichi Hakama, sir. Karuizawa smiled as he looked at Daichi. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Karuizawa. I'm the head of the hospital here. Lady Tsunade came and told me about you a couple days ago. This is where you'll be training for a while. Daichi had a feeling it was something like that. He bowed and replied. Thank you for the opportunity. Come on, I'll show you to your room. With those words, the man turned around and started walking. He led them to a medium-sized room with an examination bed, table, and sufficient equipment. I believe this will do. Don't you think so, Lady Tsunade? Yes. This will do nicely. Thank you, Karuizawa. No. Please. It's my pleasure. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to my work. The head doctor of the hospital smiled at everyone and left the room. Daichi looked around the room. A private room just for my training? Tsunade must have some serious pull here. He knew about Shizen as well. So this must be where she trained too. So what do I start with? Daichi was excited. Before I begin you on medical ninjutsu, you need training in healing and handling wounds and injuries without the use of chakra. This is basic stuff that the academy teaches you before you become a genin. Tsunade replied. Daichi recalled the information in the books and understood what she was talking about. You're talking about first aid and proper basic procedures. The Senju nodded in agreement. That's right. Many times out in the field, you'll run out of chakra due to different reasons. You can't stop treatment because of such a lame excuse. And treating the different patients here will also give you some experience before we get into the real gritty part. You may have learned everything in those books, but knowledge and experience are two different things. I see. Alright, I'm ready. Let's do this. Shizen will handle things from here. Listen to her and do as she says. With those words, Tsunade went to the other side of the room and sat near the small open window. At that moment Daichi recalled the crucial information about the woman. Right. She's afraid of blood. She has hemophobia. Daichi just nodded and didn't say anything. He saw Shizen getting ready and mentally prepared himself. Let's do this. Chapter 118, The First Step of a Medic. Just as Daichi made a determined face, a new quest box popped up in front of him. Quest created, heal the patients. Successfully identify the injury and treat the patients that come to you. Time limit, today before 5 p.m. Conditions. Successfully treat at least 30 patients. Rewards. 6,000 EXP. New skill. Reputation increases with Tsunade Senju, Shizen Kato, Karuizawa. Reputation slightly increases with the people of Fire Capital. Failure. New title. Reputation decreases with Tsunade Senju, Shizen Kato, and Karuizawa. Reputation slightly decreases with the people of Fire Capital. Accept, yes or no? Daichi held his breath and then let it out. He accepted the quest and got ready. And like that, Daichi's medic training officially began. Shizen went outside the room and brought the first patient. Remember Daichi. Communication, diagnosis, and treatment. Tsunade gave a few more words of advice and then sat quietly. Daichi nodded and looked at his first patient. It was a teenage boy. Daichi gave the kid a once-over the moment he walked through the doors. Based on his outfit and the scars on his palms, I'd say he's a carpenter. Or a trainee one. He's holding his right wrist. I don't see any external injury other than swelling, so probably a sprain. Hello. Daichi politely greeted the kid. The boy looked at Daichi and was surprised. Aren't you a little young to be a doctor? Daichi had a slight twitch in his eye. I'm that good. So what seems to be the problem? With that, Daichi's day at the hospital began. Just as he observed, his first patient came with a sprain. Since it wasn't a serious injury, Daichi gave the basic treatment and dismissed him. Daichi remembered all the procedures, steps, and treatment methods written in the book Tsunade gave him, and he perfectly applied them. Shizen stood a few feet from Daichi and had a critical eye on everything. One after another, patients of all ages came to Daichi. Most of them were surprised to see a child treat them, but some didn't care. Daichi diagnosed a patient with blisters, pain, and swelling. A minor second-degree burn. Apply antibiotics to kill bacteria and elevate the burn area to reduce swelling and pain. At the beginning, Daichi was somewhat unsure of the steps even though he memorized them. But as he got used to the situation, his speed increased and his confidence grew. Shizen was surprised at how calm and methodical Daichi was. His hesitation has disappeared. And the way he perfectly applies the medicine. He truly did memorize every book Lady Tsunade gave him. Incredible. He's doing a lot better than I did on my first day. As Daichi successfully treated more and more people, the severity of the injuries slightly increased. The next person that came to Daichi had a bleeding arm. Daichi was focused on the patient, but at that moment Shizen discreetly looked at her mentor. Tsunade turned her head and looked outside the window the moment she saw the patient. Daichi didn't pay attention to the two. He quickly analyzed the arm and came up with the remedy. It's a superficial wound. Non-critical. So, capillary bleeding. Apply pressure and stop the blood flow. Clean the wound and apply antibiotics to stop any infection and dress the wound. Daichi quickly moved with precision. He calmed the patient down and gently eased the man's worries and quickly completed his treatment. Once that was done and the patient left the room, Shizen stepped forward. Well done, Daichi. Why don't we take a break? Daichi, not sure why, but nodded. Sure. He then looked at the Sanin Tsunade sitting near the window clutching her green gem necklace with a slightly shaky arm. His eyes widened in realization. She must be reliving some traumatic memories. I better give them some space. Yeah. A break sounds good. Why don't I get something to drink? Do you want any, Miss Shizen? Daichi asked as he turned his attention to his senpai. I'm good. Go! She replied with a small smile. Daichi nodded and left the room. Shizen turned to her master and was slightly saddened at the sight. I really must be in a pathetic state for you to look at me like that. Tsunade looked towards her apprentice and tried to smile. Come on. Cheer up. I'll be fine. Shizen slightly frowned. That's a poor lie. You're far from fine. You're not happy. And haven't been for a long time. I haven't seen you smile like you truly mean it in a long time. Do you think he's already figured it out? Tsunade's question brought Shizen out of her thoughts. About your... Tsunade merely nodded to the incomplete question. Shizen thought about it and replied. He's smart. He must have seen the state you were in and came to some conclusion. And even if he hasn't, since he's training under you, it won't be long before he figures it out. Tsunade smirked at that. Something tells me he already knows or at least figured it out. He probably left the room to give me some space. Cheeky brat. You think he knew about it before today? Do you think Kinsei would have told him? Shizen asked with a surprise. The slug Sanin shook her head. Kinsei isn't the kind of person to tell someone something like that. Not even to his grandson. If Daichi did know, then he must have found out some other way. But if he didn't, then I'm pretty sure he must have suspected it after seeing my reaction to the last patient. Shizen nodded. Meanwhile, Daichi was roaming the halls of the hospital. He got something to eat and was feeling mentally refreshed after taking a break. He reviewed the events of the day and smiled. I'm getting better and better. I haven't made a mistake so far and must keep it that way. Tsunade really is a genius when it comes to medical stuff. Her books contained information that made everything I learned about the field seem like nothing. The precise and most effective methods of treatment and medicine were her creations. She truly is a master of the field. After a while, Daichi got back to the examination room and continued treating his patients. Daichi gained experience with treating burns, bleeding, concussion, setting a split, and more. He learned and experienced how to stitch up and close wounds and set the dislocated bones right. His basic skills and overall experience and understanding improved at tremendous pace. As Daichi treated each patient, his reputation with said patient would also slightly increase. The day soon came to a close. Daichi successfully completed his quest and got a new skill that paired well with his current needs. Quest: Heal the Patients completed. Rewards: 6,000 EXP. New skill: First Aid. Reputation increases with Tsunade Senju, Shizen Kato, Karuizawa. Reputation slightly increases with the people of Fire Capital. You have leveled up. First Aid passive, LV.1, a basic and necessary skill for any ninja. This skill enables the user to heal themselves or others and remove poisons and other non-critical debuffs. With more proficiency, the user can create a variety of bandages from different clothes and increase the health point restored. Higher level increases faster health point recovery. Effects: 10. Health point restored when applying first aid. 35% increase in successfully identifying normal poisons. 35% increase in successfully creating antidotes. 2% increase in recovery speed. 0.5% increase in successfully identifying unique and engineered poisons. Daichi looked at the rewards and was happy. A level up and a new skill. Nice. He went over the effects of the skill first aid. A passive skill, huh? With higher levels I can increase the health point restored and the recovery speed, and this says it applies to everyone I use it on. So people I heal in the future will recover faster. That's going to come in handy when I'm in a team. Only 35% in identifying poisons and creating antivenoms? I learned all the poisons and antidotes written in those books. And I'm pretty sure I can follow the steps and create antidotes. So shouldn't it be 100%? After thinking about it some more, Daichi came to a conclusion. Tsunade only gave me a portion of the books. She must still be holding out the important stuff. Now that I think about it, that makes sense. Looks like there is still much I need to learn. Not bad. You did well on your first day. But things will only get harder from here. So don't get overconfident. Lady Tsunade's voice brought Daichi out of his thoughts. He nodded. I understand. You're done for the day. Meet us here tomorrow morning at the same time. Let's go, Shizune. I need a drink. With those words the Senju left the room. Daichi gave a small bow and spoke to Shizune. Thank you for the guidance. I'll see you tomorrow. The woman nodded and smiled at the boy, and they both went their separate ways. Without wasting time, Daichi headed straight home. He met Kinsei, who was going over some documents. So how was your first day as a medic ninja trainee? It felt a bit overwhelming at the beginning, but I got used to it pretty quickly. The day passed without any problems. Daichi replied. Kinsei nodded. Well, it's your first day. Daichi. You'll experience many hardships, but if you can persevere and move forward, you can become something truly great. Daichi smiled at the encouraging words. I plan to. Daichi went to his room and started on his academic assignment that was given to him. There were many he needed to complete, and he got to work. Sake. Another bottle of sake. Tsunade emptied another bottle and yelled at the waiter. Shizune, who drank with her master, was passed out on the chair near her. You seem to be having a good time. The voice of Jiraiya came. His eyes then went to the woman passed out next to his former teammate. Looks like Shizune is done for the day. Tsunade looked at her apprentice. Even after all this time, she still can't handle her booze. What a wimp. Ha ha ha. I doubt anybody can hold a candle to you when it comes to booze. The Toad Sage laughed and sat down. You look more and more beautiful each day. What do you want, you pervert? Shouldn't you be off somewhere doing research for your trashy book? Not tonight. Jiraiya took out a bottle and poured himself a cup and then handed Tsunade the bottle. They both drank and stayed quiet for a while. How's the brat? Jiraiya asked her. Tsunade took a few moments before answering. You are kidding. He has enormous talent and potential. And it's not just that. He has a strong mind. His mental focus, his concentration. It's far above normal. Jiraiya nodded. I told you Sensei wasn't wrong about him. He made a good choice sending the kid to you. I'll hold up my end of the deal. I'll teach the brat as much as I can. But after that I'm done. Jiraiya only nodded to the words and didn't say anything else. They enjoyed each other's company in silence. For Daichi, a routine slowly formed. Each day he would wake up early and complete his morning workouts, and then would go to the hospital and train under Tsunade and Shizune for about 6 hours. He learned how to treat several types of injuries and became adept at identifying different diseases and poisons. His skill steadily leveled up. After his time at the hospital, he would go home and complete the academy assignments for the day and then train his ninjutsu skills with the remaining time or just roam the capital. Tsunade and Shizen were impressed with Daichi. They were surprised that he could keep his composure even under great stress and correctly make a diagnosis. He was always so calm and in control that they sometimes felt as if they were looking at a professional medic and not a trainee. The days turned into weeks and soon a month passed. Chapter 119, Seek the Hidden Truth of the Necklace. It was the last day of April. Daichi had spent every day training in the hospital and improving his basic medical skills. He also didn't neglect his other chakra training. The day was coming to a close and Daichi was just about to complete his shift when an emergency occurred. "Lady Tsunade, we need your help." A nurse at the hospital barged into the room. She had a patient with her that seemed to be in agony. "Lay him down." Shizen and Daichi laid the patient down on the examination table. He came in with severe pain in his abdominal area. We ran a diagnostic and sensed abnormal chakra fluctuations. "We'll take it from here," Shizen told the nurse, and after giving them the relevant information she left. "Well, Daichi, you're up. He is in pain and his chakra network is behaving erratically. So identify the problem quickly and solve it or Shizen will step in." Tsunade spoke at that moment. Daichi nodded and looked over at the patient. He ran a medical diagnostic jutsu created by Tsunade and quickly identified the problem. He has a parasite in his abdominal area and it's leeching off his chakra. He needs surgery. Daichi spoke and quickly put on the gloves and took a clean scalpel. The room they were in was clean and was capable of such a situation. Daichi prepared the patient and he cleaned the area and cut into the person's body. He quickly reached the intended area where the parasite was laying and carefully cut it out. It wiggled and sent the drops of blood on its body flying everywhere. Daichi placed it in a container and quickly closed the wound. He was calm the entire time and moved with precision. His high dexterity helped in making it a perfect surgery with no mistakes. "Done," Daichi said. He called the nurse back and she took the unconscious patient out of the room. It was only then that Daichi turned around to look at his mentors. He saw a few drops of blood on Tsunade's hands and she was shaking like a leaf. Shizen calmed her down in a low voice and quickly wiped the blood of her master. Tsunade looked at the two people in the room. Her eyes fell on Daichi and she felt like a failure at that moment. How pathetic. At this point a child is a better medic than me. I need some air. With those words she quickly left the room. Daichi sighed at the scene. Trauma like that. It's not something that can be overcome with ease. Well, unless you befriend the protagonist of the series. His eyes then went to Shizen. Even though he knew the reason, he still asked. She has hemophobia, doesn't she? What happened? Shizen let out a small breath and looked sad at that question. It was something that happened a long time ago. She had two great loves in her life. The two most important people to her. The first was her brother, Nawaki Senju. He had dreams of becoming Hokage. On his 12th birthday, after learning his goal, Lady Tsunade entrusted him with the green gem necklace and hoped he would achieve his dreams. The necklace once belonged to her grandfather, the first Hokage. So she thought Nawaki deserved it. He died the day after in an unfortunate accident during a mission. Daichi nodded slightly and didn't speak. If I remember right, then his body was blown up and the only thing that was intact was the necklace. Shizen continued without knowing Daichi's thoughts. It took a long time for her to recover from that. The second person she loved was my uncle, Dan Kato. He too had the same dream of becoming Hokage and he was the second person she entrusted the necklace to. Shortly after, during the Second World War, his team was ambushed and he was gravely injured. Lady Tsunade couldn't save his life and he died in her arms. From that day she became afraid of blood. She holds on to the necklace because it reminds her of her loss. So that necklace represents the two great losses of her life, huh? If she wants to recover and move on, then she should entrust the necklace to someone else. Daichi said this because he wanted to see if he could cure Tsunade of her phobia. And he felt that the person who should have the gem was Naruto. Daichi had no interest in becoming Hokage, and he had no interest in getting the green gem from the Sanin. Shizen shook her head hearing that. It's not that easy. There is more to that necklace. Lady Tsunade believes it is cursed. She believes anyone who wears it other than her will die. So she won't give it up to anyone. Daichi crossed his arms as he thought about that detail. Right. There is that. At that moment an unexpected quest box appeared. Quest created, seek the hidden truth of the necklace. Tsunade and those around her believe there is a curse on the first Hokage's necklace that would kill anyone who wears it other than Tsunade Senju. But is this the truth? Investigate what happened in secret and find the hidden truth of the necklace. No time limit. Once you found the truth, you have two options. Option 1, smiley face. Reveal the truth to Tsunade. Rewards: 15,000 EXP. Reputation might increase or decrease with Tsunade, Shizen, and possibly others. Note: revealing the truth to Tsunade will have unknown consequences. Option 2, smiley face. Keep what you've learned to yourself. Rewards: 15,000 EXP. Failure. If you are caught investigating the incidents, then certain dangerous individuals will have their eyes on you. Possible death. Accept, yes or no. After telling the story, Shizen left the room to find her master, but Daichi was standing still staring at the quest box. He read the contents and was astonished. What the hell? There's more to the story behind what happened. And the failure part of the quest. Certain dangerous individuals and possible death. So does that mean? Several thoughts went through Daichi's mind and he came to a conclusion. The death of Nawaki Senju and Dan Kato. They weren't accidents. It was both planned. Two assassinations disguised as accidents. After thinking about it for a few more seconds, Daichi accepted the quest despite the risks. He was far too curious now. He decided he would think about it more once he got home. He washed up and stepped out of the room. He saw much calmer Tsunade and Shizen waiting for him along with the head of the hospital, Dr. Karuizawa. I'm impressed, young man. You passed the month without any problems. You treated every patient correctly. A perfect record. Which is unheard of for a trainee, and even some doctors. The man spoke with a large smile. Reputation increased with Karuizawa, Tsunade Senju, and Shizen. Your basic training has now come to an end. If you wish to practice your medical arts, you are welcome here. Daichi gave a small polite bow and thanked the man for the opportunity. Thanks to Tsunade's books, I know every part of the human body, the problems that can arise, and how to treat them efficiently and correctly. And with the gamer's mind keeping me calm and my absolute recall skill, treatment is no problem. Add in my observed skill, and diagnosing and accurately identifying a patient's illness was easy too. Once Karuizawa left, Daichi turned to his two teachers. Come on, brat. Let's go. We're celebrating tonight. My treat, Tsunade said with a smirk and led the way. They made their way to the Red Phoenix restaurant and this time went to the first floor. They found a quiet private spot and gave their order. Tsunade looked at Daichi and was deeply impressed with his skills and talents. She never met a child with as much raw potential as him. He didn't make a single mistake throughout the month. He was able to correctly identify the problem and solve it every time. Even I made mistakes when I started out. But then again, I didn't have the knowledge he had. But still, to apply that knowledge into practice correctly, his potential is vast. You've completed your training for the first month and performed the tasks perfectly. I have to admit, you have some skill. You know, you could become an excellent medic and spend your days in minimal danger and lead a comfortable life if you become a medic at the hospital here. Tsunade said as she looked at the boy. I know. But that's not the life I want. And you already know that. The Senju merely smirked at that reply. Take a few days off to rest. After that we'll get started on the advanced stuff. It will only get difficult for you from this point forward. Daichi nodded. Finally, I'll be able to learn medical ninjutsu and can master it much faster thanks to my perfect control. Based on the speed, I should be able to learn everything she can teach me in the next couple years. The food soon arrived and everyone enjoyed themselves. So Daichi, what are your plans for the next 2 days? Shizen asked the boy. Daichi paused for a moment and thought about it. After a short while he had an answer. I'm thinking about starting on the first step of the change in chakra nature for lightning. Since I have the next few days off, I'll be able to start on that and complete it in a month or two. The slight Sanin smirked and looked at the boy. You really think you can master the first step in just 2 months while training in medical ninjutsu and completing your daily academy assignments? Yes. I would have mastered it in less than 2 or 3 weeks if I had nothing to do, but as you've said, I have plenty on my plate already. That's why I said 2 months. Daichi had a smirk on his face as he replied. You're a cocky little brat, aren't you? You're only now figuring that out? Daichi looked at her and took a bite of his food. Tsunade's eyes twitched as she looked at the smug grin on the boy's face. Why this little? Shizen awkwardly laughed looking at the scene. Daichi. Please don't antagonize Lady Tsunade. I really like this restaurant. Don't you have anything else to do? Don't you have any hobbies? Tsunade asked him as she drank some sake. Well, I cook when the mood hits me and I occasionally paint. But, now that I think about it, I haven't had much time for those recently. Daichi pondered on that though. I need to enjoy myself. I can't spend all my time training even though I like it. I need to experience more in life. Wait! You paint? Shizen asked him. Daichi nodded and Shizen made a request for a portrait of herself. Daichi accepted and told her he would make one in a couple weeks. A couple hours later the small party winded down and Daichi went home. When he got home he noticed that Kinsei wasn't around. Must be on a trip outside the capital again. He's been going out a lot more, lately. Wonder why? Daichi didn't think about it more because he had something else in his mind. He completed his daily assignments and just laid in his bed. He thought about the recent quest that was created. Seek the hidden truth of the necklace. It's the first time I got a quest with different options like this. Not telling Tsunade and nothing happens, but telling Tsunade can create some kind of ripple effect. And what's more is the reward for telling her. My reputation might decrease. How is that even possible? Just what kind of secret is it? Daichi went over everything he knew about the deaths and about the 2 characters. Nawaki Senju and Dan Kato. To the show they were just side characters that were created to move the plot forward. But this isn't a show. It's real life. At least for me. Daichi took a deep breath and thought about the situation. It looks like their deaths were planned murders instead of some accident that happened on a mission. So who would benefit from the death of a genin and a jonin? Is it the work of one individual or 2 individuals? Or is it an organization that's behind their deaths? Is Danzo involved in this? Both of them wanted to be Hokage. Is that the reason? No. Nawaki was just a kid. He wasn't a threat. And I doubt Danzo would order the assassination on the grandchild of the first Hokage. Still, can't completely rule him out. Daichi frowned as he looked at the ceiling of his room. There are too many variables. Dan, Nawaki, Tsunade, the Senju clan, Hokage, the necklace. There are too many things connected. But what was it that caused their deaths? Daichi thought about it some more and made a decision. I need more information. In the meantime, I need to come up with some theories that connect all the dots. I've seen the show in its entirety. The clue must be hidden in there somewhere. Chapter 120, Sculpting Skill and Lightning Nature. Daichi woke up precisely at 4 a.m. He was used to waking up so early and he began his morning workouts. Daichi completed them and meditated for a couple hours. He had several thoughts running through his mind. I have a couple days off. So should I start lightning nature training today or tomorrow? I'll begin on that tomorrow. Before I start that training, I need to check my skill list and see what level all of them are at and see if any of them needs leveling up. Daichi opened his skill list and went through each skill. As he went down the list, his eyes reached a certain skill he hadn't truly started on yet. Creation active, LV.3. This skill is used for creating an item. As the skill increases, items with greater quality can be created. This skill can be used to even create legendary and mythical items. But blueprints are required for such creations. The items are divided into 5 grades: common, rare, unique, legendary, and mythical. Note, the chakra cost of the skill depends on the chakra supplied. Effects: 16.5% chance when creating common grade items, 1% chance when creating rare grade items, 0% chance when creating unique grade items, 0% chance when creating legendary grade items, 0% chance when creating mythical grade items. This is an extremely important skill, but I haven't had the time to use it. But it still managed to reach level 3. The answer quickly came to him. It's most likely my painting skill. I created several artworks and it's a crafting skill. So it is possible it will have an effect on this skill. Daichi got up and went for a walk around the capital. He had several ideas in mind, but he wasn't sure if he should follow through with them. The gamer ability is truly an OP ability. I could learn a lot of non-shinobi related stuff in a short amount of time. But should I do it or just focus on the chakra and ninja skill aspects? As Daichi walked through the streets, he came near a sculpture shop. Terra Craft's house. It was the name of the shop. Daichi saw several sculptors working on various materials. At that moment a thought went through Daichi. I can learn important skills like sculpting and blacksmithing, and it would definitely increase my creation skill level. Now that I think about it, I'll be able to create different weapons and armor as well if I can level it up to a high degree. And these are important life skills I'll need in the future. So it's not a bad thing to learn them. Daichi made a decision and entered the shop. He quickly found the owner of the place. Daichi asked the man if he could just observe the workers that were in the shop for the day. At first the man refused, but Daichi was able to change his decision with the promise of 20,000 ryo. The man's eyes went to the money in Daichi's hand and he changed his mind. You only want to see how they work for the day, right? Daichi nodded his head. Yes. Just for today, and I'll only be observing them. I promise I won't disturb them from their work. Fine. The head sculptor Mormon finally agreed. Daichi gave him the money and created 2 clones. Each clone, along with himself, picked the 3 most talented workers in the place and started observing them. Daichi and his clones carefully memorized everything the workers did. From the way they used the tools to the movements of their wrists, hands, and body. Daichi had the ability to memorize everything and it greatly helped him. By the time evening came, Daichi had a solid understanding of the sculpting arts. He knew what tools to use and how to use them. He bought a set of carving knives and tools and a couple blocks of wood. He headed straight home and began his work. Daichi had an image in mind and he began carving the wood in front of him. He worked slowly and methodically. He carved the wood away bit by bit, and a short while later the image he had in his mind began to appear in it. The image of a man started to appear, and with each minute and with more delicate details added, the identity of the man became clearer. Kinsei Asagi. Yes. Daichi was creating a small sculpture of his grandfather. After an hour the work was done. The sculpture had a great resemblance to the old man. The details Daichi added to it were so accurate that one might think it was a miniature Kinsei. At that moment Daichi heard the system message sound. A new skill is created with a specific action. By carving the wood and creating a good sculpture, the skill sculpting has been created. Sculpting passive, LV.01, a production skill that helps the user create sculptures of various shapes, sizes, and designs. This skill helps the user in carving or engraving on various types of materials. Although this is limited at the moment due to the low level. Artworks created in the future that have high artistic value can be worth a fortune. Sculptures created at higher levels can be imbued with some effects. This skill is divided into 4 grades. Common, Great, Epic, Masterpiece. Mastering this skill can increase the level of other crafting skills. Current grade, Common. Effects. 5% increase in visual appeal of the sculpture. 5% increase of accuracy when sculpting. 1% chance of engraving unique patterns when sculpting. Increased reputation throughout the land. Yes. Daichi had a wide smile. I knew it. I knew I would get the necessary skill if I made a good sculpture. Daichi looked at the small statue in his hand. This will make an excellent gift for the old man. Daichi placed the statue in a safe place and went over the new sculpting skill. I can make a lot of money with this skill. And the ability to add effects to my works. That'll definitely come in handy. This is definitely an excellent skill. At that moment another notification appeared. Skill creation's level has risen by 1. Just as I suspected. Creation is an ultimate crafting skill which can be used to make legendary or mythical items like the blades of the 7 swordsmen of the mist or even something like Itachi's spirit weapons. I need to level up the creation skill fast, and the best way to do it is to level up the production skills like painting and sculpting. I also need to learn blacksmithing at a later date. With that skill I'll be able to create armor and weapons that this world has never seen before. A grin formed on Daichi's face as he thought of the different possibilities. When the time comes my name will be known to everyone. They will know me as not just the greatest ninja but a man of many talents. I will spread my name throughout the world. Daichi decided to add sculpting and painting to his training. He would create 3 or 4 sculptures and artworks each week and improve the level of the related skills and the creation skill. With each day I'm adding more and more things to my to-do list. Leveling up, medical ninjutsu training, chakra training, academy assignments, dungeons, and now sculpting. But even though there are a lot of things I have to do, I don't feel overwhelmed at all. All I'm feeling is excitement. With a wide smile and a satisfying day Daichi went to sleep. The next day after his morning routine Daichi was in his backyard sitting under a tree. He picked up a leaf and held it between his fingers. I shouldn't delay it any longer. It's time to train the change in chakra nature for lightning. Daichi remembered the information on the lightning training methods from Kinsei's books. For the lightning nature, I need to separate the chakra into many pieces and make the chakra bounce and hit each other. This will generate spark and heat, and then I have to rejoin the chakra and concentrate it on the leaf. Daichi held the leaf between his palms and began the 4th chakra nature training. Daichi closed his eyes and focused. Concentrate. With each chakra control technique and chakra nature mastered, Daichi's chakra affinity and chakra manipulation skills have also leveled up. This in turn made it easier for him to utilize his chakra with each passing day. Daichi gathered his chakra and was able to quickly split it into many pieces. He started bouncing the tiny pieces of energy and made them hit against each other. Daichi visualized and concentrated on how his chakra felt when using lightning jutsu and focused on it. It was a success. After a minute Daichi rejoined his chakra and poured it to the leaf. The sound of the system alerted him to the outcome of his experiment. Ding! A new skill is created with a specific action. Lightning Leaf Scorching Technique, active or passive, LV, 1 a lightning chakra affinity training skill obtained through continuously focusing chakra to a leaf and scorching it. A basic technique to help the user increase the strength of their lightning chakra nature. Note, increasing the level of this skill will increase the level of the skilled lightning affinity. Effects. 1% increase in lightning chakra control. Chakra point cost, 52 second. Leaf scorching technique, huh? Well, the name is apt I suppose. Daichi looked at the leaf between his palms and saw that a small portion of it was scorched black. It's a bit different from fire. With fire the leaf would burn and the burned portion would immediately crumble to ash, but now when using lightning, the portion of the leaf is scorched black. Almost charred. Daichi examined the leaf with a critical eye. An incomplete combustion due to being subjected to high heat. The heat removed the hydrogen and oxygen, and now the only thing remaining in the charred portions are primarily made of carbons. Daichi thought about the applications of the lightning chakra nature. Just as water can be boiled and turned to vapor or cooled and turned to ice, lightning can be used in various ways. Right now I need to master the 5 different natures. Then I'll see if I can start on creating ninjutsu and combine different natures. Daichi created 10 clones and 2 of them went to meditate while the others picked up some leaves. If I want to stand above the rest, then I need to fight on a higher level. Create techniques that they never even thought of. Daichi then opened his skill list and checked the Lightning Affinity skill. Lightning Affinity, active or passive, LV.20 Lightning Release is one of the 5 basic nature transformations. It is commonly affiliated with Snake Hand Seal. Once this skill crosses level 85, the user can manipulate all forms of electricity dwelling in all matter known as charged particles. This will boost the user's lightning powers several times. Once this skill crosses level 90, the user can combine it with other nature affinities which have also crossed level 90. Effects: 40% increase in lightning attack jutsu, 40% increase in lightning defense jutsu, 18% increase in success when creating lightning style jutsu, 10% decrease in chakra cost when using lightning style jutsu. Level 20. It's low, but that will increase to at least level 75 by the time I'm done with the first 2 steps. And thus Daichi began his change in chakra nature training of the year. He and his clones spent every second of the day on nothing but training, and by midnight he was able to level up the leaf scorching technique to 16. Daichi freshened up, ate some food and went to bed. As he laid there he thought about his plan for the year. I will have to resume my medical training tomorrow, so I won't be able to make such fast progress on chakra training. But still, leading 2 clones for training and 1 for meditation and gathering chakra each day won't be a problem. I'll also have to finish the dungeon run quickly. He thought about the many things he had to accomplish this year. With several plans for the future in mind, Daichi quickly went to sleep. Chapter 121. Medical Ninjutsu, Tests and Skills. Wait! You made this? Kinsei asked Daichi in disbelief as he looked at the miniature version of himself in his hand. Yup. When? How? Since when do you know sculpting? I learned it a few days ago. Daichi shrugged and replied. Kinsei's jaw slightly dropped as he heard the nonchalant answer. A few days ago? This is something that takes months and years to learn. I thought this kid was talented in just the ninja arts. But it seems I was so wrong. His natural talent is unbelievable. Kinsei looked at the small statue and a happy smile formed. Thank you, Daichi. This is wonderful. Daichi just smiled as he looked at the old man. So how is your training with Tsunade? Kinsei asked the boy. Well... Flashback. Daichi was in Tsunade's apartment. There are several components when it comes to being a medic. The first and foremost is knowledge. Then comes basic applications. Since you've done well on the first 2 parts, we'll move to the next stage. The slug Sanin and her apprentice were in front of a table that held 3 tall glass jars. The first jar had 2 different colored sands mixed in. The second one had liquids of 2 different colors mixed, and the third had 4 types of colored liquids. Tsunade looked at Daichi and spoke. All right, brat, listen up. Your task is simple. I want you to separate the solids and liquids in the 3 containers into different layers. In the first jar, it's the same compound, sand, but with 2 colors. In the second jar, it's the same concept, but instead of a solid substance you have to separate 2 liquids. In the third you have to separate not just 4 types of compounds, but each one is similar yet unique. They might look the same, but the substances are different from one another. Daichi nodded in understanding. He looked at the 3 glass jars on the table. You want me to use chakra and separate the compounds, huh? This is similar to how one separates poison and other foreign materials from the tissue or blood. The woman agreed. Precisely. The antidote jutsu. Now get to work. Daichi stepped near the table and went to the first jar. The container had green and blue sand mixed in. Daichi placed his palms above the container and concentrated his chakra. The sand in the container started to swirl. Due to Daichi's precise control over his chakra, his sharp eyes, and the knowledge of different compounds, he was able to quickly finish the first task. Within a couple minutes, Daichi separated the 2 colored sands into 2 layers. Green on the bottom and blue on top. Done. Daichi took a step back and Tsunade placed her hands on the container and used her chakra and started inspecting the jar. Shizen was surprised at how quickly Daichi was able to finish the exercise. Even I couldn't complete it that fast on my first try. Lady Tsunade was right. His chakra control is unbelievable, and along with his knowledge and ability to quickly identify unique substances, Daichi's truly incredible. Tsunade finished her inspection and stepped back. Alright, start on the next one. The Sanin watched the child step forward and place his hands atop the second jar and concentrate chakra to his palms. Separating liquids compounds will be much more difficult than solids. She crossed her arms and let the kid focus on the task. Daichi concentrated his chakra and the blended water of yellow and red began to swirl in the jar. He focused. This is a bit more difficult than before, but I got this. It took a minute longer than before, but Daichi was able to successfully separate the 2 colored liquids into different layers. Start on the last one. Tsunade ordered as she stepped forward and checked the results of the second jar. She examined everything with a critical eye. Perfect. He perfectly isolated them down to the most minute point. It took a bit longer than the other 2, but Daichi successfully completed the third task as well. He took a step back and let out a breath. Now I know why medical ninjas are so rare. This is tough. And I'm only just beginning. And if it's tough for me, I can only imagine how difficult it must be for others. For Sakura to learn from Tsunade in just 3 years. Her talent for the medical arts is outstanding. But then again, it wasn't just her talent. She had a purpose for her training. Tsunade examined the third container and was satisfied with the results. Not bad. Your chakra control is precise, and that's going to be your greatest advantage when it comes to learning medical ninjutsu. At that moment, Shizen brought a white doll and placed it on the examination table. Tsunade quickly made a large cut on its chest. She pointed to the doll and spoke. This is a special doll capable of mimicking the reaction of a human body when medical chakra is used on it. Your next task is to rejoin the wounded area on the chest. This is the healing jutsu. Daichi stepped forward and concentrated chakra to his palms. He identified what part was damaged and quickly followed through on the healing. He accurately applied his chakra and the cut on the doll's body began to close. Daichi kept a steady flow of chakra, and after a short while he completely closed the wound. Shizen and Tsunade examined the doll and were impressed. Well done. 2 more and we'll be done for the day. Shizen quickly brought the last 2 items and placed them on the table. It was a small branch with flower buds and the last was a fish. Daichi's next task was to bloom the flower buds in a small branch. Tsunade spoke. This is similar to applying chakra to someone in life-saving emergency situations. If you can make the buds bloom, you've succeeded. Daichi once again began his work and focused. He sensed chakra in the small branch and more so in the flower buds. All things in nature have chakra. So even if it's cut off from the tree, it still has chakra. For it to bloom, I need to concentrate on the yang aspect of the chakra and apply it. Can't use too much or too little. It must be accurate. Due to Daichi's sharp chakra control and the skills associated with it, he was able to easily alter the yin and yang ratios in his chakra. And the results showed. The flower buds slowly started to bloom. A few seconds later the green chakra between Daichi's palm died down and he held the small branch with several bloom flowers on it. The eyes of the other two occupants in the room widened. Tsunade looked at Daichi and slightly smiled. He already figured it out. The fact that he can make the buds bloom means he can even alter the ratio of his spiritual and physical energy with absolute control. And he got it on the first try too. His talent, it's far beyond Shizen and, possibly even me. Daichi moved on to the last one. Reviving the fish, huh? Let's get to it then. Green chakra lit up around Daichi's palms and he sensed the life force of the fish. Too much chakra and it'll burn the cells and disrupt the circulation, and too little, there won't be any effects. I need to measure the amount of chakra needed accordingly. Daichi had to take several aspects of the fish into account. Its size, the strength of its chakra coils and tissue, and more. He calmly and carefully stimulated its cells with chakra, and before long the fish started to move, and a few seconds later it started wiggling on the table. Congratulations. You've completed the necessary requirements to begin healing patients using medical ninjutsu. The fact that you got it so quickly. It's impressive. Tsunade didn't hold back in her praise. She respected someone's talents and she could see that Daichi had an abundance of it. Today's session is over. Tomorrow we'll begin with medical ninjutsu on the patients and I'll show you the different techniques. Tsunade headed out after giving her instructions. Shizen came near Daichi and had a smile on her face. You did well, Daichi. Your skills are very impressive. Your first day as a true medical ninja will begin tomorrow. So make sure to get plenty of rest. Daichi nodded. As he was about to leave, Shizen invited him. Would you like to join us, Daichi? I'm sure Lady Tsunade wouldn't mind. No, thank you. I'm currently working on the first step of my lightning nature transformation. I'm a third of the way there. What? Already? But it's only been like 4 days since you started on it. Shizen was shocked at his progress. Daichi awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and slightly chuckled. I probably don't need to tell her that I only started on it 3 days ago since I spent the first day sculpting. What can I say? I'm really good at that stuff. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Daichi left the place and headed home. Due to Daichi completing the task so quickly, he was able to reach his home before noon. As he reached home, Daichi looked at the 4 new skills that appeared after he completed the 4 tasks. Antidote Jutsu, Healing Jutsu, Regenerative Healing Jutsu, Mystical Palm. Daichi checked the skill list and he saw that it had been rearranged. Just like his arsenal of ninjutsu and jinjutsu were listed in different tabs, a new list was created with the name Medical Ninjutsu. This makes things easier. But then why isn't that the case for taijutsu? Why is it marked with the other skills? Daichi quickly came up with an answer. I have several ninjutsu and jinjutsu and now I've learned 4 different medical techniques. So for there to be a separate section for taijutsu, I need to learn at least 3 or 4 different types of taijutsu style, huh? At least that's the one that makes the most sense. Daichi went over the 4 new skills. He checked the effects and utilities of each skill. All are active skills at level 1. A C-rank jutsu with dangerous capabilities. The antidote jutsu helps with identifying complex poisons and creating the necessary antidotes. It also increases my chance of making a custom poison, but that's only after I level it above 75. With each level up, the effects of the poisons or antidotes I create will increase. That will definitely come in handy. Healing Jutsu. It's a simple jutsu which treats non-critical wounds. The user gathers healing chakra and moves it around the injured area. Cuts and bruises are healed at a fast rate, while deeper wounds take time. Used for treating external injuries. It was created for ordinary ninjas who have average reserves. The jutsu uses less chakra, so it can be used by many, but it's not as effective as the mystical palm jutsu. Daichi had an idea as he read the details of this technique. If Lee and I ever train together, then this would be perfect for him. It can heal his body's wear and tear and he'll be able to train much more. and it doesn't affect the growth and strengthening of the tissues or muscles. With this jutsu, his recovery time could be drastically reduced. Daichi then went over the details of the regenerative healing jutsu. An advanced rank jutsu only used in severe life-threatening situations. It's supposed to be performed on a patient alongside several other competent medic means. An extremely difficult procedure. And it has a great chakra cost. But I'll be able to do it on my own once I have enough proficiency in it and a large enough chakra reserve. The effects of this skill will be much better once I level it up. Making that flower bud bloom was just the tip of the iceberg. It was to see if I was capable yet. There is still a long way to go. His eyes then went to the last jutsu he acquired for the day. Mystical Palm Jutsu. The user applies chakra to the wounded part of the body and accelerates the body's natural healing process. Can be used to treat both internal and external injuries. With each level up, the health point recovered increases. Even though it requires a delicate chakra control, it's on the low end of difficulty for an A-rank jutsu. It seems, due to my knowledge and perfect chakra control, the success rate of all the jutsus is over 80%. And since my gamer ability would auto-correct any small mistakes, I don't have to worry that much. After going through everything, Daichi closed the skill list and went to the backyard. He dispelled his clones, and the level-up notifications for the leaf scorching technique appeared. Daichi spent the day training, and by evening Kinsei had returned home. Chapter 122. 5th Year, Life in the Capital. Concentrate. Keep the flow steady and hold. Tsunade was standing near Daichi and giving instructions as he healed the patient in front of him. A minute later, the green chakra between Daichi's palms died down. You have successfully healed your patient. 134 out of 10,000. Daichi let out a breath as he saw the notification. One step closer to completing the quest. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and took a deep breath. His mind went to the quest he received after the first month of basic training. Quest created: become a prodigal medic ninja. Successfully heal the people that come to you for help. Time limit: before the end of March next year. Conditions: heal 10,000 people using your medic ninjutsu within the given time limit. Rewards: 40,000 EXP. Plus 20 stat points. Level of all medical skills that have not reached maximum would increase by 3. Reputation increases with Tsunade Senju, Shizun, Kinsei Isagi, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and people of the Fire Country. New title: Failure. -3 level. New title: Reputation decreases with Tsunade Senju, Shizun, and people of the Fire Country. Daichi was unsure when he first saw the number of people he would have to treat. But after thinking about it for a while, he knew that it was possible. 20 stat points is the equivalent of 4 levels and level increase of my medical skills by 3. There was no way I would have rejected the quest even with its penalty. Daichi focused on the present and looked at the sedated patient he just treated. He stepped back to let his sensei examine his work. Tsunade checked the condition of the person on the hospital bed and nodded in approval. His internal bleeding has stopped and you set the bones perfectly. You healed most of the damage. Well done. The nurses will handle it from here. Daichi and Tsunade then left the room and they were joined by Shizun. She had a wide smile as she looked at the boy. It's only been 3 weeks, but your skills have improved so much in such a short time. You're a true genius, Daichi. Daichi had a small blush as he rubbed his head and smiled. Thanks, Shizun-senpai. Now that today's work is done, I'm gonna hit the casinos. Shizun, you coming? Tsunade asked her former student. Yes, of course, my lady. Who knows, maybe we'll get lucky. Wait! Aren't you forgetting something, sensei? Daichi looked at the Sanin and with a small smirk. Tsunade groaned as she looked at the boy. I was hoping you'd forget that, but with that perfect memory, that's not going to happen. The three left the hospital and went to Tsunade's apartment. She sat down on the tatami mat and looked at Daichi, who sat down opposite her. He took out 3 dice and put them in a small cup. He shook the cup and quickly placed it on the ground upside down. Ladies first. Daichi had a smirk as he looked at the woman. 12, Tsunade called. I'll go with 5, replied Daichi. He slowly lifted the cup and saw the results. 1, 2, and 4. Makes 7. Looks like I win again. The blonde woman had a slight twitch in her eyebrows as she looked at the boy who was trying to look innocent but failing due to his smug grin. She let out a breath and went to her room and took a book from the shelf. She returned and gave them to Daichi. There are advanced medical techniques in there that I developed a few years ago. Return it by the end of the week. Yes, sensei. Daichi nodded and took the book. Shizune let out a sigh as she watched the scene. She still remembered the event that led to this moment. 3 weeks ago. So you want to make another bet with me? Tsunade asked Daichi. Yes. Why? I want to. And I really like it. Daichi replied with a smile. Not interested, brat. Tsunade replied and drank her sake. How about this? Daichi opened a scroll and stacks of money appeared. The bet is for 500,000. Shizune was appalled. Daichi, you're too young to gamble. You shouldn't do it. It's not a gamble if I know I'm going to win. Daichi said this to provoke the slug Sanin, and his strategy worked. Alright, brat. What's the term? But my lady. Not now, Shizune. I'm about to win us some money. Tsunade said, keeping her eyes on the boy. If you win, you keep the money. If I win, I get another book on medical techniques you wrote. I know you haven't given me everything the last time. And if I win, we do this again next week. Until you win. But I doubt that's gonna happen. You cocky little. Deal! So what's the game? Daichi took out 3 dice and a small cup. Each of the dice is a standard dice with 6 faces. So the highest number would be 18 and the lowest would be 3. I'll place them in the cup, shake them and place the cup upside down. Whoever calls the number or the number closest to the total of the 3 numbers on the dice wins. If it's a draw, we do it again. Deal? Let's do it. Daichi shook the cup and then quickly flipped and placed it upside down. So wanna do the honors? You're gonna lose and I'm gonna enjoy spending your money. I call 7. Tsunade said with a confident smirk. I'm gonna go with 14. Daichi then slowly lifted the cup and saw the outcome. 5, 6, and 2. A total of 13. The number closest to it was 14. Daichi's eyes widened. Haha. I won. It was at that moment that Kinsei came to the apartment. He opened the door and saw a grumpy Tsunade, Daichi with a wide smile and hands up in the air, and between them were stacks of money and 3 dice. His eyes widened in disbelief. Are you teaching my grandson to gamble? Kinsei asked as he gave the woman a nasty look. I did no such thing. And why are you criticizing me? Shizune, who looked at the whole situation, could only sigh. Present time. Oh, before I forget, I have something for you too. Daichi took a storage scroll from his pocket and took out its contents. There were 2 paintings. One of Shizune and the other of Tsunade. Here. I know it's not much, but this is a small token of my appreciation. Shizune took the painting of herself and was impressed. It was as if she was looking at a real live person. Wow, Daichi. It's incredible. Thank you. Not bad. Tsunade looked at the image of herself and spoke. Reputation increases with Tsunade, Senju, and Shizune. Daichi smiled and left the place a few moments later. He had several things running through his mind. In the next couple years, she should encounter at least one good luck moment and win against me. That way I will complete the second half of the conditions required to open the luck stat. But her winning would also mean bad luck and danger. Have to be ready for that too. Daichi made the bet so he could open the luck stat and to get more information and knowledge. A win-win from his point of view. He quickly reached home and completed the daily assignments and went to the small training area behind the house. He sat down and thought about everything he had to do and how to fully utilize his gamer ability. I learned several ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and medical techniques, and now it's best to improve the level of those skills. I'll create or learn more skills during my Jinin days. Daichi then thought about the other important skills he would need. I can create weapons that this world has never seen. But I would have to learn blacksmithing. And if I want to create objects like the Atamagai's cloak, then I'll need to learn tailoring and sealing arts. But that's not all. My combat skills and weapon skills are lacking. I also need to learn different taijutsu styles to improve my hand-to-hand combat, and I need to learn to handle different types of weapons. Daichi let out a breath and looked at the sky. There are so many things I have to do. With this year focused on medical training, I won't be able to focus my attention on anything else other than the chakra control training. Next year it will most likely be the same, and I have to start on the creation rebirth technique. So I'll have to postpone everything non-critical until after I become a Jinin. Daichi let out a breath and took a leaf between his index and middle fingers. He ran chakra through it, and in a second the entire leaf was in a wrinkled charred state. Proof of mastery of the first step of the lightning nature. Lightning Leaf Scorching Technique, active or passive, LV, max a lightning chakra affinity training skill obtained. Effects: 100% increase in lightning chakra control. Chakra point cost, 5 seconds. I'll start on the second step in a couple days when Kinsei comes home. Daichi started on the second step of the lightning nature. Unlike the others where Daichi had to train by separating the waterfall, this time Daichi had to cut through a giant boulder. Kinsei stood near him and spoke. For the earth chakra nature, we blocked the waterfall. For the fire you separated, and when training water nature you had to control the flow of the water and stop the waterfall. But this time we won't be training on the waterfall. Kinsei created a giant sturdy long earth wall. It was over a dozen inches thick and over 3 meters long. Your goal is to pierce through the rock wall. Coat your hands in chakra and change it to lightning nature. Then slam into the wall and release the energy. You need power and precision for this. When you release the chakra, make sure not to spread the lightning chakra. It will reduce the power. Daichi nodded in understanding. He began training. The natural advantage that lightning has over earth won't matter much here. This wall is far stronger than normal. The old man used quite a bit of chakra to create it, so it's going to be especially strong. Daichi quickly coated his hands in lightning chakra and thrust his palms forward. The moment he made contact with the rock surface, he released the chakra with the intent to pierce through. But his efforts only resulted in creating small scratches on the surface of the rock. I need to concentrate the lightning to a point and increase the piercing power. Created a few clones and resumed his training. A few minutes later he got the skill lightning rock piercing technique. Daichi attended medical training at the hospital and worked on his chakra training at home. He also worked on his sculpting and improved his painting skills as well. Daichi was able to create unique sculptures of various animals and sold them to TerraCraft's house owner and head sculptor Mormon. The man was surprised that Daichi knew sculpting and was able to make such detailed sculptures. Since his impression of the boy was good and recognizing another talented artist, the man bought the sculptures from Daichi at a reasonable price and sold them at his shop. Daichi made sure to mark every sculpture with a small unique signature because he knew its value would increase in the future when his fame increased. That's how it went for him. Daichi was busy almost all the time and he was happy about it. With each passing day his various skills improved and he was getting stronger and stronger. Months passed by and it was December. Tsunade gave Daichi a few days off and he was currently alone in his house. In his hand was a dungeon key. Daichi got it as a random reward after he completed the daily exercises. The key was white in color, indicating that it was a normal dungeon and the opponents would have a level gap of +5 or -5 with Daichi. Without wasting time he activated the key and disappeared from the room. Chapter 123, Unknown Skill and New Title. Daichi quickly walked to the locked dungeon gate and inserted the key. You have reached the entrance to the dungeon Hidden Mercenary Guild. Would you like to enter? Yes or no? Yes, yes. Let's get on with it. The gates to the dungeon opened and Daichi entered without wasting time. The titles Dungeon Warrior and Executioner are now active. All your stats are increased by 15% while inside the dungeon. All your stats will increase by 7% when fighting enemy ninjas. When I was studying the history of the capital, I came across a few mentions of a mercenary guild that operated here. They were prevalent before the time of ninja villages and their system. So this dungeon must be created based on that long-forgotten guild. In front of him was a large district with dozens and dozens of houses, and a small castle could be seen at the back. Still, it's a bit strange. I thought the level would be much higher, but based on the color of the dungeon key, the strongest opponent I would face here would only be 5 levels higher than me at most. Based on my stats alone, there is no way I would lose. Daichi had been rigorously training every day. He only slept the bare minimum, and on the days when his grandfather wasn't home, Daichi would even forego sleep. But due to his great vitality and meditation techniques, he would be able to perform his daily tasks without any problems. He opened his status page and looked at the stats that had grown for the last several months due to his sheer hard work. Primary stats: Strength 194, Vitality 196, Dexterity 147, Agility 191, Intelligence 141, Chakra 288, Wisdom 149. Special stats: Sense 98, Stamina 179, Indomitable 20, Charisma 47, Persistence 22, Dignity locked, Luck locked. All the stats that got a boost were due to Daichi's relentless hard work. On top of the weights he already had, he would pick up giant rocks and complete several exercises. He would train until his body dropped to the ground. The increase in strength, vitality, stamina, and agility stats were proof of that. Daichi's eyes then fell on the stat with the highest points. I would never be able to complete the quest of healing 10,000 patients without a large enough chakra reserve and stamina. It was as if the system was telling me to invest some points in the chakra stat. I put 50 points in the chakra stat, and due to training in medical ninjutsu and lightning nature, my chakra point was reduced to single digits every night, and this helped in increasing that stat even more. Tsunade has definitely noticed the increase in my reserves and kept pushing me. I had to heal at least 25 to 40 patients a day. Some of them would only have minor issues that would take a few minutes to heal, but some would take almost an hour. And most days I would spend up to 15 hours at the hospital. Daichi looked at the dungeon with cautious eyes, but he had a smile on his face. Thanks to the intensity of my training, I was able to push myself. I had wondered if I would get another boost if my stats reached 200. But since my chakra stat didn't give any after reaching 200, I'm not hoping the others would. Maybe the next awakening is at 300 points. Whatever the case, I need to increase my sense stat to over a 100. Quest created: destroy the mercenary guild. Condition: defeat the 300 enemies lurking through the district. Time limit: none. Rewards: 35,000 EXP. Red potion. Failure. Death. Accept, yes or no. 300 enemies, huh? Daichi accepted the quest that was created and began to raid the dungeon. On the first couple days, Daichi fought the dungeon ninjas in a pure frontal assault. He observed the enemies he fought, and all of them were between level 40 and 46. Daichi dodged a sword swing and attacked his opponent's hands with chakra scalpel. My stats and skills overwhelmed them by a large margin. Even though we are nearly the same level, my power is on a different scale than theirs. Speed, strength, vitality, recovery, skills. I'm above them in all these. Daichi was using some of the offensive medical ninjutsu and improving their level. He then finished the fight with several small but precise and powerful fireballs. Enemy killed. Plus 200 EXP. Plus 30 EXP. Due to the strength difference, each dungeon kill only gave Daichi 200 to 300 EXP. And even when the dungeon ninjas attacked Daichi in groups, the result was an overwhelming defeat for the black-clad ninjas. On the third day, Daichi decided to switch tactics. He looked at the skill that would become an important asset the moment he became a Genin and started going on missions. Stealth, passive or active, LV.1. This skill increases your ability to move undetected. It also gives you the ability to perform actions unobserved or undetected. This skill helps with pickpocketing, sneaking around and lockpicking. Damage dealt to targets also increases when stealth is active. Holding breath increases the effects by a small margin. Note, this skill is divided into 5 grades. Current grade, average. Effects. Removes footstep sounds. Plus 2% chance of successfully lockpicking doors, safes, and containers faster. Plus 2% chance of pickpocketing an unsuspecting target. A skilled pickpocketer is less likely to be caught and more likely to loot valuables from the target. Plus 1% chance of successfully moving unseen and unheard. Highly skilled sneak can even hide in plain sight. Instead of brute forcing through this place, I need to use this as a training exercise. This is an ideal dungeon for that. Since the level is so low, I won't have to worry about getting ganged up by several powerful enemies. I have to train my stealth skill and level it up. And improve my sense stat and get it above 100. I'll increase the level of skills like Chakra Scalpel too. And so Daichi began using his stealth skill, shadowing his enemies and attacking them from their blind spot when they least expected it. But due to this tactic, the speed of Daichi's hunt considerably slowed down. In the beginning, the dungeon ninjas would be able to sense Daichi easily, but as the days passed by and the level of the stealth skill increased, it became harder and harder for the enemies to find Daichi. Daichi learned many things as he attacked the ninjas from the shadows. He learned how to blend into his surroundings, steal things from his enemies before they noticed him, control his intent when going for the killing strike, and learned when to strike the enemy and how they would react. Once the stealth skill passed level 20, the grade of the skill changed from average to good. A new effect was also added when the skill reached level 21. Anyone 5 levels below your level would not notice you when you're in active stealth unless you want them to. That wasn't all. For Daichi to successfully kill his foes, his senses had to work at peak efficiency. The moment his special stat sense had reached 100 points, something strange happened. Plus 1 sense. Your sense stat has reached 100 points. You have received an unknown skill. Note, information about the unknown skill will be revealed to the user only after a certain condition is met. And only after the specific condition is met can the skill be used. What kind of skill is this? Why would it be unknown? Daichi was confused as he read the notifications. He looked at the existing skills related to his senses but didn't see any change. But he was certain about one thing. This skill definitely has something to do with sense. And if the system is setting a condition for the skill to appear, it must be something huge. An extraordinary skill that needs a certain trigger. It's too bad the system hasn't told me the condition required, but... A wide smile appeared on Daichi's face. I can't help but get excited. The days slowly went by as Daichi fought in the dungeon. Daichi's goal was to efficiently finish off his enemy before they knew he was even there. Despite the difference in power, it was a difficult task. But Daichi persevered. He had to focus on his senses and find his opponent, track the ninja without having his presence discovered, and wait for the perfect time to strike and then land a killing blow. It was an arduous task, and it took him weeks to finish most of the enemies in the dungeon. You have leveled up. But with each kill he was slowly increasing his experience, and he had another level up which brought him to level 45. Daichi was currently hiding his presence in the dark corner of a room and was looking at his next target with a critical gaze. The dungeon ninja was sitting in the middle of the room with both hands placed at his sides. It didn't seem as if the ninja sensed any enemy in the room. This enemy was of level 49. The highest level enemy he had seen so far. Daichi controlled his breathing and didn't let any emotions hinder him. He was as calm as he was when meditating. For Daichi it felt like an hour, but only several minutes had passed. The next instant Daichi was only a hair's length behind the enemy and slashed down. He cut his enemy's head off in a single clean swift move, and during the entire instance there was no sound made other than the small sound of a sword swiftly severing a bone. It faded away just as quickly as it came. A fatal strike that took the enemy down in a single second. The dungeon ninja turned into smoke before he realized what had even happened. Enemy killed. Plus 500 EXP. Plus 75 EXP. Enemies killed, 284 out of 300. You have killed 100 ninjas without letting them sense your presence. You have acquired the title Assassin. Wow! A new title. Assassin, huh? Alright. Daichi checked the details of the new title and was impressed. New title, Assassin. This title can only be triggered when you're in active stealth. 100% increase in potency when using poisons. 200% increase in damage when using a dagger. 100% activation of Fated to Perish when landing a critical strike on enemies of the same level or below. 75% activation of Fated to Perish when landing a critical strike on enemies up to 5 levels above you. 50% activation of Fated to Perish when landing a critical strike on enemies 6 to 10 levels above you. 10% activation of Fated to Perish when landing a critical strike on enemies plus 10 levels above you. Wow! Fated to Perish. What's that? Fated to Perish, a one-shot death skill that kills the enemy in an instant. The activation of this attack when facing higher-level ninjas depends on the user's condition, attack weapon, the enemy's condition, level, and defensive and resistance skills. Daichi's eyes widened as he read the details. Oh man, that's one hell of an attack. Would definitely come in handy in the future. All that time stalking and painstakingly waiting for the enemy to let the guard down. My efforts weren't in vain. Daichi had been hunting his enemies like this for the past several weeks. He sometimes had to hold back the urge to just fight like he normally does and punch and blast everything into pieces. But he resisted the temptations in the name of increasing his stealth skill. It was now at level 36. But now, after receiving the new title and looking at its effects, he left the place with a happy smile and resumed his hunt. There was no boss in this dungeon. It was just a mob of 40 to level 49 ninjas that roamed the place. Daichi quickly finished off his last enemy and completed the quest the very next day. Quest: Destroy the Mercenary Guild completed. Rewards: 35,000 EXP. Red Potion. You have leveled up. You have successfully defeated every enemy in this dungeon. You have been granted access to the return key. Time to get the hell out of here. After activating the return key at the dungeon entrance, Daichi vanished. Chapter 124, 5th Year End. Once he was back in his room, Daichi opened his status page. Name: Daichi Hakama, the gamer. Class: Student. Age: 10. Title: Capable Child, Explorer, Prodigy, Beast Slayer, Dungeon Warrior, Executioner, Assassin. Level: 46, 27,551 out of 56,900. Health points: 14,131. Chakra point: 24,107.05. Stamina point: 14,473. Mana point: 6,120. Primary stats: Strength 194. Vitality 196. Dexterity 155. Agility 191. Intelligence 148. Chakra 288. Wisdom 160. Special stats: Sense 110. Stamina 179. Indomitable 22. Charisma 49. Persistence 24. Dignity locked. Luck locked. Stat points 733. Rio 722,606. Aside from wisdom, intelligence, and dexterity, none of the other primary stats have increased. And in the special stats, the only one that got a boost was the sense stat. I suppose I should have seen that. This dungeon was an easy one, so those other stats wouldn't see any growth. Still 2 level ups and a title. That's worth it. Even though only a few seconds passed in the real world, for Daichi, it had been a long time. He had been in the dungeon for over a month. He took a look around the room and got up. He got out of the house and went for a walk. It was night time and the end of December. It was the time of the Fire Festival in the capital. An annual end-of-the-year holiday the people enjoyed. Daichi walked through the streets of the capital admiring the views of the various decorations that hung outside the shops. He went to a small barbecue stall and bought a few kebabs. My lightning nature training will come to an end by next month. Progress on it has been so slow due to my time in the hospital. And I haven't been able to learn any other craft-related skills. But the good news is that I've learned most everything that Tsunade has to teach me. She said she would take me out of the capital next year for special training. Wonder what that's about. Daichi stopped and sat on a bench as he enjoyed the delicacy in his hand. He watched the fireworks in the sky and a smile was present in his face. If I was in my old world, right now I would be home with my family for Christmas. Daichi had made peace with what had happened to him, but the thought still made him a little sad. He slightly shook his head and just enjoyed the moment. Once the festivities came to an end, he headed back home. Whatever special training Tsunade has planned, I'll be ready. And along with that, I need to work on the last chakra nature. Wind. I'll also need to begin on the creation rebirth technique. I already know that's going to be a pain. So much to do. Daichi let out a small breath of exasperation. He had a lot on his plate, but he also knew that with each day he was getting closer and closer to his goals. Daichi was at the hospital in an operating room surrounded by Karuizawa, a few medic nurses, and Shizune, who was by his side. His hands had green chakra and were atop the chest of a middle-aged man. Daichi was at the end stage of completing a complicated transplant surgery and was in the process of healing the patient and closing the incisions. Under his green healing chakra, the flesh and skin slowly but perfectly melded together, and after a 2-hour-long surgery he was finally done. Daichi let go of his healing chakra and checked the vitals of his patient. You have successfully healed your patient. 10,000 out of 10,000. You have leveled up. The notifications indicated to Daichi that everything was a success. At that moment, Shizune spoke up after looking over the man on the table. All vitals look stable. The wounds perfectly closed. Well done, Daichi. Reputation increased with the medics of the hospital. Reputation increased with Shizune. Thank you, Shizune-senpai. The head doctor of the hospital, Karuizawa, stepped forward. You are truly talented in the medical arts, Daichi. What do you say about joining us? I'll make sure you'll have all the comforts you want, here. Daichi smiled at the offer but politely declined. Thank you for the offer, Dr. Karuizawa, but becoming a ninja has been my goal for a long time. Can't let it go now. The old man sighed sadly but then smiled. I know you want to become a ninja, but I just can't help but be selfish. We might never see another talented kid like you in our lifetime again. All the medics at the hospital hold Daichi in high regard. Each day at the hospital, Daichi kept proving his talent. Techniques that would require months to learn would be mastered in less than a week. He would work just as hard, if not harder, than most medic ninjas at the hospital. And due to his young age and prodigious medical skills, even a few important people in the Fire Capital's daimyo court became aware of him. His reputation had grown quite a bit during the last year. Daichi and the smiling Shizune left the operating room and got themselves cleaned up. After a short while they met with Tsunade, who was waiting for them outside. Tsunade was about to ask how things went, but based on the smiling faces of her former and current apprentices, she knew the results. Reputation increased with Tsunade Senju. I have to admit it, brat, I am impressed. Tsunade had a big smile as she looked at her student. I never imagined you would come so far in such a short amount of time. You're truly something else. It's all because of you and Shizune. Thank you. Daichi bowed his head and replied. His deep gratitude was clear in his voice. Bha. Don't get so formal with me, you brat. Tsunade laughed as she ruffled Daichi's hair. Over the years she had grown to like the brat. She admired his tenacity and willingness to work for his goals. Shizune smiled as she looked at her mentor and mother figure. She was grateful to Daichi for bringing such joy to her master's face. Come on, you two. Tonight we're celebrating. Tsunade led the way and all of them left the hospital for the famous Red Phoenix restaurant. It was evening by the time Daichi and the other two left the hospital, and they spent the remainder of the day at the private booth on the upper floor of the restaurant. Hours had passed by and it was almost midnight. Tsunade and Shizune were drunk, but Daichi was calmly eating a few barbecue chicken pieces. He was hungry and had a very large appetite. He sighed as he looked at the two drunk ladies who were passed out in front of him. Tsunade had been so busy training me that she hadn't had time for her vice. I suppose this was the perfect opportunity for her to get drunk. Tomorrow is the day an instructor from the academy arrives and tests me. Based on what the old man told me, my tests will be a bit different from the ones my classmates will take. It'll be much more difficult. But it won't matter. I'll be ready. At that moment Daichi decided to check the rewards he got for completing the healing quest. Quest Become a Prodigal Medic Ninja completed. Rewards: 40,000 EXP. Plus 20 stat points. Level of all medical skills that have not reached maximum would increase by 3. Reputation increases with Tsunade Senju, Shizune, Kensei Isagi, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and people of the Fire Country. New title, Mighty Healer. Mighty Healer, this title increases the EXP gain by 10% for medical skills. Increases the effects of all healing skills by 15% when healing a patient. The effects further increase by another 5% when the player uses healing skills on himself. Awesome! Stat points in this alone are the equivalent of 4 levels. And that title. Mighty Healer, huh? I like the sound of that. Daichi then opened his status page and checked the level progress. Level 47, 13,017 out of 59,075. Almost 47,000 to go, huh? Not bad. Once Daichi was done eating, he woke the two from their drunken slumber and bid farewell for the night. Tsunade looked at the vanishing figure of the boy. She had been studying him the whole time he was with her. His growth is extraordinary. He has a very steep learning curve and his perfect chakra control helps mastering any technique far too easy. And it's not just that. I've seen him train his body most days to its utmost limits. His chakra reserves had grown much faster than I anticipated. Only almost 11 years old and he already has high Jonin level reserves. Is it because of the stress he put himself under? I know he was training the second step of the lightning nature and using shadow clones to do it. Then again, he never made that a secret from me. Now that I think about it, that's actually kind of brilliant. Then again, only someone like him with his unique abilities would be able to train like that. Tsunade took one swig from her sake bottle and leaned back in her chair. She thought about the observations made on Daichi and came to some conclusions. His chakra must have been exhausted and he should have been tired, unable to move properly for at least a few days, but after a night's rest his body completely healed and his reserves were back to full capacity. He has extraordinary recovery and regenerative abilities. And for his chakra to increase at the rate it did, his body must have a strong adaptable ability. And coupled with his sheer will and an almost unbreakable concentration, he will one day be a force to be reckoned with. Tsunade's hands slowly went to the green jeweled necklace. Should I give it to him? It was only for a moment, but Tsunade immediately banished the thought from her mind. No! Absolutely not. I won't end another life with this curse. And besides, he doesn't even have any interest in becoming Hokage. Tsunade once asked Daichi what his dream was. When he told her that he wanted to be the strongest, Tsunade thought his dream was to become Hokage. But she was surprised to hear that becoming a leader was not his ambition. She was even more surprised at the conversation that followed. "Nah. I'm not interested in being Hokage. That position belongs to a friend of mine. One day he's gonna reach that goal." The slug Sanin was surprised at the confidence Daichi had in this mysterious friend. "You really think there's someone who's more talented and stronger than you in your generation?" Daichi laughed at that and shook his head. "Oh no! He's nowhere near as talented as me. In fact, if I'm right, he's currently in the middle of the class rankings. And that's being generous. He can be a moron and a goof most of the time, and he's not that smart. But sometimes he can be quite cunning." Tsunade was bewildered as she heard Daichi describe his friend. "You do realize that someone like that would never make Hokage, right?" "Oh, you'd be surprised. Sure, he sounds like a mess now, but he's got a will that very few can match. He has a lot of potential just waiting to be unleashed. And once he sets his mind to something, he's not gonna stop. Ever. Guys like him are a pain to fight. To be honest, I'm looking forward to challenging him to a battle once he gets strong enough. I can't help but be excited just thinking about that." Tsunade saw the smile Daichi had on his face. She understood that Daichi held this person in great regard. "Do you really believe he can be Hokage one day?" "Yes. I believe he can do it. And strength isn't the only thing needed to become Hokage. The leader of the village needs charisma. He has a charm that brings people together. That makes me want to believe in him." Tsunade's eyes widened as she heard those words. The emotions Daichi felt were almost the same as the ones she felt a long time ago. "Who is this kid?" Tsunade couldn't contain her curiosity and asked. At that question, Daichi had the mysterious smirk which sometimes infuriated her. "You'll find out one day." "Why, you little brat?" Tsunade shook her head and brought herself to the present. She then looked to her side, and the face of the drunk passed out Shizen brought a smile to her face. "Since he's almost done with the medic training, I might as well teach him my fighting style." At that moment the image of another person came to mind. A taijutsu master she met and helped a long time ago. "He owes me his life. A life dead, in his words. I think it's time I cash that in. If Daichi can train with him and improve his taijutsu skills by fighting that man, then maybe he might be capable of learning and using that style. It's a slim possibility, but it's worth a try. If there is anyone who can master that style, then I believe it's Daichi." Tsunade sat there making plans for Daichi's training for the next few months. The next day at Kinsei's home, Daichi completed the academy final exams under the supervision of a qualified shunin. Daichi would mail his academy assignments every 2 months, so he had nothing to worry about on that front. And with the written test completed and after a brief spar which showed the examiner Daichi's taijutsu level, he was marked as the top of the 5th year. Even though he was absent from the academy, he still retained the position of first in his class. The month of March was halfway done. Daichi meditated in his room, and after midnight the rewards for the year appeared. Ongoing quest: Path to the Strongest. 5th year tasks successfully completed. Distributing the reward for clearing a dungeon. Distributing new skill for successfully completing all tasks. Plus 3000 EXP. Plus 450 EXP. Health Manipulation active, LV.1. This skill allows the user to manipulate the health, the state of physical, mental, social well-being of the target. The user can manipulate the healing process by speeding up any or all aspects of regeneration or slowing or blocking the healing of the target. Can sense the health of anyone within a certain range and identify the causes of wounds, although this has certain limitations. Note: this skill is divided into 5 grades. Currently can only manipulate the physical health of the target. More effects will be added as the skill level increases. The restrictions will be removed as the user increases his level and the level of the skill. Current grade: average. Effects: can sense the health of anyone within 5 meters. There are certain limitations. Can increase or decrease the healing of your target by 2%. 5% chance of manipulating the biological chemicals or bioelectrical signals of the target. There are certain restrictions. Chakra point cost, 5,000. Cooldown time, 6 hours. Wow! Holy shit. This is incredible. It's not much at the moment, but after I level it up, this is gonna be one hell of a skill. Damn it, I wish I got this last year. That way I could have leveled it up a lot by now. Daichi let out a sigh and consoled himself. Better late than never, I suppose. This is the first time I've seen a skill with such high chakra points cost and a cooldown time. I have a feeling this is gonna be an OP skill one day. With a big happy smile, Daichi closed the blue notification boxes and went to sleep. Chapter 125. Interlude 5, Rescue Mission. Uchiha Bloodline. A year ago. It was night time. Tsunade accepted her second student and sent him flying a few hours ago. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizen and Kinsei were at the slug Sanin's apartment to discuss various matters. You could have killed him with that stunt. Kinsei had a frosty expression on his face as he looked at the blonde woman. Tsunade snorted with a small laugh. If you really thought that, then you've definitely lost your touch. Kinsei knew what she meant. He knew Tsunade had absolute power and control over her attacks. And moreover, from all the spars he had with the kid, he knew just how strong and sturdy Daichi's body was and how much punishment it could take. Even though he was disgruntled about the whole thing, he decided to move on since his grandson only had a few minor injuries which were quickly healed by Shizen. Try to rein in your temper, princess. At least when the kid's around. Kinsei let out a breath and moved on to the most important topic. Are they completed? Tsunade nodded her head. She took out 2 scrolls and tossed them to Kinsei. One of them has the concoction that you'll need. The other is a body. Medically altered right down to the smallest details. How long do I have once the poison is in Isen's system? It was Jiraiya that asked this question. The concoction I created will slow down Isen's heartbeat to 1 beat per minute. It will also reduce his chakra to the very bare minimum his body would need to survive. He will be in a near-death state. After the poison takes effect, he will immediately fall unconscious. You'll have a maximum of 2 hours from that moment. That's the best I could do without giving him any permanent damage. After the 2 hours, his vitals will begin climbing back up, but he'll be out of it for another couple days. It's the side effects of the drug. Tsunade replied. 2 hours, huh? That'll work. Jiraiya spoke after thinking about the plans. Sensei's agent in the prison has been slowly giving Isen the drug you created. It will create all the appearance of an incurable disease. So when he gets knocked out, there won't be much suspicion. That still leaves the seal Mui placed on him. Kinsei had heard how troublesome the chakra sealing jutsu placed on the prisoners by the warden Mui can be. Don't worry about it. The contact at the castle knows how to deactivate the seal. And since Isen would be in a near-death state and the seal would deactivate upon the user's death, there wouldn't be any doubts about his death. They would quickly move to destroy the body. During that time, I'll switch Isen's body with the corpse and escape from the prison. I'll be waiting at the rendezvous point. Kinsei spoke. Jiraiya nodded, and both he and Kinsei made the preparation. A few days later, Kinsei and Jiraiya left the capital and headed for the grass village, while Tsunade and Shizen began training Daichi. Kinsei was able to gather the entry points of the castle and the guard details. With this information, Jiraiya, with his infiltration expertise and the help of the Toad summons, was able to get inside one of the most secure prisons in the world. The Hozuki Castle, also known as Blood Prison. Jiraiya easily made contact with the spy, the third Hokage, planted inside the large castle. It wasn't long before the plan was enacted. Isen, a former ninja of the Leaf Village, close friend and ally of Kinsei. He is a man of large stature, broad shoulders, and long white beard and hair. He had an unfocused expression on his face and had drooping eyes. He suddenly collapsed as he was walking along the corridors. The guard near him happened to be the spy Hiruzen placed inside the prison. He discreetly released the seal and checked the man to make sure he showed no vitals. The guard then took him to the medical examiner of the prison. After declaring the man dead, he left the room. At that moment, Jiraiya appeared from the corner of the room and quickly unsealed the scroll containing an identical corpse. Summoning a special toad and stuffing the real Isin in its mouth, Jiraiya quickly made his escape. A few days later, Isin was sleeping on a comfortable-looking bed while Tsunade was checking his condition. Everything seems normal. No serious or permanent damage. The drugs in his system should clear out in a few days. If you're going to unseal his memories, I suggest you do it now, Kinsei. This is the best time, Tsunade said as she took a step back. Kinsei nodded and placed a paper seal on the sleeping Isin's forehead. He then went through several hand seals and gathered chakra on his index finger and touched the seal. Memory seal release. A complicated seal formula spread from the paper and covered Isin's head. Sensei told me it would take a few hours for the memories to be acclimated. We should give him some time. Let's step outside, Jiraiya said. You two go ahead. I'll be here. With those words, Kinsei sat on a nearby chair and stared at his sleeping friend. Tsunade had already left, not wanting anything to do with the matter, and shortly afterwards Jiraiya followed her. Several hours went by and the seal formula on Isin's head disappeared. It took a few minutes, but the man was slowly regaining his consciousness. WH. Where am I? With a blurry vision, Isin asked. Kinsei stood from his chair and slowly went near his friend. Hello, old friend. Isin looked at the man standing near him. It took several moments before he recognized the person. Kinsei, is that you? The old man just nodded and smiled. He saw Isin then looking around the room. I'm not in that prison, am I? Isin asked. No. And you won't ever be going back there. Don't worry. You're safe here. We're in the fire capital. Right now you just focus on getting some rest, Kinsei said as he held his friend's hand. Isin nodded but then suddenly made a panicked face. Kinsei was alarmed when he saw that. What? What is it? He asked Isin. Danzo. We have to warn the Hokage. Calm down, Isin. Don't worry about Danzo. Hiruzen has already sent his men on the task. Hiruzen is investigating Danzo? Isin asked in disbelief. There's a lot that has happened since your incarceration that I need to catch you up on. Isin calmed down and just laid in his bed. He then looked at his friend. How has Benami? Kinsei smiled. She's fine. Don't worry. And you'll be in for a surprise. Kinsei had an almost teasing tone in his voice. Just knowing that she's safe is what matters most to me. Kinsei. I need to see him. Kinsei looked at the man questioningly. Hiruzen. I need to see him. I need to look him in the eye and get some answers. Kinsei sighed as he heard that. Get some rest right now. After that, after you hear everything that's happened, if you still want to meet him, then I'll make the arrangements. Isin nodded in agreement. It wasn't long before he went to sleep. His body, due to many years of inaction and the ordeals it went through, was at the moment weak. Somewhere in a secret laboratory. Marvelous. Subject 24 shows no rejection or any major malformations in the body. His chakra signature has changed. It's now vaguely similar to Itachi Uchiha. Orochimaru muttered to himself as he looked at the small child with pale white skin sleeping inside a large tank. The snake Sanin took the child out of the container and placed him on the examination table. He used his medical equipment to keep the eyelids of the child open. He placed a seal on the boy's body and forcefully activated the chakra throughout the boy's pathways. Orochimaru directed the chakra to the head and more specifically the eyes of the head. The black eyes slowly turned into red with a single tomo. The signature of someone with the Uchiha bloodline. Artificial activation of Sharingan in the clone is a success. Single tomo present in both eyes. At that moment the Sharingan disappeared due to the small reserves of the boy. Chakra volume is below average. Extracting eyes from the subject and preparing for dissection. Orochimaru carefully cut out the eyes and placed them in a preservation jar. He then cut open the child and examined every part of the body. As he examined the body, a frown formed on Orochimaru's face. Chakra pathways are smaller than expected. Muscle and bone density is also slightly lower than average. Based on the current structure of the body and estimated growth developments, the subject would have been a Jonin at minimum but Chunin at average and low-level Jonin at very best. Conclusion. Not viable for transference ritual. Orochimaru extracted as many valuable body parts for studying as he could before disposing of the boy. At that moment the door to his laboratory opened and a teenager walked in. The most noticeable feature about him was the single Sharingan in his right eye and the 4 embedded on his right arm. Ah, Shin! Excellent timing. I have something for you. With those words Orochimaru gave the boy the container that held the 2 Sharingan that was extracted a short time ago. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. I hope my clones will be able to help you with your research. The boy named Shin replied. He was one of the many devotees of Orochimaru. He was also a test subject for Orochimaru's various experiments. Yes. I gained plenty of data examining each of the subjects. Tell me, Shin, how goes your experiment? Were you able to advance the power of the Sharingan? Yes, Lord Orochimaru. It took some intense battle with Kimimaro, but I was able to increase the tomo of all Sharingan eyes. They are now in the 2nd stage. However, they consume more chakra, so I can't maintain them for long. Shin replied as he looked at the 4 2-tomo Sharingans in his right arm. As expected. Come. I'll implant these into your arm as well. Your body will acclimate to the increased chakra usage in a short time. With those words Orochimaru led Shin to a table and began the transplant. After an hour 2 more eyes were added to Shin's arm, making it 6. Once the operation was completed and after taking some genetic samples from the boy, the snake Sanin dismissed him. As Shin left, Orochimaru noted down the observations he made on Shin's body and the Sharingan in his arms. Some time later he was in front of another tank with green liquid which had another clone that was created using Uchiha blood and the genetic samples from the boy Shin. Itachi! I'll make you pay for what you did to my arm. Orochimaru had left the Akatsuki organization a few months ago. He tried to take Itachi's body for himself and lost an arm for his troubles. He fled the organization and was now conducting experiments using the blood Danzo gave him. At first I thought I could create a clone or an army of clones with the Uchiha bloodline and awaken Sharingan and transfer my soul into them. But the clones I create are just cheap imitations. Then again, there is Subject Z07. Orochimaru closed his eyes and thought about the masterpiece he was currently working on. But that's not possible right now. I don't have enough data. It will take far too long for that project to be completed. A clone won't have the power I want even if I make the necessary augmentations, and Subject Z07 will take at least a decade to be completed. And that's only if everything goes accordingly. There could always be complications and the project could end in failure. I need a pure fresh living Uchiha body soon. A wicked smile was on Orochimaru's face as he thought about his greatest target. I may not have been able to get you, Itachi, but I'm sure your brother would show just as much potential as you. That will also be my revenge. Just you wait, Itachi. Once I have Sasuke's body, you're dead. He then walked to the next most important test subject. Subject Z07. Orochimaru placed his hand on the glass and looked at his latest creation. There is still more work to be done on Z07. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 6. Peace.